Right, no, good.
Okay. The one.
Okay, so you want
Put the lamps and you on that side.
yeah.
Just straight into the top. Good. Morning to Jamie Mark Saville in Potchefstroom for a big one today between the Oxford University Dragons and the
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to yet another wonderful fixture here on this beautiful Sunday here at the JB Marks Oval. It's my pleasure to introduce myself, Brady Barnes, and Vian, and I'll be broadcasting this game to you this morning. Welcome, Vian. Such a beautiful day today. Eh?
Yeah, welcome, Brady. Thanks a lot, and welcome to all our viewers as well here to the JB Marks Oval, where the Dolphins will be taking on the Dragons. Dolphins, of course, they still have a chance of making the playoffs. Dragons, they'll be playing for a bit of pride today, Brady.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously Dragons, the NWU Dragons, haven't had the best campaigns, but got off to a really good start in this campaign, but unfortunately just fell short in a few games. But really looking to bounce back this morning as we look at the two teams. As you see, the two openers, Ruben Herman and Mikael Prince. Dolphins winning the toss and electing to bowl. Very interesting for them to do that, probably. They've probably seen that, yes, there has been rain around, but it has been really, really dry. And obviously, Potchefstroom, this wicket has been such a good wicket over times. Yes, it's obviously turned at times. But generally, it is a good wicket. And when you do come here, you obviously look to bowl. So very interesting to see the Dolphins winning the toss and bowling first.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think obviously there's been a lot of moisture around the area. Then again, saying that, I see the Dolphins are opting to go with the spinner here up front. Looks like Brendan O'Brien, the captain himself, taking the new ball. An interesting ploy, but it is something he has done a lot in the past. So he's done so with good success as well, Brady. What do you think of the tactics being deployed early on this Sunday morning?
Yeah, I think yeah, no, he's opening up from the city end, but he's a real senior campaigner. He's been around the block for many years now, and this is what he really does. He does this in T20 cricket. He does it in 50 over cricket for them as well. And they probably know that Mikhail and Ruben Herman are good players of seam, and they really like the ball coming onto the bat. So they've identified it, and they've started off with Sir Brian.
Especially Ruben Herman, he's had a good last year in white ball cricket, especially. He's really been a prolific run scorer for the Northwest University Dragons, as well as in the SA20. He had a good run of form there. It's going to be interesting to see them go. First up, Mikael Prince here against Brendan O'Brien.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a slight of a hold up here with people behind the side screen, as we don't normally see, but as you see them moving away there. But be good to see now, obviously, to get the ball rolling here on this beautiful Sunday morning with Sir Brian opening from the city end. Beautiful start by Sir Brian as he hits the stumps as what he normally does. He's going to attack the stumps. Mikhail up to it and just blocks it to point. Beautifully bowled, just beats the outside edge. We see a little bit of turn there. If anything, maybe straight in there. He's a real gem of a bowler, Sir Brian. He just knocks it back to him again. Good start here by the Hollywood Dolphins in a very crucial game for them, man.
Brendan O'Brien going so quickly through his over here, 4 dots already. And he's an experienced campaigner. Major, very crucial game for them. Obviously a must win, as usually is the case in this part of the competition.
Beautifully bowled, yeah, guys. We've seen just gets the outside edge and beats slip, and he gets through Mikhail off the mark with the outside edge.
That's always, it gets interesting when the spinners start beating both edges. So you never know which line to play as a batter, especially against the new ball. So Ryan has experience as widely as anyone around.
beautifully bowled by Subrain and just been tapped back by Mikhail. Good start by the Hollywood Dolphins as we see this innings underway, and NWU Dragons, after the first over, 2 without loss. Good start by the Hollywood Dolphins, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great start by Subrian. He's obviously the captain of the team, taking it upon himself to take the new ball and putting the Northwest University Dragons lineup under a bit of pressure. A very quick first over in terms of the time used to complete the over. And a bit of a tense start here by the Dragons, Brady.
Yeah, a little bit of a tense start, but obviously just feeling each other as you see Ethan Bosch coming in from the university end. Yeah, I think very important. They probably spoke about it in their dugouts about obviously looking after the power play, but these two guys are destructive players in their own game, and they can take the game to obviously the seamers. So we'll see how Ruben lines up to Ethan Bosch this morning. Ethan Bosch has had a good campaign so far. Really, really good cricketer, all round cricketer as well. He'll run up and look to hit a good line and length first up and look to swing at early doors as we see him coming to Ruben Erman. Starts with a wide down leg side. Obviously, not much shape.
Ruben Herman is especially an aggressive batter at the top of the order. The Dragons will look to him to give them a good start here.
Yeah, Bosch will really look to give them a steady start. Good little steady bowler as well. He'll run in, he'll hit the deck. Look to shape the ball back into this left-hander. As we see, it's a hard length, back of a length, and Ruben Erman just manages it and knocks it into cover for a dot.
Ethan Bosch, of course, recently being capped as well by the Proteas. One ODI play. Definitely a talented bowler, talented bowling all-round, really.
Starts with a short and wide, and that's been cut down to through extra cover for the first boundary of the innings. Beautiful shot by Ruben Erman.
Yeah, short and wide, and Ruben Erman not missing out on this occasion. Lacing it away to the cover boundary. He opens his account as well.
Yeah, opens his account with a beautiful cut shot. Like we said early doors, these two like the ball coming onto the bat. If you just stray in line a little bit, they will capitalize and they'll hurt you. Oh, an absolute jaffa. And that's gone the other way. That is a peach of a ball after the short and wide that he's bowled. But this is what he's really good at.
Yeah, that's where we want to be at. Look to maybe shape back into the left hand and just off the wicket, just leave him slightly. It's a beautiful delivery and definitely not one Ruben Erman can do a lot about. Promising signs here for the Dolphins.
Oh, another one just outside. Just beats the outside edge there. Looks like he obviously played inside of the line there. But the first 3 balls that I've seen that Ethan Bosch did deliver, not much shape that I saw, but all of a sudden now he's getting it to nip away from the left-hander, which is very interesting and exciting times for the Hollywood Dolphins.
It definitely looks like there's something in it for the seam bowlers if they pitch it up slightly here. A bit of seam movement off the deck. Definitely something to work with.
That's go back. Good skills here by Ethan Bosch after going off. First ball going for a wide, and then the third ball obviously boundary, but he's just found his line and his length now that he's trying to settle into here.
2 balls to come now, and there's the second over. And Northwest University Dragons 7 for no loss so far. Get the feeling these are 2 big balls coming now here by Ethan Bosch.
It's again beautifully defended by Ruben Erman back to Milan, and that's the end of the second over. Interesting start, good start. Obviously still feeling each other in. NWU Dragons 7 wide loss after 2. Both teams will be happy with the start so far.
Yeah, the game pretty much in the balance. I mean, it's early on. It's 2 overs gone only now. And it does look like Sir Brian will continue. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins, of course, they have quite a few options of spin bowling that they can rely on. They have a well-balanced team, does the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Brady.
Once again, beautifully bowled there by Sir Brian, and it's just been tapped back to cover by Mikael. Yeah, Bian, you're 100% right here. I think really well balanced Hollywood Dolphins outfit here. I think they found form at this present moment. They've got a good balance in another dot ball there by Sir Brian that's been delivered. Yeah, Vian. Yeah, I think they found a nice little balance right now. With good spinners in their team, good seamers, and obviously their batters are once again beautiful length that Sir Brian has just found here. There's a little bit of bite. Doesn't look like it's coming onto the bat as naturally as we normally expect the Potchefstroom wicket to be like. Oh, it's another dot here. He's settled into such a good line and length here, Sir Brian. This is what he's so good at in the power play as well.
He's so accurate, eh? He's not missing his line and length. He's not giving the batsman anything to work off.
Just been punched down the ground there by Mikael. Beautifully played and good effort by Sir Brian to try and restrict him, but it beats him to his right. Vian, tell me, how tough is it for a spinner to bowl in the power play?
Look, obviously there's challenges to it. Fielding restrictions, you can only have two guys outside the ring. So the margin for error, really, I think that's the big thing, is you need to have good control over the ball. You're missing line length shortly, you will go to the fence. That's, I think, the big challenge. But someone like Sir Brian, it does look like he loves the challenge of bowling with the new ball. And a spin bowler who can do so efficiently in the power plays really is a gem for a team. If you have a spin bowler that really knows how to utilize the new ball in the power play, it's really something that's worth gold in a team.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is a nice little matchup here with Sir Brian to the left-handed Ruben Herman here. With a little bit of turn that we did obviously see. Let's see how they match up. And he starts with, just beats it. Hits the inside half of the bat and he gets through for one. And I think he'll be happy to get off strike. As we see the end of the third, the NWU Dragons are 9 without loss after 3 steady starts so far.
You do get the feeling maybe going with Sir Brian to open the bowling, it might have been the matchup to have him bowling at Ruben Herman, especially the right arm off break against the left-hand batters. Usually the matchup you're looking for, with the ball maybe being new, it might slide or it might grip. But Brian's been bowling well. So it's 2 very, very tidy overs. He's been on top so far. Against the right-handed Prince especially. He's bowled the bulk of his deliveries to the right-hander so far. As we see Bosch now into Ruben Herman.
Starts with a short ball and has been slapped back down for the boundary and beats. Obviously mid-off and mid-on. Ruben Herman very strong on the short ball.
Yeah, it's something we've seen, especially this year so far. He's very severe on anything that's dragged down. He really picks up length well, and he just punishes a ball that's back of the length.
Yeah, he punished it, got onto that very quickly, as we saw in the last game as well. Anything marginally short, he climbs onto it, and it's definitely a strong point of his as well. Starts to get another back of a length. Beautiful line, beautiful length by Ethan Bosch, and well defended by Ruben Herman.
Now, look, obviously, Bosch has bowled 2 short balls, and both of them have gone to the boundary. So obviously, Ruben Herman is very severe on short pitch bowling. But it does look like that's a good length ball. Might be the way to go. That length ball he bowled just now, the previous ball. I think that's the best option for Bosch at this stage.
once again. Beautifully bowled by Ethan Bosch. Good line, good lens. I think he'll be very disappointed with that first ball that he delivered. Probably trying to hit really hard back of a length. But there is something there when he has pitched the ball up. There has been a bit of nip, which should be encouraging for him. And I think he's going to strive to obviously try and hit that line and that length.
And the previous over especially, we saw one or two balls that's been pitched up there on and about that off stump line. There was a bit of movement. I think so. There is a bit of an encouragement for the seamers to maybe pitch it up a bit.
Oh, beautifully bowled by Ethan Bosch, and it just beats the outside edge and they go up, but umpire not interested.
That's a beautiful delivery there by Bosch. And that's the line and length we've spoken about, where there is some bit of assistance for the seam bowlers.
He's just really getting it nicely to nip away from the left-hander here, Ethan Bosch, and it should be encouraging signs for him, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be striving to hit that length now as we see him coming into Ruben Herman. Short ball, and has been pulled down to fine leg. Chance, and taken down at fine leg. Big wicket for the Hollywood Dolphins.
That's a very well directed short ball by Ethan Bosch, forcing the batter to hit into one of the deeper pockets here at the JB Marks Oval. Taking on the short ball once again, something that Ruben Herman usually does is take on the short ball. This time picking out the fielder at fine leg, and a huge moment in the match for the Dolphins.
Yeah, we spoke about obviously Ruben Herman being a good puller of the ball in anything short. He'll try and pounce on it. Ethan Bosch delivered the short ball, and he fell into the trap and obviously got a bit of a top edge there and has been caught down at fine leg. That brings the first wicket for the Hollywood Dolphins, and it brings Yanaman Milan to the crease. The man in form, obviously coming off a good 90 that he got in a losing battle, but I'm pretty sure he'll come in now and he'll try and stabilize the innings and get himself going here.
Yeah, Yanaman Milan, obviously one of the main players in this Northwest University Dragons batting lineup. Someone they rely heavily on to bat for long periods of time and score the bulk of the runs here. Batting in that pivotal number 3 position is Yanaman Milan.
Yeah, Yanis is I think he's a very, very important player for this NWU Dragons. He's coming for a little bit of form right now. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about his business today. What's been really, really lovely to see about him is that he's paced his innings. He hasn't been in a rush. Many years ago, when I first ran into him, and when he was a young cricketer trying to develop his skill within this region, he was literally a 360 player, and it actually looks like he's really, really settled down a little bit. He knows his game. He knows what his strengths and his weaknesses are. Yes, he hasn't got runs in the past 2 years, but he's a really, really good cricketer.
And immediately, third man comes up into the ring. We see deep square leg and fine leg out on the fence. One ball to come in this over.
Beautifully bowled by Ethan Bosch. He takes that away from the right hander, and we see the end of the fourth over when the NWU Dragons are 13 for 1 after 4 with the big wicket by Ethan Bosch.
And obviously now the left-hander being dismissed, 2 right-handers at the crease. It does look like the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are changing it up, and it looks like it'll be John Smuts coming on. And it looks like a clear plan with the left armer to the 2 right-handers, maybe trying to get it to slide on and hit that front pad, Brady.
Yeah, this is really, really good tactics here by the Hollywood Dolphins. Identifying that it's obviously going to turn away from the right-hander. They know that the NWU Dragons are probably good players of scheme in the power play, where they've been really, really good in the power play with bat, scoring at a high rate as well. And they've probably identified that when spin comes on, that they slow the game down. So, good matchup here for Smuts. Start John Smuts here. Yeah, he's not going to look to leave the stumps There's John Smuts as well. Really another senior player in this Hollywood Dolphins team. Beautifully bowled. Been knocked down to Mudon for a dot.
John Smuts has been around the block, hasn't he? And he's played some good cricket since moving to the Dolphins. Been bowling well, has been batting well.
Beautifully bowled. Been knocked to extra cover. Good fielding by Detoli at extra cover. Good movements there. Yeah, man. He's just such a good cricketer. Beautifully bowled. Been knocked down to long off, and there's a fumble down there, and they've turned for the second. Good running and good awareness by the NWU Dragons.
Yeah, but sloppy in the field there by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. With regulation down too long off, allows Prince to come back for the second.
Beautifully bowled once again and been knocked to extra cover for a dot. Beautiful pace, beautiful lines as well by John Smuts here. Once again, been knocked back to the bowler, and that's a dot, and that's the end of the fifth over here. Good start by the Hollywood Dolphins. As they 15 for 1 after 5.
That's interesting, yeah, the tactics by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It does look like they might be going to bowl spin from the one end and seam from the other. They do have enough options to do so. I mean, Bryce Parsons also in the playing 11, another left-arm spinner. Gives them the option of 30 overs of spin if required. Then obviously a bunch of quality quick bowlers as well. The exciting Tristan Lee's also in the lineup. He's been bowling quickly.
Oh, no ball. Beautifully bowled. Beats the outside edge. Good fielding by the man down at third man. We see a free hit here. Criminal. And it's not a front foot no ball. That's because there was 3 guys outside.
Yeah, it's a bit of a coach killer, that one. And pretty harsh on the bowler as well. That's going to have to bowl the free hit here. But on who's the owners there, Brady, to have a look at those type of things in this situation?
I think it's got a lot to do with the wicketkeeper just being aware, and obviously, as you see, Boshi coming into Yanaman Malan for the free hit. And it's a short and it's a wide, short and wide, and obviously being widened, so it'll be another free hit. Yeah, I just think it's got a lot to do. Obviously, yes, the wicketkeeper, but just awareness from the fielders as well, with regards to looking around where you actually are and taking ownership of your space as well. As a bowler, it's so frustrating.
Well, the coaches usually speak about captaining your own space, and I do think a bit of a slip up there by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins fielders, giving the Northwest University Dragons a bit of a chance here, just to have a bit of a momentum shift as well.
Yeah, as we see a field change with finally coming into the circle. The 2 guys out as third man and deep square out on the boundary. And it's been pulled and it's been dismantled for 6 to fine leg.
A lot of bat on that one as it flies down towards fine leg. Change of field, bring fine leg up, putting third man back, and then putting deep square leg out. Followed by the big short ball. And I do think Ethan Bosch might be a bit frustrated here with what's been going on in this over.
Yeah, I think he's very, very frustrated. He's not happy with the crease as well. Probably try to go for the double bluff there with fine leg being up. But Mikael matching up to the challenge that was delivered by Ethan Bosch. Beautifully bowled by Ethan Bosch, back of a length, and has just been tapped to point there for a dot.
Ethan Bosch building up a bit of pace now as well. Might be a bit of frustration as well. Might be him settling into a rhythm as well. But definitely his pace going up a bit here. Looks like he's really hitting the deck now.
He's definitely going to look to hit the deck here. He must be really, really frustrated with that no ball, and I think but it's very, very important that he gets over it and he runs in and he beautifully bowled by Ethan Bosch, taken away from the right hander slightly. Good energies, good carry through to the wicketkeeper as well.
Ethan Bosch definitely not happy with the foot marks or the foot holes. Lovely outswing shape there that he bowled the previous delivery. Nice and late movement away from the right hander.
He's getting some good shape from the looks of it. He's taking it away from the right hander. He got it to nip away to the left hander. Such good skills that is. Beautifully bowled once again, and well left by Mikael Prince.
And it looked like that one maybe might have came back a slight bit off the wicket. Good leave nonetheless. They speak of good leaves and bad leaves. It's been an eventful over so far.
Yeah, we've seen no ball wide or two wides. A 6 down to fine leg. ... It's all been happening here. Beautifully bowled back of a length by Ethan Bosch and well managed there by Mikael Prince.
It really is a lovely day here in Potchefstroom. Looks to be ready to build up to be a scorcher here in the region. Slight breeze in the morning.
Yeah, lovely breeze that we obviously getting up top here from a bird's eye view as we see Ethan Bosch coming into Mikael Prince. Beautifully bowled and has been hit to middle for a dot. Good finish to the over. As you see the end of the sixth over where the NWU Dragons are 26 for 1 after 6. I think they'll be really happy with, not really happy, but I think they'll be happy with the 1 wicket that they've obviously got so far. But I really think that they probably thought we could still control this run rate. Yes, they are going at 4.3 as we speak, but I think they've been a little bit naughty, and they could be going at about 3s. They will be happy with that.
It's been a good start actually bowling wise from the Dolphins here, and I think they'll obviously be happy with the wicket they have taken. But the Northwest University Dragons, they'll look to get a good foundation here for their batting lineup. Prince and Mullen, they'll look to these two baddies to bat for a long time now.
Beautifully bowled, beautifully played, and has just been knocked into cover for a single. I don't think the bowler will be happy with that. Very, very easy.
Oh, that almost looked too easy, a single there in the covers. That brings Prince on strike again. Eleven of 23 is Mikael Prince.
Starts the wide down leg there by John Smuts. Just looks like he's really round arm and he's just trying to obviously attack the stumps, not give them any width at all. Beautifully bowled. That just, that one there just obviously bites a little bit. You see a little bit of turn there. This is such good bowling by John Smuts here. So going back to the length and it's just been blocked into extra cover for a dot. Yeah, as you can see, some balls he's coming a little bit with a round arm. Some balls he's coming a lot more higher than what he's normally been delivering. Beautifully bowled, and it's just good fielding by points. Brilliant fielding by him. By Ethan Bosch here at point to stop the boundary.
Oh, 1 or 2 balls he's bowled slightly more round arm. Obviously, I think he's trying to get it to slide on with the arm then, especially after getting one to turn a bit. I think trying to beat the inside edge. Beautiful fielding there by Ethan Bosch.
Oh, man. Beautifully played, Mollick. Just knocked into square leg for a single there by Yanaman Malan.
And the experience of Jan Milan showing here, just he has the ability to get off strike to decent balls, not face a lot of dot balls, getting off strike on his first one against John Smuts, and again now facing up, knocking it into the leg side.
Oh, beautifully bowled by John Smuts yet again, and that's another dot. And we see the end of the seventh over where the NWU Dragons are 30 for 1 off the 7. Mikhail Prince 12 of 27, Yanaman Malan 4 of 4. Yeah, going back to your statement there with Yanas and how good he obviously is with the good ball and how he's got the ability to get off strike. Just shows the caliber of player that he obviously is, as we see a bowling change in Sheila Kelly coming into the attack from the university end. Strong bustly bowler here. You'll probably look to run in and hit the deck as hard as possible here.
He can work up a bit of pace as well. We've seen him bowl a few quick spells in the past. Experienced bowler. He's been around the block as well, Brady.
Good start by Taylor as he hits a foolish length and a hard length and well judged there by Yanaman Malan.
Good start there by the bowler. It does look to be a good batting surface, this, Brady. Doesn't look like there's too much happening for the bowlers. Doesn't look like too quick a wicket either.
It's flicked for 6 over square leg. Beautiful shot there by Yanaman Malan.
That's a classy shot by Yanaman Malan, picking it off his legs into the pavilion. And that's a statement of authority that by Yanaman Malan, just showing the form he's in, Brady.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Yanaman Malan. Just straying in line there. Okishe Kele and Yanaman Malan picking it up. A beautiful shot for 6.
Nice ball served up, full on leg stump.
Back of length and has been worked down to fine leg. Running hard. And they're still down just for the single. Good fielding there. Looks like Tristan Lee's down at fine leg.
And a good piece of fielding there by Tristan Lees down on the fine leg boundary. It just looked like it might have bounced awkwardly for the wicketkeeper, Hanu Viljoen. He's made the move down to the Dolphins from the Northern Cape Heat, and he's had a good season so far.
Beautiful bowl. Bit of nip. Beats the inside off of the bat and they go out for a peel, but I think a little bit of height on that one there.
Hard line and length being bowled here. Keeping the batsman honest. Hitting his pads hard. But that look slightly high there.
Yeah, Vian, you spoke about looks like a good batting wicket, but I still feel that there is something in this wicket as well. There's a little bit of nip, as we see from the previous ball that was delivered, as we see they're coming into Yanaman. Here we go, just been worked down to third man. Beautifully played here by Yanaman Malan.
I think if you bowl your line and lengths and you bring the stumps into play, more often than not, I think, yeah, the J marks over. I think that's the way to go, is maybe bowling slightly straighter lines and forcing the batters to play maybe across the line and bringing the LBW and bowled into play.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think if you're attacking the stumps, you're bringing in all those missiles, and you're giving yourself the best opportunity to strike, especially in the power play. Been down to find to come corner region, and it just makes it to the boundary for a little bit of a teaser.
A Bit of a slog towards the deep mid-wicket region. Mikael Prince takes his tally there to 16 of 29. So he has faced the bulk of the deliveries so far. And I do think the spinners, they've been tight to Prince so far this innings.
Yeah, as you see the end of the eighth over where NWU Dragons are 43 for 1 after 8. Mikael Prince 16 of 29. Yanaman Malan 12 of 8. As you see John Smuts coming in from the city end. He's been very, very steady for his 2 overs so far, 0 for 6 after 2. Beautifully bowled, and it's been knocked to the points here, and it's for a dot.
That's beautifully bowled by John Smuts. And once again, Yano Malan looking to get off strike. Looking to use a bit of his touch game to rotate the strike.
Beautifully bowled once again, and just been hit to extra cover for another dot. Yeah, going back to Hanu Falun, I don't know much of him. Beautifully bowled yet again for another dot into the points area. Yeah, I don't know much of him, but came across him came across him actually when he came up with the Dolphins Academy, and he looked in the winter, he looked like a short and wide, and has been dispatched for 4. Of the back foot, a cut shot, short and wide, and has been dispatched for 4 by Yanaman Malan.
Yano Malan, too good a player to miss out on the ball like that. Slightly dragged down. Missing the stumps on this occasion is John Smuts, and Yano Malan up to the task, putting that one away between cover and point for 4.
Beautifully bowled. Just bowled a little bit slower. Changed his line to a straighter line.
It does look like that one might have held a bit in the wicket as well.
Beautifully bowled yet again by John Smuts, and that's the end of the 9th over. NWU Dragons 47 for 1 after 9. Vian, I think they'll be very happy with the start that they've had right now as the NWU Dragons, with the loss of the first wicket in
47 for 1 after 9. I think the Northwest University Dragons, they'll be happy with the platform they have to work from now. I do think that it won't be necessarily straightforward playing the spin bowlers and the bowlers that take a bit of pace off during the middle period. So I do think they might be happy with the start they have and the platform from which they can work here. This is now the last over of the first power play.
beautifully bowled, and it just hit to middle, and Mikael Prince gets through for the single.
Fielding being done there by Jason Smith, another one of these Dolphins players that's been in a rich vein of form. A very senior player he has become for the Dolphins side. Someone that will be very vital for them later on today in this run chase as well as Jason Smith.
Yet another senior campaign. A bats in the middle over. He also bowls. Hasn't bowled much though. Beautifully bowled by Kelly. As you see, the slip has been moved out, and they've packed the cover area with it. We see a deep square out, and a third man with 5 leg in the circle. Beautifully bowled wall left by Yanaman. Beautifully bowled wall left by Yanaman Malan.
Nice and patient here by the bowler. Yano Malan obviously up to the task. He's looked in good form so far today.
Yeah, since he's come to the crease, he's just been a steady cricketer that's just left the ball, good balls. Bad ball comes, he puts the bad ball away. Just as simple as ABC. Beautifully bowled yet again by Pele. Good fielding by Niles Milani, as I just spoke about his fielding. He's just such a good athlete, this kid is.
And with his wrong hand as well, it's a left-handed throw. Obviously, Milani being right-handed as we have a look at the replay now. Almost against the run of play.
Beautifully bowled by Cleland. It beats the outside edge with the last ball of the power play. NWU Dragons 48 without loss after the power play. I think they'll be happy with the start as we see Conrad the Sport coming into the com box.
That's the end of the power play brings Conrad de Swart into the commentary box here. Conrad, 48 for 1 is the Northwest University Dragons now. What have you made of this start so far?
That's a nice measured start here by the Dragons. I think precisely what they were looking for. It's a solitary wicket down that of Ruben Herman. Trying to take on the short one there. Good ploy by Ethan Bosch in the end. But going at 4
Trainers that they already had in the lineup. Hits out towards the sweeper bound. It looks like they're pushing for 2. But the Dragons batters not willing to take on the bullet arm of Tristan Lees out on the sweeper fence.
Yeah, and I think as the campaign continued for them, they initially started off with Matthew Kleinveld at the top of the order, with Ruben Herman and Janeman Milan in the first 2 games, and then they moved it about. Kleinveld found himself at 4 and then at 7.
Oof. That looked quite uncomfortable there by Prince. Looks like he maybe took it on the front arm there. That also brings an end to the 11th over. The score now 54 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, they missed Vian Liver, the captain, for the first 2 games. He was out with a shoulder injury. Came back in the 3rd game, immediately scored against the Lions in Johannesburg. He's had a decent campaign as Vian as well. Yeah, and then Ruben Herman came back into opener after he batted 4 in the first 2 games. Had a decent starts when he opened the innings. It's just feel that they didn't make their mind up how the top 6, top 7 should be. Barring injuries, you want to see that there's a lot of consistency in your batting attack, going through only a 7-game campaign.
Yeah, the Dragons obviously they bat deep as well. I mean, listed to bat at number 8 is Rowan de Swart as well. Patches, someone that's batted in the top 6 on numerous occasions as well. Made his test debut as well on that New Zealand tour. A really experienced lineup, talented lineup that the Northwest University Dragons have at their disposal. Sela now continues to Malan. He's been accurate so far.
No, he's been bowling really well. His first over, seeing the mark ask questions outside off stump. Yeah, just to come back to that, you can have a long or deep batting attack, Even Kerwin Mangru has held the bat okay there at number 10, 11 throughout this campaign, but you don't want to see your batters 7 to 9 in over 25 to 30. You want to give them those last few, maybe from over 4 with 14 left.
See, it's out towards the cover point boundary. Work to do. It looks like Ethan Bosch out there does brilliantly to keep it down to 1. And yeah, not coming back to what you're saying, you really want someone in the top six to take responsibility for what's going out in the middle.
I think they're also missing Reinhard van Tonner. You know, he played a game or two and then he picked up a calf injury and hasn't been back in the team. So he's probably just nursing that back to good health for the 3 remaining 4-day games that's starting on the 20th of March.
So now continues here to Prince. He's really pulled a hole in the wicket here. He's been banging away at his line and length.
You can really see him running in hard, hitting the deck, trying to get that lateral movement from the wicket. Yeah, so I like consistency in your batting attack. You know, if you go through a campaign, only 7 games, got to make sure that your top 6 is usually in the same position. There's no time to play around with the order. You've got to feel comfortable where you are in that position.
So now to Prince again. Once again, racked on the thigh pad. It does look like he rushes you a bit more than you expect, is Tele. He hits that hard length, slightly slingy action. Definitely quicker than you expect. I think he maybe rushes you, maybe skiddy type of customer.
Yeah, no, he's definitely bowling a very hard ball here. You can see Mikel in both battles actually being in touch and comfortable. He's got a strong run up. Very open bowling action. You can also see some lateral movement into the batter there.
This one slightly pitched up now by Tele. And that brings it into an excellent over. The score now sitting at 55 for the loss of 1 wicket. And the game pretty much in the balance at this stage, Conrad.
Yeah, definitely. Again, going at 4.6 runs to the over. I think Dragons will be very happy with the start that they had there. You know, you can basically see that the batters understand the longer you're in, the easier it becomes. Still think that with 2 new balls, you know, at this stage, both balls only being 6 overs old, there's still some movement, and you just got to make sure that the bad ball's punished. Make sure of your strike rotation. Get yourself in for a big one today, yeah.
So Malani into Malani, who hits that out towards the sweeper boundary again. So Malani's someone that bowls with an easy action. He's a real athlete, I think. He runs in nicely, nice tall action.
I think he's played a game or two now for the national setup. He's definitely on the radar of the white ball coach at this stage and of those selectors. Saw a lot of him last year when he played CSA emerging team. He was here in Potch for a few games and then also in Zimbabwe where he did very well.
Edge the way through the vacant slip region. A lot of work to be done. It looks like Jason Smith down at third man, who does brilliantly to keep that in play.
That's good effort there by Jason Smith. That's what the bowler wants to see. A nice thick outside edge by Mikel Prince. Beats the keeper by a long way, but very well backed up by some excellent fielding. And the Dolphins today have fielded very well. They really backed up the bowling efforts with decent fielding.
Once again, that one, we just saw the replay now. It looked to move away from the deck as well. There is something in it for the seam bowlers, I think. If you bowl it hard at that line and length, there is something in it. And just as I say it, Similani strays down leg for wide.
You can actually see as it beat Mikel Prince on his leg side, there was even still some movement there. Keeper had to get his gloves in the way of that one as it swung back at him, even if it was behind the wicket. So it still shows that there's definitely some movement. You can't just hit those right areas, hard lengths, strong action by Similani.
Prince now 24 of 38, spacing up to Similani, who now is on the offside for another wide, but again there's movement.
Similani, a really good cricketer, making strides into the national setup. He's also a very accomplished batter, you know. He can hold the bat. I think as the years to come, we'll see a lot more of him. Nice nice open action that he possesses.
Slightly short and wide, and Prince might feel he missed out on one there. A cut ball.
It's not often that you get that in professional cricket. Apparently, that's a shot that's least played Vion in international cricket is the cut. Of course, the bowlers know as soon as you bowl that line that you got to get dispatched to the square boundary. Nico Prince not jumping on that.
Short ball and nicely controlled down towards fine leg. Is of course the field placing is set for back of the length bowling. As you see a deep square leg slightly in front of square. There's a fine leg, a rather square fine leg. Looks like he's 5 or so yards in from the fence. There's a third man, and there is a guy patrolling the sweeper fence as well on the cover point boundary.
It looks like it's definitely a ploy that he wants to have to Mikael Prince, see if he can bump him out maybe there with a short one.
Good line and length towards Malan, and once again, Jan Malan has the ability to get off strike to good balls, Conrad.
Yeah, it's a super skill that Janeman has. You know, it's if you can get one of the best delivery that the bowler can bowl, it's also always a win for the battle. So far, the partnership looks like it's 49 or 59 deliveries, and that's precisely what the Dragons wanted at this stage. In this middle period, since the loss of the wicket, make sure that you get a big partnership up front. Again, short.
It's coming down towards the fine leg boundary. A lot of work to be done, but as we said earlier, the fine leg fielder is very square. That ball trickles down to the fine leg boundary for 4, and that brings an end to the 13th over. The score now 66 for 1 after 13. And things coming along nicely here for the Northwest University Dragons.
The rate achieved now just going over the 5 mark. Very good start there as the two batters just enjoying a little bit of refreshment. It's a really hot day in Potchefstroom. Blue skies, some cloud cover. It looks in the distance. But it's going to be a scorcher of a day here in Potchefstroom. Dragons looking to post a score of at least 300 plus here. Give them something to bowl to. And it's an important game for both sides.
Yeah, obviously, the Dolphins are still in the running here to make the playoffs. That's obviously depending on some of the other games that we have going on as well today. The big one being the Knights versus the Titans. That's happening in Bloemfontein. As we see Tele once again, he's in now towards Malan. Back of a length, slightly wide and crisply, it's out towards the cover point region for 1.
Just that sound that the ball makes off Janeman's bat just shows how late he's hitting it. Getting some nice forward movement with the hands through the ball going out square to the sweeper boundary. Interesting enough, Janeman contacted me on Thursday evening asking if the university was training on Friday, which we were, and he wanted to come and have a back. And Snyman already back in the hut for 1, Senekwani for 3, as well as Dominic Hendricks on loan from the Lions. He went for 4. Currently at the wicket there is Patrick Botha on 6 and Seth Vliedermaas. The Forrester probably coming in at 6. Bowling change now, as you said there. Yeah.
Tristan Lees now running in hard to Janeman Malan. And Lees really has a bit of something else. Because some people speak about X Factor. He has a bit of pace about him. He hits the deck hard. He runs in hard. Maybe he makes things happen, Conrad.
Yeah, there's no substitute for pace in any form of sports. I mean, that's why wings are so important in rugby, and the same year with Tristan Lees. He just runs in, tries to bowl the ball as quick as possible, much like Anders Nortje does.
Slightly wide there by Lees.
Can actually hear the keeper there talking about those energies, and that's what they want to see from Tristan Lees, showing good energies, running in hard, making sure that that front foot is nice and braced on delivery, getting the ball through to the keeper as quickly and as hard as possible.
Lees now continues to Malan. Fast and quick at the stumps is Lees.
Yeah, he was also part last year of the CSA emerging team. First time I actually saw him bowl here was in Potchefstroom for that team. He was just coming back from injury then Vian. So far he's been doing really well for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Working up some good pace here is Tristan Lees. But yeah, he's been doing well since coming into this Dolphins lineup. An experienced lineup, this Dolphins lineup it is. Well balanced. They have all their bases covered. They have left arm spinners, right arm spinners. They have quick bowlers. They have all rounders. They bat deep. Really has been key to their success. Full on leg stump and work to be done by a fine leg. Keeps it to 1.
As you mentioned now, it's definitely a very strong bowling attack. If you just have a look at the full strong seamers that they possess. In Ethan Bosch, who recently made his Proteas debut in Pakistan. Then they have Ukile Ngele, Andile Similani, as well as Tristan Lees. And then with the two spinners there, world class in Brennan O'Brien, as well as John Smuts. John Smuts opening the innings for them as well. It just brings you that additional balance in your team. If someone in the top 6 can give you a few overs, and I mean, John Smuts is such a good cricketer.
It's fast and it hits Prince. It looks like it might have hit him on the helmet. And definitely the medical staff being called upon. That was quick.
Yeah, it's definite ploy, as we said earlier. They know Mikael Prince will definitely go after anything short, but he was just beaten for pace there. If you have a look at the replay, good energies, quick, and he bangs him on the head. It looks like the side of the head. Very uncomfortable there for Mikael Prince. And now the customary concussion test that must be done by the strength and conditioning coach of the Northwest University Dragons.
Definitely a bit of discomfort there for Prince. But yeah, Conrad, coming back to what you were saying about having someone in the top 6 that can give you a few overs. The Dolphins also have Bryce Parsons in the top 6, another very handy left-arm spinner that can give you a few overs if you need it.
It's all about options, Vian. So if you have those two and Bryce, as well as John Smith, I see that you're pointing to Jason Smith. I haven't seen Jason bowl for many a game now. I'm not sure whether he does. He probably just turns the arm over. But he, as a university cricketer, Jason Smith was an excellent all-rounder. I think he played for the University of the Western Cape there. You know, also someone I saw playing for back then a few years ago in 2016. He played for the National Academy, as it was called then. And boy, did he play some good innings in a tri-series between our academy, Sri Lankan Academy, and the SA Universities in Pretoria. Fantastic week, the tournament that they have. And apparently, as far as I understand, there's another one this year now between SA Emerging, Bangladesh Emerging, and also again SA Universities. And those are the type of opportunities that you want to give young cricketers, especially on the cusp of going on to play Division 2 or Division 1 cricket. You know, play at that level, competitive cricket. And also, it's very cold June, July, maybe even August up in Pretoria, but it's still playable. You know, very good wickets that they can prepare there. It's going to be interesting to see how that tournament will unfold.
Right, back to proceedings. Yes, Janel Malan facing up now to Tristan Lees. Hard, quick into the wicket. Looks like Parsons has a shy at the non-striker's end. And that brings an end to the 15th over. The Dragons now 74 for 1 after 15. And going back to what you were saying, how important it is for young cricketers to get that exposure to a slightly higher level of cricket, test them out against stronger opposition. They speak about the pipeline, and just to see where the cricketers are at, how they can transition into the next phase of their career.
Yeah, I think one of the problems that we sit with right after school, there's not a lot of cricket. Club cricket is to an extent a means to an end. But we want to see our young cricketers playing more competitive competitions between the ages of 18 to 23 as much as possible, to give them those opportunities. College cricket, it's only 4 games a season that these guys have, so especially for your higher rated, your high performance cricketers in the country, you got to have competitions like that, tournaments like that where they play against good fellow cricketers at the same age as that you are, it will take your game forward much quicker.
As we see John Smuts now, a change of ends for him. He's bowling out towards Prince. And that's a very attacking line and length that Smuts is bowling now. You don't want to be missing that one as a batter.
He's going to be a handful here, John Smith's now changing ends, as you mentioned.
Once again, brilliant line and length being bowled, and that inside edge just gives Prince the opportunity to get off strike here. This brings Janeman Malan on strike. Janeman now 24 of 34, Prince on 33 of 47. Game pretty much in the balance still here.
Yeah, Janeman giving himself some room there. I think what John does well here, he's actually just playing with his pace. He understands there's not a lot of spin. He's not a big turn of the ball. He's just going to play with a pace.
It's a nice one to get off strike there for Janeman Malan. Smuts doing well to get through his over quick here. 2 balls left in this one. Well-weighted shot there by Prince, just letting it come towards him, hitting it out towards the cover boundary for 1.
Yeah, that's nice and late under the eyes.
Bowled into the wicket by Smith. Tucked off his hip by Libber for 1. There's an interesting phase now, frustrating phase for the fielders running in and out and over and about for the left-hand and right-hander batting together.
It's always nice having a left and right hand combination. It's definitely something that the coaching staff in Craig Alexander keeps in mind.
It's a slight drag down, but it does look like that one might have kept slightly low. Hit out towards long off for 1.
I think the fact that they're bowling John Smiths now from the university, spin currently is just, in the majority of games, just slowing the game down. It's just looking after that rate achieved. If you're not going to take the spinner on, just going to dab him around for 3 or 4 singles. Spinners do just slow the game down.
On the money once again by John Smuts. And it also, when slowing it down, it also speeds up the over rate. I mean, this is 5 very quick balls by John Smuts now. He's almost halfway through his 10 overs now.
They definitely get through their overs quicker. Something that it's just a way of putting the batter under pressure. Whenever you look up, the bowler's ready to bowl.
It's punched down the ground by Liver for 1, which brings an end to the over. The score now 90 for the loss of 2 wickets after 18.
So at the Mount Oval in Bloemfontein, the High-Tech Knights currently on 62 for 4, just below 15 overs. Seth Vliedermel's the most recent to lose his wicket there to Rolof van der Merwe. In Geberga, where the Dolphins Warriors playing the DP World Lions. Currently, the Lions on 81 for 2 in the 20th over. Wandile Makwethu scoring 15. Riza Hendricks out for 25 with Zubair Hamza currently on 29. And he was joined by Mitch van Buren a few overs ago. And then Boland taking on the World Sports Betting Western Province. With Province batting first, currently on 89 for 1 in the 20th over. Edward Moore also having a stellar season. He's still in on 44. Tony DeZorzi losing his wicket to Kamane for 32, with David Bellingham currently there on 10 off 18 deliveries.
Tony DeZorzi obviously also coming back from the Champions Trophy. In other news, the Champions Trophy finals also underway. New Zealand winning the toss and electing to bat first against India. Rachin Ravina sitting on 20 not out of 12 balls. He's off to a flyer. New Zealand 31 for no loss after 4.2. And it's been an interesting campaign that side, the Champions Trophy. The Proteas obviously falling out in the semi-final to New Zealand earlier this week.
Yeah, it's a pity that we lost in that semi-final. I don't think we played badly. Maybe we could have bowled better at the back end of that innings. Just falling that 50 runs short. Just needed one of our batters. Top 5. I know David Miller scored 100 there, but one of the top 5 just upping the ante a little bit, getting us in a better position for the middle to lower order to have a bash at the end there. But still a decent campaign by the Proteas.
I think we played good cricket actually throughout the tournament for most parts of it. I did feel 360 was a bit of a stretch. It always seemed a bit much. But I think we played good cricket for the majority of the tournament. New Zealand played good cricket and rightfully deserved to be in the final.
Yeah, they've got a very balanced team there.
Tristan Lees now continues to live up.
The base of the stumps. Definitely the area to hit. You can see Vian Liver actually acknowledging the bowler on the delivery that he bowled to him. And those type of things, those deliveries, you start asking questions to yourself. Am I covering it well?
Slightly overpitched and pushed out towards the cover boundary. Tristan Lee's definitely bowling with a bit of extra zip here. As we see a bit of cloud cover come in here at the JB Marks Oval.
Potchefstroom had, I'm not going to say a few drops. We had plenty of rain in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Still, the outfit looks in immaculate condition. Even the square of the curator here, Louis Creer, is looking in very good condition. Leading edge again, and that is out, and that's what pace does, Vian.
Tristan Lee's coming on and making things happen. Once again, hitting the deck hard, and Mikael Prince just closing his face a bit early on impact there, leading edge straight to the bowler. And I don't think Tristan Lees has gotten an easier catch than that in his career so far.
Yeah, again, just that very good length that he's hitting. And he does it quite often, you know, he hits that length often. And Mikael Prince, again, you can just see him being kind of uncomfortable with the balls coming through hip height.
And it looks like Michael Pretorius coming out to bat at number 5 here for the Northwest University Dragons. Mikael Prince just having a word with him, telling him what's happening out in the middle. And a little bit of momentum swing here for the Dolphins now. The score 91 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Conrad, obviously you being a local, I don't think it's too easy to come in here and score at the JB Marks Oval. I think if you're in, you need to stay in and capitalize. I think getting in is a bit of a challenge here at the JB Marks Oval.
Yeah, we actually saw it with all 3 games. This is the 4th one in the competition that has been hosted here at the JB Marks Oval. And it's been tough going for the openings batters. The other day was the first 100 that we saw from a top order batter, and I mean this whole season. when Rivaldo and Sammy scored 100 here. So it's not easy going. You got to find yourself in good positions, got getting used to the pace. And with Michael Pretorius coming to the wicket at 5, it's not a position that we're kind of used to him. And he's usually down at 7 or 8. And the only reason that I can see for this is to still have the left hand, right hand combination.
Tristan Lees now into Michael Pretorius. Quick and in at the batter. It's guided down towards the third man region. Michael Pretorius, obviously an experienced campaigner. He's been around for a couple of years now.
He's a very good cricketer. Michael Pretorius probably going to play out his 2 or 3 games still for the Northwest University Dragons and then find himself playing county cricket in England.
Once again on the money there by Tristan Lees. And he definitely has his tail up now. 3 overs, 2 for 12. As the Northwest University Dragons now 92 for 3 after 19. And Tristan Lees definitely a strike bowler for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, as he has been throughout his career, young career so far.
Picking up 2 very important wickets there of both Yanaman Malan and Mikhail Prince, doing what his captain and coach is asking of him, running hard, bowl it as quickly as possible, make it uncomfortable for the batters at the crease, whether he goes for a 2 and over or 5 and over, but picking up those wickets, that's what the captain wants to see, getting the momentum of the Northwest University Dragons back into the hands of the Dolphins. Bowling change now, bowling change now from the university end. Looks like Keeler coming back into the attack.
And he's bowled well 4 overs north for 19. As he continues now to Michael Pretorius, and a bit of a chance there for the Dolphins.
Yeah, it was gone for all money there. You can see Michael not making a good call, leaving his captain nearly stranded in the middle. And if that hit, it was definitely 4 down.
That would have been definitely not have been ideal for the Dragons, as you have a look at that. And Fian Leber gone for all money, had that hit the stumps. Nonetheless, Fian Leber lives to fight another day for the Dragons. Score moves on to 93 for 3, and looks like Taylor's going to stay over the wicket to the left-hander. Looks like there's a slip in play. Slightly wide slip is maybe 2.5. For fielders outside, only 3 fielders outside the ring. It's fine leg third man and a sweep on the offside. Taylor now continues to Libber. It's cut away aerially over point. Work to be done. It looks like Similani out there does well. Keeps it to 2.
Yeah, Dila Similani, really good athlete. The ground he made there to cut off that boundary was really good to see. And it's important now for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins that with Tristan Lees really bowling quickly, not going for a lot of runs, that the partnership that he has with the other bowler from the other end, got to keep those dot balls, got to keep them under pressure, asking the right questions, drawing the batter forward, not giving any width.
I do feel Tristan Lees has bowled 3 overs so far. Maybe he's going to bowl 1, maybe 2 more. Beautiful line and length there by Tele. You do feel, I don't think Sir Brian's too far off. I think he might follow up Lees on that side. Maybe Taylor on this side. Just give the Hollywoodbets Dolphins that bit of control as well in the middle overs, as he's done for so many years for the Dolphins.
And important what the Dolphins did here very well is that broke the big partnership between Yanaman Malan and Mikhail Prince. And as we always say in cricket, 1 brings 2, which he did.
It's a lovely shot for no run there by Libber.
A lot of responsibility now on Vion Lever, on the captain. He's got to make sure that what his team needs is for him to be there as long as possible. Find himself still batting in over 45, maybe going through. In the previous game that was played here against the Warriors, you saw the Warriors being down 9-5. There the captain came in.
It's nudged into the leg side. Libber's running hard. John Smuts keeps it down to 1. But Conrad, it's important to see as well the next 3 batters to come in Ngwepe, Klangveld, and the Swart, all of them left-handers. It's probably part of the reasoning to send Pretorius in at 5.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason, to keep the right and left hand combination. And we shouldn't forget that Brynel and Subran only bowled 2 overs, which was at the start of the power play, and he will be a handful on this wicket later on.
Outline and length hits the thigh pad. They come through for a single. And is given leg buys as we see the medical staff coming out as well. But the end of the over is 97 for 3 after 20. That also brings Brady Barnes in to the commentary box.
Welcome back, Brady.
Yeah, good to be back. Lots has happened so far. What do you think of the start so far after 20?
Yeah, I thought the Dragons were in control there with only 1 down. And then those 2 big wickets, both international wickets that Tristan Lees picked up, just, they altered the condition of, or the momentum rather, of this innings so far. So the Dragons need definite partnership here. Interesting to see Michael Pretorius for the 2nd game in a row coming in at 5 for them. Good pace. He lets it go quickly, does he, Brady?
Yeah, really, really strong action as well. Got 2 big wickets. It almost looked like, from up top here, when I saw it, it looked like maybe it held a little bit in the wicket, but he bowled a really, really nasty bumper to Mikhail there. But yeah, he's definitely not slow.
You can see there Michael Pretorius being uncomfortable against those spaces. It's not something that you will face every single day. Good on Tristan Lees keeping the ball up to the batter. He's probably going to have a bump at some stage in this over just to get him on the back foot, make Michael wonder when he should be coming forward, when he should be going back.
I definitely feel the bouncer is not too far away. That's hard back of a length there. That's really, really hard back of a length there.
That's good pace that he's revving up. And you can also see that the captain is backing him on the lengths that he's hitting with Kaya Zondo now at first slip, with only 3 fielders out so far, which is the 3rd man, the fine leg, and then the deep square on the boundary. Whether he's going to take on the short one or not, we will see.
There's lots of oohs and ahs. The energy from this Hollywood Dolphins team, you can actually feel the energy coming from the ground. They're really loud at this present moment. They're getting around the field as well. Just with regards to, obviously, with Rick coming up at 5, obviously, yes, it's probably a tactic which you guys spoke about, and we obviously had a brief conversation. But for me, it's just, you bring him up there, and all of a sudden you feel that there's a different energy, and Hollywood Dolphins feel that they 1 wicket away here to obviously open up Beautifully bowled by Patrick Finish. You're opening up that window for them to go bang bang 2 or 3 wickets after they get maybe a Mich, I mean. But in saying that as well, I understand probably what the tactics is. Obviously, they don't want to expose those three left-handers early doors. But I'm just a big fan of no matter what the situation is, if you are better, you need to go in and you need to face the music, if there is any music.
Yeah, that's good pace again, and we keep mentioning the pace, Brady. The thing is, yes, Dion Lever played international cricket. He's been playing about 10 plus years now of domestic franchise cricket in our country, whether it was with the Dragons where he started off, then for the Lions, then he went down to the Warriors, back now in Potchefstroom. He's faced this before. Okay. Michael has not faced this before. And to expose a usual 7, 8, 9 batter to this kind of pace, it's interesting to me to see just to get the left hand, right hand combination. It's an interesting tactic, in my opinion. Um, and the thing that pace does, your feet is not moving against pace. Your head maybe is moving, but your feet is not getting out. Whether it's forward or backwards, that's the first thing that goes is your movements.
Beautifully bowled there. Another hard lane by Taylor as well. And it's obviously both these guys they're not bowling underarms. They are running in and they're hitting the wicket extremely hard.
Mm.
Um, and like you say, a lot of people are not, yeah, they're not used to those type of things.
Mm.
Your mind could be saying do something, but your body is saying no, 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 I don't wanna go forward. We bowled once again, really hard length here by Taylor. I think these guys obviously sense that they're a wicket or two away here in order to make real inroads into this NWU Dragons team right now.
Yeah, you can actually see Michal showing beyond there. It's bouncing, because he's hitting a hard length, and it looks like he's bowling a hard ball. He's hitting the deck hard, and it is uncomfortable. If something like that happens, you're not really getting a feel of the pace if the ball's doing that. So yeah, short and cut by Michal Pretorius, fielded by John Smiths on the third man boundary, doing very well there for his team. For those, let's say, not young legs anymore, John Smiths, but he needs to do and he does for his team what's expected. Bowled really well up front in the power play.
Thought he bowled really, really well in the power play. Obviously, he would have loved a wicket or two in the power play, but I thought they controlled the game, or he controlled the game in that period. Um, and they obviously scored off more off the seamers during that period of the game as well. But I definitely feel that the Hollywood Dolphins feel they're not far away from a wicket here.
They're coming around the wicket now to Vian Liber. Good early call by Vian Liber. Yeah, it's just sometimes you can sense a wicket, whether it's Vian Liber, whether it's Michal Pretorius. But again, we've got 3 sticks down, 20 overs, still a healthy rate achieved of 4.6, but not one of the top 4 so far has really dominated for them. It's one has in all the games so far for the Dragons, bar the Lions game that the Dragons won, but they don't see that big partnership that we want to see from an attack like this.
Beautiful goals by Taylor. Yeah, no, you touched on there, Gunners. I just feel, yes, we speak so much about modern day cricket and the style and how we should be playing and how world cricket is obviously playing their cricket. But I think there's a reason why there's certain cricketers that play at certain levels, and at certain levels, we can't expect those guys to be playing the way internationals are playing cricket. You got different conditions and the caliber of players that they have in there. Beautifully bowled, beautifully played by Jan Lebak. That is a beautiful shot through mid wicket. And
Sure.
get to the boundary there.
Yeah, it's all about the balance there, Brady. Yeah, Vion's head just kept very still there, kept it over middle stump, and that's why I could pierce that very small gap between mid on and mid wicket for his first boundary of his innings. Oh, second boundary, I think. The first ball he received from Tristan Lees, he got a very thick, healthy outside edge past the keeper. And now these two batters got to look at building a partnership now with the score on 103 for 3 after 22 overs. Rate achieved at 4.7. And Brady, can I just ask a question or two here? And it's not personal. A Kaiser Chiefs jersey. What's going on? Is there a derby game? I'm not sure.
We just went through last night. Was just a good one over Stellenbosch FC. Stock standard, with Kaizer Chiefs. Two big teams played yesterday. Two biggest teams in the world, actually. In Kaizer Chiefs and Liverpool, and they pulled two good wins. Whole day by Tristan Lees.
Just having a look at the replay, you can hear some laughter on the field. It just seems like Tristan Lees in his follow through got his foot in the way of Vian Libber's bat. Tristan Lees even went down to pick it up for the Vian Libber. You can see, oh yeah, he just kicked it out of his hands, unfortunately. Not something you see every day, but at least there was a smile or two. Lees continuing. Really bothering Michal Pretorius here with that pace. But let's just say, Brady, that what's Mich's job here is to stay in. That's the thing. Find a way, show that grit. So listen, I've been, for a second game in a row, given an opportunity at 5. What's my job here? I shouldn't throw it away.
No, spot on. I think he shouldn't be worrying about scoring at this rate. I think just build a partnership with Vian to get him going, because he's just a little bit out of sync at the present moment. But I think once he starts getting going, beautifully bowled back with a hard back of a length by Tristan Lees once again. Yeah, I think once he obviously gets a rhythm, I think he'll start scoring, and he'll begin to obviously score a lot more easier. At this present moment, both these guys are running in really hard, and it's not the easiest. It's really not the easiest facing these guys, because they're not, like I said, they're not bowling underarms.
Yeah, it's just the quality of this bowling attack so far, with Brendan and Subrahim open the innings. He's in the same position that the Dragons find themselves now in. 107 for 4 of 24 after 24 overs, going at a 4.5 rate achieved. This is where the Warriors found themselves in about 2 weeks ago. And they went on to score a very competitive and match-winning 280, 275, I think. And it can be done.
Yes.
Just got to knuckle down here. Give yourself best opportunity. As we say this, to the two left-handers, there's a change of bowling now at the City end with Subrahim, the captain, bringing himself on. He's got another 8 overs to go. And he's got to be a handful now. He plays with his pace, Brady.
Yeah, no, this is a wily character, this Subrahim, and I'm pretty sure he'll be licking his lips here with these left-handers to come now. With 8 overs to go still, that he still has in the bank.
Yeah, I thought his captaincy has been really good so far today. He changed his bowlers, used his bowlers in critical times, critical positions, and he's been well backed up by some good fielding by the Dolphins.
Beautifully good start.
Oh, Brady, just looking at scores from around the country between these balls of Subrahim, currently Gold Rush Boerland playing World Sports Betting Western Province. That game, of course, at Boerland Park. Province currently at 115 for 4 after 28, nearly 29 overs, with Edward Moore, the big wicket there, being bowled by Makjima. That's a big game as well for the Boerlands in top of the log. Go straight through to the final.
Beautifully bowled there, good pace. He's really going to play with his pace nicely here now, Subrahim. Beautifully bowled once again there by Subrahim. As you see, the end of the 25th over, the NWU Dragons, 108 for 4 after 25. Yeah, looks like good scores there around the country there, Conrad.
It's going to be an interesting day seeing who's going to take that top of the lock position. At this stage, it could be the Boerland team, Gold Rush Boerland team, and then the fight for the playoff position later this week will be between the Knights, the Titans, the Warriors, and the team playing here against the NWU Dragons, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, I think the Hollywood Dolphins will definitely be lining up that playoff position. So this game is so important for them.
As we see a bowling change now from the university end with Andile Similani coming back into the attack. He's bowled 2 overs so far that went for 17, but the energies were really good. Just the odd loose delivery or two that he bowled. He wants to back up his captain now.
Good start by Andile Similani. I'd really love to see a slip here to both these batters because it's also right now this game is literally in the balance here. I think Hollywood Dolphins can feel that, or they're probably thinking that you get a wicket or two here and we can really make inroads, whereas NWU Dragons are trying to build a partnership right now. So I think if they carry a slip, it will be beautiful here. It's a beautiful line, beautiful length. You do not want to get the outside edge, and you are not carrying a slip.
Yeah, that you see is that delivery from Similani is just about angle. The angle around the wicket that he's delivering from is just it's the area to hit. That's nearly hitting top of off, basically going over off stump, drawing the batter forward. Has to play at that. Yeah, Brady, just to come back to the question or to the remark that you made is why not carry a slip? Because if you put, as we always say, put 2 wickets on your score and see whether you're still in a good position for the Dragons. No. No.
Training line there, and Andile Similani down leg.
Yeah. Why not afford maybe one of your fuels to come in to the slip position? I can't see either batter playing an expansive game so far. They know their wickets 6 down or 5 or 6 down. Team is in big trouble. Basically getting bowled out for 160 to 180 here, which will never be enough on the JB Marks Oval.
Oh, naughty.
Andile Similani overstepping there. Early call by the umpire. And it's going to be a free hit, but you can see Vian Libber there being hit in the midriff area, being kind of uncomfortable. But knowing him, he will sort that out quickly and be ready for the free hit delivery that's coming up.
Yeah, and I think it's free. It's just something that will maybe just get the NWU Dragons innings going, because it has come to a bit of a standstill at this present moment. A little bit of a break here. Usually Similani into Villalba for the free hit. Short. Losing his.
That's the third time Vian Libber has lost his bat today there.
He's lost his bat. That's quite interesting to see this, because at the present moment it's just hit ball, losing bat.
Oh, sorry, Brady. Just had a message there from the former captain of the Dolphins saying that the microphone's a bit not loud enough, so maybe me and you must speak up as well a little bit. Cut by Linkwepe, getting a thick outside edge. Beats the fielder at fine leg. Looks like Ethan Bosch for the first boundary in a long time.
Yeah, really long time that this boundary has come. So what? In saying that not the best ball as well, but I think the bowler will be upset that the man down at third man there didn't do a good job there. He should have cut that off.
Especially with the amount of pressure currently on the Dragons. You don't want to give them anything in the field. We did praise the fielding so far of the Dolphins. Yeah, interesting to speak about Marcus Ackerman, who's currently not playing. Good bowling there, better length by Andile Similani. Yeah, I asked the coach this morning after Dolphins, Quinton Friend, how Marcus was doing after he picked up a grade 2 hamstring tear, and said that he will be back for the first 4-day game as captain, probably of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins setup. So all the best with your recovery there, Marcus. Missing you and Potch a little, but just a little, Brady.
Not much.
Oh, good bowling. Oh, not backed up there by Bryce Parsons. He made the ground, and in the end, just couldn't field the ball. And they go through for a single, which brings the over to an in 116 for 4 of 26. Viat Libber finding himself on 17 of 28, just getting that innings going there. And Siba Ngwepe on 7 of 8. And if you joined us, touched late earlier today, Hollywoodbets Dolphins captain Sir Brian winning the toss, deciding to bowl first at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. The innings was opened by Mikhail Prince and Ruben Herman. Ruben Herman losing his wicket to a short delivery by Ethan Bosch. And then the pace of Tristan Lees came through, picking up 2 wickets of Janeman Milan and Mikhail Prince. The figures of Tristan Lees, 2 for 13 in 5 overs. And again, you can just see what pace does.
No, he really bowled beautifully, that Tristan Lees in his first spell. But very, very, yes, he did bowl well, but very, very important that the backup seamers or spinners back him up with that performance as well. Beautifully bowled there once again by Brilliant Sir Brian. I think maybe felt that they missed out on a single there.
Yeah, I can't afford another run out now, can they, Brady Barnes?
Yeah, I think that'll be criminal if that happens.
Get another foolish delivery by Brendan Lawrence. Sir Brian, he's going to be a handful for the remaining 6 and a bit overs that he's still got left. Currently just going at 5 in his spell.
It's really, really tough as a batter. When a bowler is testing your outside half of your bat, your inside half of your bat, your inside half of your pad, your outside half of your pad, plus your stumps.
It's just the quality of Sir Brian that we've got used to over the years. And the thing is, both batters know that they can't afford to lose a wicket now. So where do you take a chance? How long do you wait to take a chance here to get on top of the bowling?
Sweep bowl once again, yeah. He's really stringing something up here.
Oh, that's another. He's looking to close out the over. He's gone for 5 dots. Doing his own fielding off his own bowling there. And that's a maiden over by Brendan Sir Brian. Now bowled 4 overs, going only for 5 runs. Score 116 for 4 of 27. And hard work left here for the Northwest University Dragons to get a partnership going, to post a total that will be touch difficult to get. It's going to be a lot of hard work for them getting over that 250 to 270 mark at this stage from this position.
But in saying that, I also feel it's not out of reach. I think if they get one big partnership, whether it's this partnership or a guy coming in that just lifts the intensity of of how they obviously want to play as well, especially with regards to spin and how they're going to play spin. But I think something's brewing, and something's brewing quite big here.
Thick outside edge by Vian Leber. Ran harder. Get another fumble there on the third man position. Is it Les? Is it Bosch? I'm not sure.
Looks like Tristan next time there.
Northwestern University Dragons won't mind that. Just getting that scoreboard ticking again. I think if you're in the position of the captain of the Dolphins here, Sir Brian, he's got many options on the field bowling-wise.
Yeah.
He still hasn't used Bryce Parsons, who's also a very handy left-hand tweaker. Also just plays with his pace. Won't say he's the biggest turner, but he just plays with the pace of his deliveries. Short ball by Similani, just letting Vian Leber know he's got that in his arsenal. And if we talk about options, Brady, we mentioned earlier, bowling attack-wise, Ethan Bosch, Similani, Les, all bowling with decent, if not very good pace. And then you sit with himself, Sir Brian, you sit with left-hand turning Smuts, you still have Bryce Parsons, So 7 players on the field that share 50 overs. It's always a very good problem as a captain to have, if you can use the word problem.
No, it's a really, really lovely problem to have. Ideally, if you want a cricket team, it would be lovely if you could have 11 all-rounders,
Especially in white ball cricket.
Definitely.
Especially in white ball cricket. Speaking to Craig Alexander this morning, asking me about his selection, the fact that Vian Leber is not bowling at this stage because of that bit of a shoulder injury that he said that he picked up in the SA20. They may be short one turner. I thought Caleb Seleka so far in this tournament. I'll continue. Cut by Vian Leber, but finding the hands of Bryce Parsons at backward point. Vian Leber brings a bit of the extra dimension to the team, where he bats 4-5, he can give you park. Oh, that was very well bowled by Sir Brian. You can actually see he pushed it through Ngwepe very late on that. Very lucky actually to get a stick inside edge and not chopping it onto his wicket. Sir Brian. He's definitely a handful here to Ngwepe, struggling to get the ball away. But it's okay still.
Yes.
It's still okay. You're still in front of the wicket.
There we go.
Cut. Good shot. Pushing John Smith at the sweep boundary. He's definitely getting his yards in today.
Looks like the ball's following him today. Yeah, we understand that yes, the Siba has started up, but it's still okay. I think he can still drop an handbrake at a certain stage in the game to catch up for those dots that he obviously did dot up. Beautiful. Now all of a sudden you can see a flow now. Just got a strike now after that cut shot. And it's just about just being patient. Patient, just buying your time for you to obviously cash in.
Yeah, and you can also, you see the partnership now being 18 of 34. That should not be the worry. The strike rate of the partnership should not be the worry.
Beautiful.
Down the ground by Vian Leber. So what 19, get it to 20, and then you work in fives. Get yourself to 25 in partnership. Forget about your personal score, but work out how you can get yourself in smaller parts of the game. Go get to 25, get to a 30 partnership. Before you know it, you're on 50.
Yes.
Even if it's on 70 balls, both batters are set then. 15, maybe 12 overs to go. Now we can have a bash, because one thing, we still got 6 wickets in hand. We can give Kleinveld the opportunity to come have a bash for the next 12 overs. We can give Rowan de Swart the opportunity to come have a bash for the next 10 overs, you understand? So that's where I would see is get through that period and make sure that one of these two is there in over 45. Oh my word. Does Milani just have that magic ball that he hits now and again that it's a hard length, it nips off the wicket. Now this ball's only 14, 15 overs old, but he's still that's magic delivery they have. And we can understand why the national selectors are looking at him with anticipation of how he's going to grow into the cricketer the country wants him to become. Cut by Vian Libber. Immediate call of 2. But look, there's a misfield again. That looks like Ethan Bosch. Talk about the ball following a player.
Yeah, I don't think this little period now that has just passed, a couple of overs that have just passed as well. It seems as though the fielding has just been a little bit sloppy by the Hollywood Dolphins, and I think they really pride themselves in the field, and their assistant coach in Duzin Bata will not be happy with those because he obviously sets high standards for these guys. Beautifully bowled there by Ndile Similani.
Still looks like there's some movement, Brady, with a little bit of a breeze now picking up from the eastern side of Potchefstroom. Going over the nice little, we won't say bachelor flat that you stay in, it's more of a bachelor mansion.
Oh, I really, really wish it was a mansion.
Oh, big swing by Vian Libber, not making contact. You can see him, it's not the worst option with both mid on and mid off up. The only concern is you can't lose wicket now.
As you see the little Jack running up and down there on the bank. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a full day out. Look at him go.
That's off the pads by Vian Libber, just off the hip. With one delivery to go in the 30th over. And it seems like we can again say this game is now, with this partnership growing to 22, it's just brewing into a very competitive game here. Whether this is a 280, 300 wicket, we're not sure. We're not out there. But let's take nothing away from the bowling performance so far of the Dolphins. They've been bowling really well. And that brings the end of that over by Ndile Milani. 5 overs for 32. We'll also bring in a commentary change with Viam joining Brady Barnes now.
Yeah, welcome back, Vian. Yeah, it's been interesting so far. Dolphins obviously controlling the rate. NWU Dragons looking to build a partnership as they look to rebuild the innings. But in saying that, they gotta get going pretty much soon now. Beautifully bowled there by Brian once again. He's bowled really well, and me and Connie were just speaking about how good his lines and his lengths are and how he takes your inside half and your outside half of your bat. He's always in the game. Beautifully bowled once again. Has been hit to extra cover area and they're running hard, trying to look for 2, and it's only set off for 1. Good work by John Smarts. He's been really good today.
Yeah, so Brian's bowled beautifully so far. 5.2 overs, 0 for 10 now. Obviously, he has something in his favour here with all the left-handers in the middle now. nonetheless, he bowled beautifully to the right-handers at the beginning of the innings as well. So definitely a senior player for the Dolphins as he continues to improve there.
Beautifully played down the ground by Lesiba, running hard. When he settled for the one. Yeah, I think this was very, very important for NWU Dragons that they rebuild the innings to experienced campaigners at the crease, but also experienced campaigner bowling right now from the city end. Yeah, good. This is really good by the NWU Dragons. They just get going. Yes, when Sir Brian came on to bowl, there's a few dots, but right now we can obviously just see the flow, and all of a sudden they get in their rotating strike of good balls as well, which is very, very important.
So Brian's bowling well.
All of a sudden straight line, and it's that beat short 45, and Jason obviously runs afterwards and cuts the boundary. And good running by the NWU Dragons for 3.
And as I said, he's bowling well. His trays a bit down leg. But 133 for 4 now is the NWU Dragons after 30. What do you think is a good score? What are you looking at from a Dragons perspective now? And if you're on the Dolphins camp, what are you looking to restrict them to?
Yeah, I think if they can restrict them to anything under 250, I think they would have done a really, really good job. They're on par to obviously do it. But the Dragons are also on par to. Oh, beautifully bowled. Beautiful line, beautiful length that beats the outside edge. As we see the end of the 31st over. Yeah, it looks like we'll have it. Take a drinks break. Welcome back to the glorious JB Marks Oval for the last 19 overs in this NWU Dragons innings. like I said earlier, as we went off air, I feel this game is still in the balance where both teams can feel that they can get one up on another one. But in saying that, obviously the NWU Dragons will look to still to rebuild, I think, up until over 40, and hope that these two guys are still at the crease so they can obviously explode in the back end. Hollywood Dolphins will probably look to get 2 more wickets here before they get to that 40th over. We're in for a bit of a cracker here in this last end.
Obviously, this is an important phase of the game for both of these teams. As we see Similani running in for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Beautiful shot off the back foot by Lesiba and Weber to the cover area for one.
Obviously, if these two can stick around for a bit, then it might be more in the favor of the Dragons, or they can get themselves to a defendable total, whatever that might be at this stage. Whereas a wicket or two here for the Dolphins will definitely put a lot of pressure on the Northwest University Dragons lineup. So a huge play to be made here by the batters here for the Northwest University Dragons, Libba and Ngwebne.
Another hard length by Andile Similani that's been tapped back to him by Vian Libba. Looks like it's also been I think this is a good cricket wicket. Yes, there's a little bit for the seamers. Doesn't look like this big turn. The odd one does maybe turn, but not much, So be interesting to see how it also plays throughout the whole day and in the second half of this game. Full ball has been driven through extra cover for a beautiful boundary.
That's a lovely shot by Vian Libba. Similani over pitching on this occasion. But as you said, it's a good cricketing wicket. If you bowl your line and lengths, especially with the newer ball, there was something in it for the seam bowlers. But maybe the wicket maybe slightly on the slowish end. But I don't think there's too many demons in there for the batters. So I think if you stay patient, stick to your game plan, and bat long periods of time, I do think there's runs to be had out there today.
Beautifully bowled, beautifully played. I think try to run it down to a third man region, but finding the point fielder. Yeah, I think Vian Libba now I think he sets himself in now to go on and obviously make a big one for the NWU Dragons.
His team would really allow for him to bat until the end of the innings here for the Dragons.
Chance. Oh, didn't pick up cleanly there. I think if he picked up cleanly, he could have been in trouble there. One of the either Vian or Lesiba would have been in trouble there.
Yeah, it's a scampered single there by the Northwest University Dragons batters. Made it home in the end. It's a good over so far. 6 runs offered with 1 to come. Similani 5.5 overs, 0 to 38 at this stage. He's bowling out to Ngwebne.
Another short ball. Oh, chance. Oh, fumble once again. Good running between these two. Good running between the wickets by these two as we see the end of the 32nd over. NWU Dragons 140 for 4.
Yeah, in Bloemfontein at this stage, the Knights playing the Titans. The Knights in a similar position to the Dragons. They were 140 for 4 after 33 overs. So very similar situations in Bloemfontein and here in Potchefstroom. Obviously two big games with the Dolphins obviously keeping one eye on the result of the Titans Knights game as well at this stage. Still in contention to make the playoffs. As Subraya now continues to Ngwebne.
by Sir Brian. Yeah, I think this whole competition, I think there's a lot of teams that are in that playoff position. And it's been short. He's been trying to pull, and it's up, and another wicket falls at a very, very crucial time in this game.
Yeah, straightforward catch there for Anu Yun, who takes the catch to dismiss Lesiba and Gwepa, and Quinlan Subrian getting a bit of a reward for his bowling so far today. He gets his first wicket of the day. And not exactly what the Northwest University Dragons were looking for at this stage.
Yeah, as you see, I think you're just a little bit short, and I think Lesiba ironed out that corner region, and it just got a little bit of bounce. Just got a little bit of bounce on him, and he top edges it.
Now the score now 140 for 5, and that brings Matthew Klingveld out to the wicket. A very prolific top order batter, a very experienced player is Klingveld. And the Dragons will need all of that experience here now today to get them towards a respectable total, Brady.
Yeah, definitely. I think that partnership between Love and Lesiba was growing, and I think it was a very important partnership for the game, and in order for them to put on a big partnership. But in saying that, I think yes, these two as well. I think Kleinfeld coming to the crease is a more than handy batter. I don't think he's batting in the position where he should be batting. I mean, he should be batting more up in the order, but I'm pretty sure he'll come out here and he'll do the job for the NWU Dragons.
A batter that likes to bat for long periods of time is Matthew Klingveld, someone who's obviously has been around the block. He's been with a few franchises over the years, and it's quite a pedigree as well. So obviously, there's now a huge partnership in the context of this game between Libba and Klingveld.
Yeah, very, very important partnership. And I definitely think the NWU Dragons, or beg your pardon, the Hollywood Dolphins will definitely feel that they can get another one here. Beautifully done. Oh, good no by, and a loud no there by Libba.
Bit of a nervous start there. As you can see, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins definitely on top. The only two fielders out on the fence. It's a square sweep on the offside boundary as well as a deep square leg slightly in front of square, mid on, mid off, and deep at wicket also in the ring. So definitely on top now are the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Beautifully played, and Matty Kleinfeld opens up his innings with a push into the cover area or a single. Yeah, very, very important now. This partnership where they need to restart bowling innings again. I was looking at when you asked the question, what is a good score? I think at that time when you asked the question, I think most Australians would have been happy with 250. Anything above that would have been golden for them. But I'm not saying that 250 is off the mark. I think it's still on and they can get it, but it's just about partnerships and building those partnerships. Beautifully bowled once again. Played a forward defense, and that's another dot. As you see, the end of the 33rd over, NWU Dragons 1-4-1 for 5.
Now, Brad, I think at this stage, the most important thing for the Northwest University Dragons might not be to have a specific target in mind. I think they might just look to ban out their overs at this stage. But with saying that, obviously keeping in mind they can't just be out there and bat, they need to score runs as well, as best as they possibly can. Obviously, we're not into the tail as we still have Ronda Swart to come in at 8, who is actually a batter as well. Someone who's made some good runs for his franchise over the years, as well as obviously he's been around. He's not a youngster anymore. So definitely they still have batting power to come. But ideally they like for these two to bat at least until the 40th over. I think with 10 overs left, they can adjust and see where they're at and maybe just break it down into 3 overs or 5 over spells. See and get through phases of the game and see where they can get it to in the end.
Yeah, no, most definitely spot on there, Vian. As you see a bowling change with Ethan Bosch coming in from the university end. Starts with a full ball and has been knocked back to mid-on for a dot.
Ethan Bosch now in for another spell. Obviously only bowled 3 overs there in the beginning. It was a very entertaining 3 overs. A lot happening in those overs. Yeah, he had the ball swinging around, moving around in that first spell. As he continues now to Kleinveld.
Oh, bit of a back of a length that's been worked down to third man just for a single.
Obviously brought back now to try and wrap things up now for the Dolphins. Get a wicket or two. Get into the bowlers here.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's definitely been brought back here to try and knock one of these two in. Sorry, knock one of these two over. Well, full on well playing by Villalba.
Look, if we can knock 2 of these 2 over here, definitely they'll be in the mix with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. But I do think if you can take one of them with him here, they'll definitely be in a very strong position. Yeah, the JB Marks Oval.
Yeah, I think the big wicket here is Villalba. He's gonna try and knock him over here. If they knock him over, I think. Oh, trickle down, fine. And it looks like it will get a runaway for. Looks like leg buys, yes. The umpire has single leg buys there. Just playing a little bit in line there, Ethan Bosch.
Yeah, look, obviously Villalba the key wicket at this stage. He has the ability to take a game away from you. Powerful player. Can hit the ball a long way. Obviously Matthew Kleinveld's a very, very good batter, but I do think Villalba maybe has a bit more of a power game to him now, and he's a dangerous batter if he can get going. So if you can knock him over here, I do think you're in a very strong position. Score now 146 for 5.
Shorten has been pulled down to deep square. For a single, swept up by good fielding down there by him, good energy by him as well. Yeah, Vian, you know, obviously, and I think they do feel that because I don't think Vian is going to take a risk at this present moment. That it wouldn't be advisable for him to take a risk. So they can obviously settle into a lane, settle into a line, and keep attacking him. Beautiful. Back of a lane once again by Bosch. As you see the end of the 34th, 147 for 5.
So Brian now 7 overs bowled, so he has 3 more that he can bowl, and I do think he'll bowl them. See, the Dolphins just have so many good proper bowling options to their disposal here.
Yeah, we spoke with Connors and we went through it. And they've got 7 guys that they can turn to, which is in 50 over cricket, that is more than enough that you probably need for these overs. That we see a little bit of a break here with, I think Matthew Kleinveld needing a new bat.
It does look like a few people have come in here today to watch the cricket. Obviously, they're in the corners under the shade. But the JB Marks Oval, always a nice and festive atmosphere. All the students coming out to support the cricket.
Yeah, beautiful day as well. So obviously bring a cooler box, a camp chair. If you need an umbrella, bring your umbrella with. Oh, kids running around on the bank in the classic banquet. It's really, really lovely to see. I spotted Conrad's little boy running on the bank there as well. He's a busy one as well.
It's always nice for the youngsters to get out and about and see their heroes play. As we see Kleinveld's got a new bat and we're up and running to get going again. It'll be Brian to continue now to Villalba.
Beautifully bowled. Oh, chance. Good running. Good running by these two. There was a slight hesitation there, but they managed to get in comfortably.
Yeah, it's a brilliant piece of running there by Kleinveld, making the call and coming through for a relatively easy single in the end. As we see a change again, mid-on comes up into the ring. Sweep on the offside, long off and a deep square leg out on the fence.
Beautifully bowled. Just been tapped into extra cover region for no run.
And Brady still a slip in play.
Good to see.
Obviously good to see as the Dolphins are well on top here. So Brian's bowling well.
Beautifully bowled. Lovely flight. Good pace as well by Sir Brian.
As we see mid-on being put back on the fence now.
Oh, chance. Oh, big wicket. Big wicket for the Hollywood Dolphins. And we see the back of Matthew Kleinveld.
Now, very important strike there for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins is Brennan O'Brien once again falling straight and at the wickets, and Matthew Kleinveld going for the sweep as we have a look at the replay now. Brian around the wicket, full straight, and the umpire really has no other option than to give that one and send Matthew Kleinveld on his way. A huge breakthrough for the Dolphins. That takes the score now to 148 for 6 after 34.4. And the Northwest University Dragons are really going to have to do well to get through the overs here and put up a respectable total, Brady.
Yeah, they really do. As we see Ronda Swart coming to the crease. Good cricketer, good all-round cricketer, good average as well. As it pops up on the board, they're 37.5 that he's averaging. It's going to be very, very important that he obviously gets that 35 and obviously kicks on to try and get a big score for the NWU Dragons here.
Now, the Dragons are obviously not in the ideal position at this stage. 140 for 4 quickly turns into 148 for 6. That brings obviously Ron de Swart to the middle. Jan Lever still not out, 34 or 54. So Brian really bowling a gem of a spell here. 7.4 overs, 2 for 17. Obviously started with the new ball this morning as well. And being a captain himself, I think he's really done well, rotating his bowlers as well today, not giving the batters any time to settle into one of the bowlers or get used to them in any sort of way either.
Yeah, it's really, really settled in nicely. And he's also rotated his bowlers beautifully well. He's realized when to bowl the left arm spinner, when to obviously bowl seamers, when to bring himself on with 2 left-handers at the crease as well. I think he's really marshaled his troops really well today. Stopped by Ron de Swart as he gets his innings away with the ball just tucked into deep square.
That's nice get off the mark there by de Swart. So 15 overs to come after this one.
A very, very important 15 overs, yeah, for the NWU Dragons. Beautifully bowled. As you see the end of the 35th over, the NWU Dragons 149 for 6. Trying to rebuild an innings. And in doing so, trying to build an innings to score, I should say, that'll be defendable and for something that their bowlers can bowl to.
Now look, obviously 15 overs left, 90 balls. So a runner ball from here will get them to 240. And but I do think at this stage, if you give them the option of 240, I don't think they'll shy away from it. Obviously, if they can bat the overs out and these two can be there at the end, still going and run a ball, I do think they'll get more than 240 if these two will be there at the end. So I think at this stage, run a ball from here, 240. I think it's something they might consider, might look at without taking too many risks. I think they can get to 240 still if these two bat well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, and that's what they need to look at and how to obviously look at it and address it as well. If they just battle those 90 balls at a runner ball, you'll take that 240 any day of the week. Beautifully full ball that's been driven to extra cover or fielded by Detorley at extra cover.
Ethan Bosch now into his 5th over. So Brian still has 2 to come from his end.
Be interesting to see if he'll actually bowl out, or I think he will. I think he'll definitely bowl out his overs now. Or beautifully bowled. Get back to the points region where Bryce Parsons is fielding.
Alex O'Brien, probably if he bowls out his 2, then they're into the last power play as well. I think he'll back himself to maybe get one of these 2 lefties out with his off spin, and then obviously he has quite a few options to turn to with Tristan Lee's. He'll probably not be too far off at this stage. He bowled with some good gas early on. As Bosch continues now.
Short ball and has been pulled to in front of the square. They've turned for 2. Good running by these 2. Really good running by them. And that also brings up the 150 for the NWU Dragons as well.
Just so many options with the ball here for the Dolphins. Once again, we keep saying it, but strike bowlers all round for the Dolphins.
Beautiful ball there. That's been hit into the cover area for a single as the sword gets through for yet another single. Yeah, and this is where Sir Brian has just been really good. I think he has 7 guys to obviously pick from. And sometimes that could also be a problem because you might bowl guys that don't need to bowl in stages of the game. And when those guys obviously come on to bowl, it could, switch momentum. Beautifully bowled, beautifully played. And it's just been tucked away to the square leg area for 1. Yeah, and you could bring them on to come and bowl, and in those it could just switch momentum onto the NWU Dragons way. But Sir Brian has been really good. I think whenever he's picked up that, this guy's obviously traveling at the time, he'll make a change and bring on the relevant people that can obviously make the breakthrough or control the rate, So he's been good. Beautifully bowled and has just been hit to the cover area for a dot. And that's the end of the 36th over. As you see the physio coming onto the field. And it looks like he's going to have a look at Sir Brian. Oh, it just looks like it's just it's taking a bit of a little pinky.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking some sort of supplement there. Just but he's finished his bowling as well, as it seems. It looks like Tristan Liesel is coming on that side. No, Sir Brian says he must hold on. He's going to bowl some more. Maybe Sir Brian in a bit of pain.
Yeah, I think those jelly babies maybe did a trick for him there. But it was interesting. I think there was thoughts of maybe bringing on Tristan Lees, but I think this is a good ploy by keeping Sir Brian in to maybe finish up his overs here.
I do think Tristan Lees is a good option as well. He's definitely a strike bowler. When he came on earlier, he dismissed Yalaman Malan. And I think he got out Prince as well.
Sir Brian has been knocked down to long on region for a single.
Sir Brian now to bowl to Rowan de Swart.
Beautifully bowled. That's been knocked down to cover region for a dot. Yeah, I think it'll be very important for these guys now just to probably give O'Brien his overs now. Once again, beautifully bowled. That's been knocked to the cover region once again. Yeah, I think just give him his overs, let him take his 2 for 20 in 10. Because he has definitely been the threat, eh?
It's nicely played down the ground. And I do think the main focus here will be for these two batters to get through O'Brien, yeah? And then afterwards, against the seamers that'll come on for the last 10 or 11 overs, I think they'll look and see what they can get out of it. But as we said earlier, I think a runner ball from here is very doable for them. And if these two can stick around, they might even get a few more.
Over O'Brien. Yeah, I think they're both capable of hitting a long ball as well. So yeah, and the threat is O'Brien, so they can easily take on the other bowlers if they do want to get the free bowl, or I wouldn't say get the run rate going, but drop in the handbrake. As you see, the end of the 37th, NWU Dragons 155 for 6.
A bit of fancy footwork there by the Toli there at the end of the over. Just caught him on camera there.
He's actually a really, really good footballer. And I think he loves his football as well. So, and obviously you saw by the touches with a little small cricket ball that he's got the techers.
He'll obviously have a big role to play a bit later on after lunch for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins with the bat when they chase down whatever the Northwest University Dragons post. As Bosch now continues.
And cut off, beaten the points area, and they've got through for a single. Ethan Bosch doesn't look too happy there with that fielding.
He's had a bit of a frustrating day as Bosch. Obviously, early on there was the eventful over where they were no balls for having 3 guys outside of the ring in the power play. He's been having a bit of trouble there with the footholds as well. But he's bowled some magical balls there, especially in the beginning with the new ball as well, getting it to move around.
Short and wide has been cut down to the cover area for a single. Picked up by Stimilani down there. Yeah, no, I think he's been a little bit unlucky as well as Ethan Bosch. Not good fielding. He's bowled some beautiful deliveries that I think, and he's obviously got that crucial wicket of Ruben Herman as well. Beautifully bowled into the points area. Yet another misfield by the guy at point. Yeah, at stages, the Hollywood Dolphins, their ground fielding hasn't been good. It really, really hasn't been good.
And there's also been moments of brilliance as that, I think it was the run out of Michael Pretorius as well, where Jason Smith picked up and hit it directly from mid-off. It does look like one of the Dolphins fielders is in a bit of discomfort there in the cover region. Looks like he's holding his knee. Did have a bit of a stretch. It looked like a hamstring calf type stretch. And now he was holding his knee as well. Looks as well as if it looks like Hervé is taking his bib off to go and have a bit of a field, and the medical staff's also running on. Concerning, looks like Bryce Parsons there.
Yeah, looks like Bryce Parsons is coming off there. He doesn't look too happy about it.
Looks like he's holding his hamstring a bit. Obviously concerning signs as he is listed to bat in the top order as well later on.
No, it's very interesting, and not interesting, but It's not a good sign when there's just been so many injuries in our domestic game with so many guys being out at this present moment. Now the short ball has been pulled down to the deep square area for a single.
It's a good arm by the fielder in the outfield.
Small arm by who's down there? There's Kush, yes. Kubalent that's been knocked to the cover area for a single. Good fielding there by so I mean it could have ended badly that day.
Sure. That's exactly what the Northwest University Dragons need at this stage. They're getting their run a ball, they're knocking it around, keeping the scoreboard ticking. And if you look again, you're in a better position. So just keeping it going, keep ticking it over. Bosch now to Liver.
Now the short ball has been worked down to backward of point. I mean, deep, bigger part backward of deep square for boundary, and a well-deserved boundary for the NWU Dragons.
That's a good over for the Dragons. Ethan Bosch, 6 overs, a 1 for 35. Vian Liver on 42, not out at this stage. Around the Swart, he's on 8, not out. 12 overs to go as we have a look at the replay. Ethan Bosch spotting a bit of a drag down and helped on its way.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Vian Liver. I thought he used the pace really well, just to place it in that area. The one thing that they don't want, the Hollywood Dolphins don't want to do is get the NWU Dragons back into this game by just allowing this game just to drift and just to go on, because I feel if they do, they can always come back and backfire them.
So Brian now into his last over.
Beautifully bowled there. Once again, he's been so good today. He has really, really been really good, and I've been really impressed by him.
He's been on the money since this morning.
So, good field by Kush there at points, the point region.
$164 for 6. The Swart on strike.
Back to the points here for another dot. Not to panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Yes, you are dotting up, but it's a very, very important partnership for them to get a good score on the board. Beautifully played, well played. Down the ground to Longwolf.
Vian Liver has played a good inning so far, 42 of 62. He's really anchored the inning so far for the Northwest University Dragons. They'd really like for him to go long here.
She played for another dot off the back foot into extra or to the cover region. Well, that's been knocked to the cover region where John Smuts picks up and gets it into the keeper. As you see, the end of the 39th over. NWU Dragons 166 for 6. As you see a bowling change in Kelly coming back into the attack, replacing Ethan Bosch.
Brennan Subrian, 10 overs, 2 for 22. And it's really been an outstanding performance by the skipper. As Taylor comes into the attack now again, I think this is his third spell. He's going to bowl 7 overs north for 31. And I do think Tristan Lees will come from the other end, and they'll try and finish things out here for the Dolphins.
Very, very important phase of the game right now as we speak. Dragons would have obviously liked to be 4 down, but they still got 4 wickets in hand, with Björn Libber being good start. Great, good fielding, good hand there by the extra cover fielder to cut out the boundary. But it does feel as though I think the NWU Dragons are going to look to drop the handbrake now.
I think obviously wickets in hand are a bit of a concern for them. A beautiful cover drive and a good hand. I think it's Ethan Bosch there in the cover region. Definitely saved a few there for his team. That's of course the last over in the second power play.
Extra cover, and that beats extra cover. And it looks like they will cut out the boundary to Brian. And not only, oh, good running by these two. They got back for 3. It's really, really good running by these two.
And just like that, 5 runs already off the first 2 here. So great start to this over by the Dragons. Swart playing a lovely back foot punch there through the cover region. He'll have a big role to play with the ball as well later on. He's the Swart.
Back of a length, and has just been defended by Ruan Swart. Yes, he's going to be a very, very important bowler for the NWU Dragons when he gets ball in hand. I think he's been decent this season, steady. Runs up, looks like it's a good length to shape the ball if there's anything in the wicket or in the air. He's one that will exploit conditions. Full ball in as we knock to mid-wicket region for a dot.
And this might be the wicket to suit Ron the Swart's type of bowling as well. I think he'll bowl that straightish lines, maybe get the wickets in play. It's going to be a big play for them today, is Ron the Swart.
It's been a steady over so far. 5 runs coming from it. 2 big balls. Short bowler has been pulled down to the squaring region for a single.
That brings Björn Libber on strike. He's on 48 at this stage.
I think it's been a really good innings by Björn Libber. There's been a controlled one. He's naturally an aggressive cricketer, but circumstances obviously didn't allow him to be as aggressive as how he had liked. And it's been tucked into the deep square region and yet again for a single. As we see the end of the 40th, and that's the end of me as well.
Yeah, the end of the second power play. Obviously, 5 guys allowed outside the 30-yard circle now. The score 173 for 6 after 40. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Conrad de Swart. Conrad, welcome back.
Thanks, Leon. Yeah. At 10 overs off there. Spent 5 of them with my kid. Boy, was he busy. But it's okay. At least he's enjoying the outside here. Always nice coming down to the JB Marks Oval on a Sunday. It's been some good time here. Many youngsters running about, and that's what we want to see, eh? Coming down to the cricket on a Sunday, watching professionals play the game everybody loves. Going to be a big 10 overs here, Vian.
Yeah, obviously Tristan Lee's back into the attack now, and he's been impressive so far. He's bowled at some good pace, and he's been threatening. He's into Libba, who defends that into the point region. 173 for 6, 60 balls, 59 balls to come.
Yeah. Well, if we go at 6 this year, the Northwest University Dragons, you end up on 230-ish, which I think is that short. Problem that they sit with is the 6 down, because after this they only have Seleka, Kluter, and
Mangru, I think.
Mangru.
That'll help as well.
Everything counts, yeah. I think the Dolphins were really good in the field so far. Little blemish here and there with a missed field maybe, but otherwise been very tidy. Very good discipline showed. Bowling attack was very strong today. Thought the captain rotated his bowlers very well, and what a good spell has Sir Brian bowled there for them. Vian never hits on the inside thigh.
That might have been close to his hip as well.
Can see him in a lot of discomfort at this stage. Probably going to see the trainer running out in a second or two. Yeah, he's showing, indicating that he needs assistance. And if you see something, it was a stop-start to this innings with an injury or two. Having a look, yeah, just early on it, getting hit on the close to the hip bone, if not the hip bone. But if you look up at the time currently, it's 13:07 with another, let's say 10 overs to go. That's 40 to 45 minutes. Umpires could possibly decide, yeah, there was a stoppage here and there. But they got to hurry up if they want to finish in their 3 hours and 30 minutes that they allocated to bowl their 50 overs.
That's a good point to make now as well. It does look like Vian Libba is ready to go again. Tristan Lee's he's storming in once again.
Yeah, if you look at the bowling figures so far of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Prenell O'Brien, fantastic. He picked up 2 for 22 and 10. Fantastic. He started off with a new nut, bowled really well. Then Ethan Bosch, 35 in his 6 overs, picking up the single wicket. John Smuts was nice and tidy, 5 overs for 19. Okil Kmele, 38 in his 8 overs that he went for. And Dilisi Milani, 39 and 6.
It's nicely played into mid-off by Libba, and that also takes him to his half century as the Northwest University Dragons skipper. He's really stood up for his team here so far today.
And then Tristan Lees is now bowling 2 more deliveries in his 6th over. He picked up those 2 wickets for 15, and has he been good so far today, picking up Yarman Malan and Mikael Prince both on leading edges. Just a lot of discomfort that all the batters who faced him had today. Bowling at close to 140s, if not 145s. What a find for the Dolphins he has been this season.
John Smuts, 5 overs, 0 for 19.
Yeah.
I think he'll be unlucky not to have bowled more. I think probably it had something to do with all the left-handers in the middle overs. Once again, Tristan Lee's rushing the batter with a bit of pace there.
Again, that hard length that he's hitting there, Vian, making very uncomfortable. If you look at the scorecard of the Dragons, Mikael Prince opened the innings with Ruben Herman. He made 38 or 53 deliveries. Ruben Herman just picking out the fielder at fine leg for 9. Yarman Malan looked good for his 28. Short again by Tristan Lees, but helped around the corner by the Swart. Mikael Prince again coming in at 5. Had a bit of a tough time with a bat again at a position that he's not known for. He's made 4 of 18 in the end, running himself out. The Sibang Gwepe went for 16 of 26 deliveries. And then Matthew Clayfeld trying to sweep Prenell O'Brien, but was straight in front. He made 2 of 8. And again, it's just it's just the feel of that batting attack that is a concern. Players batting out of position, no real consistency throughout the 7 games that they've played in their batting attack. Personally, I feel that when Kleinveld opened with Janeman Malan, the two of them had some kind of a good partnership going.
Shorten cut away into the offside. Work to be done. And a fumble in the outfield allows them to come back for the second.
We're just singing the praises of the fielding, but again, another blemish in the outfield, this time by Andile Simelane. Every single run will count here and will build to that, let's say, respectable score that the Dragons can post here.
Yeah, whatever that might be at this stage, a respectable score, Conrad.
Yeah, over the 4 games that the Dragons played here, I picked 3 of them correct. 2 of them correct, I beg your pardon. I was out by some way in the Warriors game because of the amount of wickets that fell in the initial part of the innings, and then the big partnership between for the 7th wicket by the Warriors pushed their score to 175. I think with the depth of this Dolphins batting attack, got to look in the excess of 250 if you can get there. Again, just referring to, it's going to be hard going for the Dragons to get there. These two's got to be there at the end if they're looking at 250, possibly 260, which will make it competitive because of the nature of this wicket at stage. It looks kind of two-paced.
Bosch now continues to the Swart. So I do think anywhere around 250 at this stage, I think the Dragons will be very happy. I think from a Dolphins point of view, they'd like to get them as close as possible to 220, 230 at this stage, especially with the bowling they have to close out this innings. I think a wicket here definitely will be worrying signs for the Dragons.
Yeah, I think Vian Liver knows that they got to walk out of this 50 overs intact, not be bowled out. Shorter pulled by the Swart, only finding the fielder. Very good shot, showing some very good intent there by the Swart. You can see the pace difference between, for let's say, Tristan Lees and Ethan Bosch. And don't misunderstand me. Ethan Bosch is bowling decent wheels. That's touching 130 around about there. But that extra 10 Ks that Tristan Lees is revving up makes a big difference in anybody's mind. Been impressed with Ethan Bosch over the last 2 or 3 seasons. Showed some really good progress. Him and his brother, for that matter, that's both now played international cricket.
Obviously, a concern for the Dolphins at this stage is Bryce Parsons having left the field. Looks like he was holding his hamstring there. So, not too sure what's going to happen there with their batting lineup. Is he going to come out or not? We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, we can see his name is actually down at 3, with the 2 openers being Tsipong Tole as well as John Smuts. We know how John John's going to play. He's not going to die wondering. Probably going to go hard after the power play. Bryce Parsons' name is dotted down at 3. With Jason Smith at 4, who played one big knock for them on Friday evening against the Knights up in Durban, won the game there in the end. Then we've got Kaya Zonda, also international, at 5, with Hanifa Yun at 6, who's currently keeping, and he's made some good strides for them, for the Dolphins, after being in Kimberley, if I'm not mistaken, at the Northern Cape Heat, making the trip down to the coast there.
Tristan Lees now continues. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. A little bit of bat on that. If he could manage to beat point there, at 4 written all over it.
Yeah, and then at 7, of course, we've got Ethan Bosch with Andile Simelane, who's no muck with the bat either. He's down at 8. And then the captain, Prinalyn Subrian, he can also bat. Tristan Lees I've not seen, to be honest with you, but apparently he hits it as well. Short pulled by Vian Liver, fielded by Jason Smith. And then, of course, at Number 11 will be Kile Ncele. So it's still a very strong batting attack. If you can make inroads early and get them under pressure, precisely what they did to the Dragons, we could be for a very good cricket game in the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the Knights had them in a bit of trouble as well on Friday night when Jason Smith played that nice innings. So a bit of character in this Dolphins lineup as well, a bit of fight. So never really on top until you have them bowled out, it seems. As Lees now continues to the Swart.
Shot there by the Swart. Good fielding in there by Andile Semilani, making up for that blemish in the previous over. That's very good intent off the boundary rope. We are looking around the country. So at Boland Park, the Gold Rush Boland playing World Sports Betting Western Province, they bowled them out for 182, with the pick of the bowlers being the spinners there. Of course, that wicket, we know it's a turning wicket, slowish wicket.
Lees now again into Libya, who charges down the track and they scamper through for a single.
So yeah, Mahima picking up 2 for 17. Sean van Bath again, very, very good, 3 for 44. Imran Marak 2 for 32. So Boland to end top of the log, get a home final. Need to score 183. But then down in Geberga, where the Dolphins Warriors playing DP World Lions. That's a great wicket shot there by the Swart, piercing the gap through the cover area for 4. What a cricket shot!
That's a beautiful cricket shot there by Rowan de Swart.
I said earlier, I think the two of us, or possibly Brady, were on air. I said, what pace does is your feet get stuck. Your feet's not moving as soon as it's quick because you're not sure where the ball's going to land. But what is so good by Rowan de Swart, he got his front foot out to the ball, his head led into that shot. Much better delivery.
Tristan Lees once again back of a length into the deck, and that's the end of his 7th over. 7 overs, 2 for 23. He's bowled brilliantly so far. The Dragons now 185 for 6. And that's at the end of 43 overs.
So down in Geberga at the St. George's Park Cricket Stadium, the DP World Lions now on 262 for 5 with 7 deliveries to go. Conor Esterhuizen still there on 71 of 75 deliveries, and he was joined by the line of Potchefstroom quite recently, who's now already got 21 of 13 deliveries, 2 maxims to his name already. And then Bloemfontein, your hometown. Okay, people must be missing you there. We have the Knights taking on the Momentum Multiply Titans, and the Knights currently find themselves 191 for 8 in the 45th over, with Patrick Botha still there on 87 and Dion Forrest had scored 42, just continuing on his rich vein of form.
Ethan Bosch in here again, on the money once again as well by Bosch.
Yeah, so I think we're in for an afternoon of good cricket if you think everybody's still playing for that illustrious playoff position. Gold Rush playing for a home final position. And they had a turnaround in their fortunes this past season. They close to relegation last year. Now they're looking to host a final already, possibly picking up 15 lock points.
Slightly down leg side, it's Libba going on a big hook shot there, but white ball signaled by the umpire. Yeah, coming back to the Bloemfontein game there, Conrad, there's been a lot of rain about in Bloemfontein the last couple of weeks. But the Knights were in all sorts early on. I think they were 30 for 3, recovered nicely to 140 odd for 4, with Botha and Forrester both making substantial scores. Patrick Botha obviously still carrying his bat there for the Knights, as we see Libba tucking that one into the leg side for 1. And yeah, 190 odd for 8. It's I'm not too sure what conditions look like there today, but Mangang Oval usually is a nice wicket.
Oh, I think it's always been a good wicket there. Quick wicket, always rolled really hard, not much grass on it. But I think those two openers are the Titans. In Munsami and Luandra Pretorius will be the guys that holds the key to that game. You know, if you can get them either early, because you're not going to get them quickly after that. So they've been in prolific form. Both of them scored hundreds so far in this one-day competition. So making inroads early into that batting attack, putting some pressure on Devon Brevis. You never know what can happen. Knights are also vying. Both teams are vying for that semi-final spot, or that playoff spot, as we say.
Ethan Bosch now to De Swart. Beautifully driven down the ground to mid-off, where Sir Brian does the fielding.
Yeah, you can see the captain there just finding himself on the ring, not really going forward much, understanding that singles not going to hurt the cause at this stage. He's just cutting down that boundary. So yeah, very good captaincy by himself, putting him in that position, just having a quiet word in the ear of the bowler.
Libba now on strike. The beautifully bowled slow ball bouncer into the wicket. And I think it's very important the positioning of your captain as well in the field. I think obviously for a captain to be fielding close to the bowler, to have a word, speak tactics, speak angles, whatever the case might be, I think fielding at mid-off is ideal for the captain. Close to the action, have a word with whoever needs a word. And at this stage, having a chat to Ethan Bosch as well.
Oh, just going back to Vian, if you see there on the replay getting hit again, I think we've got to get in a call to his wife early. Chipped, slow delivery by Ethan Bosch, just chipped by the Swart being early on the shot. Yeah, Vian got hit a few times today already on the body, so his wife's got to be let known that she's got to get the deep head ready to just massage some of that into the body, or he find himself in the ice bath early up here in the HPI tomorrow morning. For the Dragons, they're not in the position to make a playoff game. They will have a few days off before the last stretch of the season, with the 4-day competition starting on the 20th of March. Dragons will move down to Durban to play the Hollywoodbets Dolphins there, and let me tell you, that wicket's going to turn. They will have Maharaj in their ranks to play that game, so it's going to be a very big game for the Dragons down there.
It's a punch down the ground as well. And interestingly enough, I see Bryce Parsons is back on the park as well, fielding at point. He's still holding his hamstring quite a bit, still stretching it a lot, so not too sure what the situation is there, but it's good to see him out on the park again. But yeah, it's definitely going to be challenging conditions down in Durban for the Northwest University Dragons.
I think in the end, promotion relegation will just come down to whoever ends where in that competition.
That's going to be interesting end to this season, especially with regards to the promotion relegation and all those sorts of things. I think in Division 2, there's quite a few teams in the running as well at this stage.
Yeah, I saw something posted. I'll keep you posted as I find it on one of the WhatsApp groups that I'm on. Saw that a few teams could possibly move up, but now there's also talks of a structure rechange. Based by these testing on the short one there. Yeah, I think as far as I know that the presidents and CEOs are sitting tomorrow discussing the possibility of a structure change. 2 options apparently on the table, Vian. One being keeping 8 top flight teams, and then 16 teams going into, let's say, a semi-pro format like it was a few years ago. And then there's also another option of 10 professional teams on the table. That's a big hit by Vian Libba. He got all of that, and that's going to hit the roof for a maximum.
That's beautifully picked up by Vian Libba. And that's another thing with pace on the ball, Conrad, is get a bit of bat on it and it usually flies away. And might this be the change in gears that this people in the stands are looking for from the Northwest University Dragons.
Yeah, he definitely got all of that. You can actually see him just swing the blade there with freedom down leg. It was all about the angle, Vian. That's why it went so far. There was space on it, and he just helped it with the angle to the fine leg area for an absolute massive boundary. That thing went up in the air for a very long time.
I wouldn't be surprised if this one's banged into the wicket again at a good pace. At least now to Libba.
Another short one by Vian to Vian Libba. Didn't get all of it, but it does go for a boundary, and that's back to back. 10 runs off 2 deliveries.
This is encouraging signs for the Dragons spectators. Obviously bring up the 200 as well for the team. And if Jan Libba can bat to the end here in this vein, then I do think the Northwest University Dragons will put up a total that might be very, very competitive against this very strong Dolphins outfit.
The only thing that I see is just the one spinner in the team with the part-timer of Kleinveld, who's possibly definitely gonna bowl. Again, same angle to Vian Libba. It looks like they're going for 2. Got to hurry on the far end, but the throw is a bit wayward from Similani. That's a big over for the Dragons, taking the score to 203 for 6. With 5 overs to go, 30 balls. Let's say you add another 30, 40 to that if you're still a decent competitive score here. Yeah, Vian, I just think the fact that there's only one recognized spinner in Caleb Seleka is where the problem lies. So Brian bowled his 10 overs, class that the man is, 2 for 22. No off spinner, no left arm, proper left arm turn, because between Kleinveld and Lesiba and Gwepe, it's not really recognized. It's more like, let's call it golden arm. So yeah, we're missing Vian Libba's bowling, does the Dragons. Got to find someone in that top 6 that can do that job for them. Maybe there's not someone in this current squad, but possibly in the upcoming contract period, something to look at for Craig Alexander.
No, definitely. The balance of the squad's always it can be challenging at times to balance out your squad and have all your bases covered. But looking at bases covered, this Dolphins team, I mean, they have spinners in their top 6. They have Jason Smith that is able to bowl, I think, in the top 6, but it's not necessary at this stage. They have Bryce Parsons with a left arm spin as an option if it's necessary. They have John Smuts. So very good balanced outfit, I think, this Dolphins lineup. Taylor now continues to the Swart.
Tucks it to the mid-wicket area. They're definitely going for 2. Very good running. Taylor making some good ground to the ball, but not picking it up cleanly. Excellent running between these two. Has already put their partnership now past 50. Currently on 55 of 64 deliveries. I think, Vian, when it comes to the Dragons bowling attack and what they have to their disposal is the lack of pace, if we can call it that. For example, Kerwin Roo is not going to bowl you quick. It's probably going to touch 120 if. But the fact that there's no pace on the ball on this wicket could make it difficult. Also have Ruan de Swart, who's not bowling at rapid pace, but is hitting those areas with a bit of shape, with a bit of movement. So that could also play in their favour. Short, again, just tucked by Ruan de Swart.
I think obviously Caleb Seleka's 10 overs here will be vital for the Dragons. Then they're going to have to put a few overs together between the part-timers, I think, at some stage in this game. And I do also feel that new ball period is going to be vital between Mangru, Kluter, and probably Michal Pretorius as well. I think between the 3 of them, that new ball period is going to be vital. And then the middle overs, Caleb Seleka, and I think Rwanda Swart will play a big part in the middle over as well, with a bit of cutters and bringing the stumps into play. You see Taylor now, he's into Libba.
Pulled by Vian Libba. You can actually see him bowling now the slower ball bounce, as we call it. Just rolling his fingers, still bowling it into the wicket so that it grips. but all very well looked after by Vian Liber. Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Vian. The thing is, Caleb should not be bowling outside over 40. The leg spinner should never bowl in white ball cricket. Caleb's not a big turn of the ball, and that's the area of concern. I think when, after this delivery, hit over the top by Rwanda Swart. Excellent cricket shot. Just got the length that he wanted. Freed the arms up, keeping his shape and his balance throughout the shot. Fantastic cricket shot by Rwanda Swart. And that's the boundary that we're looking for in this over. Already going for 7 so far. I think the overs of Aishal Klute is going to be crucial for the Northwest University Dragons today. He has not been bowling well in the last few games. He was replaced by Lutandu Tanwani, now getting a game again after Lutandu Tanwani got some tap. So his over is going to be crucial, and how he will stand up for the challenge is going to be crucial in this defense of the score that the Dragons will post. I saw him playing for the Boland here before he moved down, where he actually bowled really well from the city end. I think in the power play, he picked up 3 sticks of the Dragons, and he won the game. I think it was man in the match in the end. And if you can have that performance today of Aishal Klute, the Dragons can be in with a chance against this very dangerous batting attack of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
White call by the umpire. A bit of hands on hips there by a few of the Dolphins players. Quite a delayed call of wide. Umpire well within his rights to call the wide.
Oh, some players just giving it the old teapot there. Was definitely was within the wide line, but it could possibly be for height. And now you see a fielding change with the captain just moving himself down to the long off boundary. They're bringing up third man, so that should tell you this is also going to be a bit up to the bat. Short, pulled by Vianlebe. Has he found the gap? Good yards made there by Ethan Bosch. The old middle bluff there, hey?
No, I think he was always going to go pace off into the wicket. Maybe force him to hit the ball down the ground. I think with the lack of pace on that ball, probably will never go down to third man or fine leg. Nonetheless, end of the over, 215 for 6 with 4 to go. And the Dragons are in a better position than they were 10 overs ago. But I don't think the Dolphins will be too concerned at this stage, Conrad.
No, not looking up at that 215. They know that it's possibly somewhere in the region of 250 plus this wicket with the firepower that they have. It's just looking after the next 24 deliveries that they have to go in this innings. If you look at the rate achieved, 4.7, Dragons can have a few just dots here at the back end. You see another bowling change now with Andile Semelani coming in from the city end. I will give it to these two batters. They did precisely what was needed of them. Partnership now of 67, and that's only of 71 deliveries. It should have been at the front at the start of the innings instead of at the back end.
It's nicely played into the leg side by De Swart. And he's really played well, Ron De Swart. He's came in and he's done what Vian Liber has been looking for this whole innings. He's been there to bat with him for a period of time. And he's giving his team a chance here.
Yeah, it's all about that partnership as mentioned before. If you look at this field placing for Andile Semelani, you can see there's 4 fielders inside the ring. All of them on the offside. Now moving Kili down to third man. They're bringing in the long on fielder now into the ring, going to mid on. Then we have a backward point, extra cover fielder with the captain finding himself still at mid off. Good shot by Vian Liber, scampering through for another single. He's played a very good knock here for his team. Again, it's his 3rd good score of this campaign.
Yeah, Vian Liber is a very experienced campaigner now. He's played a few games He's been around. He's done it on numerous occasions actually for his team. He's played good innings, mature innings. The rest of the team can bat around him, and a real senior player in this setup. Obviously being the captain, but performance-wise, he's really been one of the senior players as well.
The only thing is, I don't think two Dragons batters has fired in the same game, for them. Good delivery by Similani. Harder length, more into the wicket. Yeah, 3 players inside the ring on the offside. Just looking up at the clock now, it's 25-2, which means they're 5 minutes over their allocation of 3.5 hours. It'll be interesting to see whether it will stay the same for the last 3 overs, whether the umpires are still lenient. Slow delivery. Such a good cricket shot by Rwanda Swart. Piercing the field on the offside. Going for a boundary. He's been really good in that area today, Vian.
Yeah, and it's smart batting by Rwanda Swart. I mean, it's an area where more often than not, it's really not a protected area. There you have your covers in place, but you don't have a deep extra cover on the boundary. You usually have a sweeper out on the normal cover point boundary. So really smart in the way he's targeted the bowlers. But yeah, going back to the bowlers being a bit over their time, I think there has been quite a few stoppages in play with medical teams coming out with the concussion tests early on, and a few blokes being hit on the hips and the arms and all those things. But it'll be interesting to see how they handle it in the end.
It's better by Similani. It's straighter, more into the wicket. Fuller length. You can just see the previous, it was a very good cricket shot by Rwanda Swart, but just the execution of the plan by Similani, because he's got 2 fielders behind on the offside, behind square, in a very backward point. It's like a deep gully where Bryce Parsons finds himself in. Then Selly at the short third man. Then you've got the sweeper on the offside, and then can we call that extra cover, or is it a straighter extra cover?
Look, I think the field's actually set for him to bowl straight lines with 4 guys out on the leg side. As you say, Similani in now again.
Straight. Oh, he's just chipped it straight to John Smuts. Mishit by Vian Liver. But to commend him on an excellent knock, being hit on the body so often today, still getting himself into the 47th over, and that was what was required.
Yeah, 69 of 86 in the end. Really a good innings by Vian Liver under the circumstances here. And Similani getting that one up into the block hole, and Vian Liver not quite able to get underneath that one on the toe of the bat and holding out to extra cover. The score now double Nelson for 7, with 1 more to come in this over, as Vian Liver walks off with an applause by his teammates and the crowd as well, and well deserved as well by Vian Liver.
Yeah, leading from the front. We mentioned that for you to put up a respectable score, one of those 2 batters had to be there in over 46 to 48, which Vian Liver did, falling for a very well played innings. Taking responsibility as captain. Vian Liver scoring 69 of 86 deliveries with 5 boundaries and solitary 6 that he hit with a strike rate of 80, which is very commendable for the situation that his team found itself in. Outjoined by Caleb Seleka. He's made a run or 2 this past season.
Yeah, they're going to need him to stick around here for these last couple of overs with Rwanda Swart. And the Northwest University Dragons will dearly like for Rwanda Swart to go bat through here for their team and maybe hit a few boundaries as well, get them up to that 240 mark, maybe even more.
Typical tail end of Vian. First thing that he told me yesterday when he saw me coming to watch his brother played for one of the cricket clubs against the university, he asked me whether I was watching his batting this past season. And I told him I still honestly don't care about his batting. But as any tail ender likes it, they want to play some shots. Oh, that is so well played by Rwanda Swart. They're running hard, definitely going to push John Smith for the third, which they do get. He just helped it around the corner there.
Yeah, I think that was nicely bowled by Taylor once again. It was into the wicket slow ball again, and he just tapped it on its head down towards the fine leg region as we have a look at the replay now. Rolling his arms and just almost off, just trying to evade it and in the end just guiding it past the wicketkeeper for. They came through for a third then in the end.
And all of it important runs here to the Northwest University Dragons. Every single run count. We said 230. All of a sudden, with few deliveries to go, 13 deliveries to go. Shot Caleb Seleka. Maybe I should start paying attention to his batting. That looks like a top order type of cricketer that's batting there with Rwanda Swart.
Yeah, not too much tenderness about that shot. Caleb Seleka off the mark first up. Getting his account up and running.
So in Geberga, the DP World Lions, after the completion of 50 overs, 279 for 5. Warriors needing 280 to possibly qualify for the playoff game. The Knights still sticking around 220 for 9 with 8 deliveries to go in Bloemfontein.
Wild ball signaled by the square leg umpire. And once again, a few teapots and double teapots out there. As we have a look at the replay now.
Short delivery, yeah, it's on height. The batter did duck. But in the end, it's the umpire score. That's all that matters in this game.
Taylor now once again into the Swart. Short and pull, that's in the gap. Work to be done. And it's Ethan Bosch who does brilliantly. Does the fielding and pops it up to his teammate who throws the ball in. This is quite the hand Rwanda Swart's playing now. He moves his tally up to 40 now.
Fantastic knock by Rwanda Swart. Coming in at 8 today. I think that's maybe one spot too low for him in the end. He's probably a 6 or 7 batter. Okay, just wondering about that. Michael Pretorius at 5. Pretorius batting at 5 for the last 2 games for the Dragons. Could it be that the coaching staff really put so much emphasis on a right and left hand combination?
Does look like the Swart's maybe having a bit of trouble there with his spikes. But I have seen Rwanda Swart bat higher up in the order in the past. I think he's batted at 5.
He batted 5 for the Dolphins while he was down there, and he made some good runs for them at that position, so he can bat. It's just not understanding this really why he finds himself at 8, even out of form. That's still not the position. He was an accomplished school cricketer, one of few players in our country to make both SA schools rugby and cricket teams in the same year, and he did it 2 years in a row. Then went on to play for Tuks, very good cricketer there. Went on to play for the Northern Transvaal Colt setup. Very good all-round sportsman.
Yeah, it looks like he's ready to go again. Defender down the ground there by the Swart. Smart cricket. Getting off strike there. 2 balls to go now. Seleka left with these last 2 now. He'll look to make an impact. Show the people his batting attributes.
He played a very good knock, I think. One of the losing causes of the Dragons. He 1 or 2 shots over the top, over extra cover, if you won't believe it, Vian. Sounded like a bit of an inside edge there that he got. Fortunately, not onto his stumps.
Nicely picked up by Viljoen as well behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's been tidy behind the stumps. Was Hanu Viljoen today.
As it looks like we'll have a sphere change of field here. Looks like deep mid wickets dropping back onto the fence as well. The 5 out there and sweep on the offside boundary. Third man fine leg, deep square leg. Looks like he's either on square or just in front of square, and deep mid wicket now out on the fence as well.
Last ball of the 48th over. As well to get that single. It just shows you to the Dragons at this stage, every run counts. Because the last ball of the 48th over, who do you need on strike? The in-batter. The one on 41 or 45 deliveries. But they said, fine, every single run counts. They understand that it's maybe not the 280 wicket that we're used to in Potch, or possibly 300. Got to work for every single run here, and how this bowling attack of the Dragons will be bowling to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins going to be crucial later this afternoon.
That's also good to see it on the Swart. He backs his partner as well, not trying to farm the strike. Backs Caleb Seleka to face up to Similani. I do think Seleka will probably just try and get a single either way now.
Now he's probably just going to try and get bat on ball. Get on the Swart. Back on strike. Similani in from the city end. Oh, and he just tucks it down to finally, to third man rather. You can actually see, Vian, how close those fielders were in on the offside. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them on the offside, and none of them were more than 15 steps from the bat, anticipating that little bat on ball quick single from Seleka. In the end, he does very well to angle the bat down to third man, getting in the in-batter, Ruan de Swart on strike. He's got to have the majority of the deliveries.
Look, we were speaking about that 230 earlier when it was a runner ball, and we're already past 230 now. The Swart now on strike. That's pulled away towards fine leg where Jason Smith is situated. So I do think the Dragons have done well to get to where they are now. Obviously, with a couple of balls to go, they might still get to that 250 if they really, really capitalize on these couple of last balls.
Yeah, when Matthew Kleinfeld went out to Sir Brian on that sweep shot, I think it was in the 34th over, thought to myself, if they don't knuckle down here, there's a chance of them being bowled out for 180. And the partnership between Vian Libber and Ruan de Swart was so substantial that all of a sudden you look up and you think, oh, 233, it's going to be some kind of work that we need to put in.
And Seleka awfully missed out there. Enough bat on that, would have seen 4 runs maybe if he could beat point. So 233 for 7 with 9 balls left. I still think the Dolphins will feel decent enough about their performance so far. I think they'll back themselves to get 240 or 250.
Oh, they'll be happy with their bowling performance. Maybe a little blinks or two in the field. Not too many extras conceded today. Oh, that is a superb. Finally glanced by Caleb Seleka, and it goes for 4. You'll be very happy with that. Similani just straying on his line there, Vian.
Seleka doing nicely to get inside the line of the ball there and tickle it down towards the fine leg region. Evading Anu Viljoen as well. So fine, but not too fine. Playing down towards fine leg as we have a look at the replay now. Getting on towards our off stump and just getting inside the line of the ball, riding it down towards fine leg. It's good batting by Seleka.
Oh, that glance any top order batter would be happy with.
Losing his radar a bit now as Similani that's wide. 7.4 overs, 1 for 52 is Similani's work today.
You can actually see it on the Swart showing Caleb Seleka there. Why don't you go for the uppercut? It's difficult for a guy walking in 9 to have all the shots there, everyone. The fact that he scored a boundary already for your cause is a major accomplishment already.
An eventful 2 balls coming now here by Similani. Dead bat and a 1 into the offside. Nicely played. 7 runs so far off this over. 1 more to come. And you'd imagine the Swart maybe knock this one just into the leg side or offside and just take 1 and have strike the last over.
Well, it should either be 1-3 or boundary. I say Caleb Seleka, no muck with the bat. He can hold himself. Just make sure that whether he's on strike for the first ball or the next over, he's got to get off it.
It's nicely pulled out towards deep square leg. It looks like the tall leather's down there. And that then brings an end to the 49th. 1 more to come. 240 on the board. 7 wickets down. And I do think we might be in for a good match here this afternoon, Conrad.
This chase is going to be difficult, I think, in the end. If you bowl well, that's the thing that must be said. You can't make it difficult for the Dolphins. The way that John Smuts, the tall level play, will give us a good indication of how they're going to go about this run chase. The wicket is two-paced. It is not the normal Potch wicket, and is not coming up for the curator, but with the amount of rain in Potch the last few weeks, the fact that the river is nearly going over its banks did have an influence on the water table on the JB Marks Oval. So you can't just prepare that normal Potch wickets where it's flat and true. There's a bit of moisture about it, bit of toothpaste, bit of indifferent bounce. It's interesting now that the captain is talking there to the umpire. We just want to see quickly how many fielders are currently out. 1 should come in. So they have been deducted 1 over for slow bowling. So now it's 5 players inside the ring. They are nearly 22 minutes over the allocation of 3.5 hours. He wasn't happy with that, was Brian.
An off cutter. And so the field now is the four guys allowed outside is fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on that's out on the fence. Inside the ring is short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid off. As we have a look at that previous delivery, Ethan Bosch is rolling his hands over that one. Tucked into the leg side, and he'll be disappointed only getting 1 there.
Yeah, you can actually hear him just giving a grunt there of not making better connection with the ball to go for 2 runs. Good delivery again by Ethan Bosch, just taking all pace off it. Not allowing the batter anything on the ball. He's got to make the play. He's got to make the swing to maximize the delivery. And now after 2 deliveries, only 1 in the final over, bringing Caleb Seleka on to strike.
Now 4 balls to come now. 9 needed for that 250. 2 runs per ball. The target's 250. I think he's going to go for this one.
Oh, well, you've got to swing now. They did well to get to over 50 without being bowled out. Does swing Caleb Seleka. Ruan de Swart turning for the second. Going to get it quite comfortably in the end.
That's good running by Ruan de Swart. Ethan Bosch, 8.5 overs, 1 for 44. There's quite a bit of cloud cover. Don't think it's
Don't say the
anything
word.
threatening at this stage.
There's no need to go that far.
But as it's been going, you never know. It's the splice of the bat and they scamper through for 1.
It's fine. He got himself off strike again. Did his job as the number 9 batter. Get your invalid on strike for the last 2 nuts to be bowled. No, Bjorn, we shouldn't say that word at this stage. There was so much water, and we will never say no thank you to water. It's just give us times for the grass to grow. Can't grow in water. Also got a big Varsity Cup game here tomorrow evening.
Sure. That's going to be a big one as well. Northwest University hosting the Shimlas. It's going to be a big one.
It's been one big job for us as staff to get that field in a very good condition with all the rain. But looking forward to hosting the Shimlas here in Potchefstroom tomorrow evening. The big old derby game.
That's always a big one between Pika and Shimlas. Expect nothing less tomorrow morning, after tomorrow evening rather. It's pulled into the leg side. They're running hard. The Swart will look to come back for a second. They decide against it.
For the final ball coming up. Can't imagine Ethan Bosch going to bowl it seam up. He's probably going to try and take off as much pace here to Caleb Seleka as possible. It's either that or he's probably going to try and dig it into his head. Go above shoulder height through to the keeper. Bit of bat here for Caleb Seleka will do.
Length ball. Swings and misses, and that's the end of the innings. 246 for 7.
Yeah, fantastic performance here by both teams in the end. Dolphins bowling really well. You can see the final delivery ball to Caleb Seleka. Says probably going to be short. Push it through to the keeper. Big swing and miss by Seleka. And the Dragons there doing exactly what was needed of them. Walking off intact, not being bowled out. Taking full advantage of the 50 overs that were allocated to them. In the end, the Dolphins punished for not finishing the 50 overs in the allotted 3.5 hours. Just waiting on the summary of the innings. Earlier this morning, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins won the toss, decided to bowl first. In the power play, Ruben Herman lost his wicket for 9. There was some kind of partnership between Mikael Prince and Janeman Milan. Both fell to excellent bowling by Tristan Lees. Vian Libber came in and scored 69 of 86 deliveries. It was well accompanied by Ruan de Swart with 45, making 246 for 7 or 50 overs.
Yeah, looking at the bowlers, obviously Penland Subrian was the pick of them all. He took a new nut and bowled really well, came back in the middle. He bowled 10 overs, 2 for 22. Tristan Lees bowled with some extreme pace there as well when he came on, took the big wickets of Janeman Milan and Mikael Prince. Ethan Bosch had an eventful afternoon. Bowled well, 9 overs, 1 for 47, and Similani 1 for 55 in his 8. Not in the summary, but John Smuts as well bowled 5 very tight and neat overs there for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. At the end of it all, 246 for 7 in their 50 overs is the Northwest University Dragons, and we're going to have a quick break, and then we'll see you again for the run chase.
to Potchefstroom. For this, the run chase of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Welcome back to commentary, Brady Barnes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Conrad. A bit of a tricky total, but an interesting total as well. I thought NWU Dragons did really well to get to the score that they did from the circumstances that they were in. But in saying that, they really got a bowl really well to defend this 240.
Yes, you see the umpires and the batters making it out, followed by the NWU Dragons. If we look at the points table as it is, Brady, okay, we see currently Gold Rush Boerland on 21 points. They're in a very strong position in the poll to win that game against Province. That will take them up possibly to 24, 25, let's say 26 points if they do win with a bonus point. Then we have the Knights versus the Titans in Bloemfontein. The winner there will go through to the playoff game later this week. And then the big question is, it's going to be between Alphabet Warriors and the Dolphins. If the Warriors win and they chase down the 266 posted by the Lions, they automatically go through. Not necessarily, really.
No.
Because if the Hollywoodbet Dolphins win here by a bonus point, they'll also go to 20 points. So a lot of things to happen still today. So can we say that the Dolphins need to bat this off within 40 overs for the bonus point?
Yeah, definitely. I think, and I'm pretty sure they are. Obviously, that change room is aware of it. But in saying that, I don't think they should be thinking about the bonus point. I think if they just play good cricket, where they look after stages in the game, I think they will get this runs in the 40 overs, and that will bring the bonus point. But it's going to be very, very interesting come the end of all these games today when it's done, with who goes through. Obviously, we know who's going through, but to playing that playoff as well.
From City End, Michael Pretorius with a new ball. He's going to bowl to Tsapang Detoli. And with him at the crease will be John Smuts. Pretorius starts off with one on the pads, and it's clipped by Detoli to the mid-wicket boundary. Chase down. It's only going to be two. Well fielded in the end there. Yeah, Brady, just looking at the scores as it is around the country. Currently, Gold Rush Boerland on 63 without loss after 15 overs, tracing down 183 set by WSB Western Province. In Geberga, DP World Lions posted, bowled by Pretorius up to the bat. The Lions posted 279 for 5, and the Warriors currently on 63 without loss in the 9th over. And in Bloemfontein at the Malgoeng Oval, the Multiply Titans chasing down 230 set by the Knights. They're currently 9 for 1 with Luandre Pretorius back in the hut. So many things to happen today.
So good start here by Mich.
And as the afternoon progresses, we'll keep you updated on all the other scores as well. Looks like Michael Pretorius is definitely getting some shape there with that new Kookaburra turf into the left-handed Tsapang Detoli. Thick outside edge. Going to be cleaned up by Hazel Kluter. That's good signs there, Brady, getting the outside edge. Even though it's thick, there is a slip in Janeman Milan. But that's the type of edge you want to see, a thick edge, big drive outside off stump.
Yeah, he's obviously, you spoke about, he's getting a little bit of shape back into the toilet, but that one there just looked like it just held its line and lured him into obviously drive and got the outside edge. You always get encouraged as a steamer when you're seeing that he's obviously getting an outside edge. You always feel that you're in with a chance. I'm pretty sure Mich will back himself to knock one of these two over starts. Nice.
Yeah, it's going. Actually, the interesting part will be how will John Smuts play this? We know he's a a fifth gear cricketer. He likes going after the bowling, dominating the bowlers. But will he understand that it's no need for a score of 247 to try and finish this off in over 30? You've still got another 10 overs for that bonus point.
Great shot down the ground for no run. Yeah, definitely think he's mature enough to obviously know that, number one. But it'll be very interesting to see how he goes about his business. As we see the end of the first over, the Hollywood Dolphins 3 without loss after the first one.
And it's all the differences in the two bowling attacks. Michael Pretoria is no slouch when it comes to pace. I mean, he's not slow. But then when you have Kerwin Mangru, who we've grown accustomed to, is not bowling really quick, but he is instrumental in the areas that he's trying to hit, or that he's hitting, for that matter. He's not going to bother you with pace, but he will be diligent in the areas and the lengths that he's going to hit.
Yeah, most definitely. I think if there is any bit of shape, you will definitely look to get that shape early doors, but he's just going to run in, hit a tight line. Nothing fancy, maybe the odd bouncer, but majority of the time he'll be up to the bat.
Starts off with a wide. It did start to swing a little, but not enough for the umpire to not give it a wide. As I said, the two differences in bowling attacks is we've got Michael Pretorius, and then opening the innings here with Kerwin Mangru. We've got Rowan de Swart and Aishel Klute. Cut and caught! What a catch by Rowan de Swart at backward point. One-handed grab, making some good ground to his left-hand side, or right-hand side for that matter, and it's stuck in the big hands of Rowan de Swart.
As you see the replay, short and wide. Throws the kitchen sink at that. That's a hell of a grab, one hand, nice and low to his right-hand side.
What a start there by Kerwin Mangru. First ball going for a wide. Again, erring a bit on length and line. Tsepang Toli looking to cut that away to the boundary, but only finding the one hand of Rwanda Swart. In the second over, the score 4-1. With Bryce Parsons strutting out to the wicket. Also another left-handed batter.
I saw earlier he went off the field. I'd like to know what that nigga was about. But good to see him out here coming out to bat. I think he's a decent young and up and coming cricketer. He's been around now for a couple of years now, and I'm pretty sure he's looking forward to kicking on and being more consistent in this Dolphins lineup.
Yeah, Bryce Parsons, originally from the Johannesburg area. Now playing his trade for many a year already in Durban. Also very handy with the left-arm turners that he's bowling. Very good and accomplished cricketer that he's growing into.
Yeah, it was a very surprising move for me when he obviously made that move down to Durban. I thought it was a great signing by the Dolphins to get him down there. But it was interesting that the Lions obviously let him go as well. But in saying that it is the Lions and there's just so many players that he probably had to wait around, you know, in order for him to get game time.
Mangru. Definitely some shape that he's getting from the ball there. Bit of length and also a better line. Yeah, I think, Brady, sometimes you can just have a look about what players are there in a province, in an area like Johannesburg. Yeah, they've got all those good cricketing schools. Got to make a decision as how long is it going to take you to play professional or even provincial cricket for that matter. So it's either bang it away for a few years or try and make the move and find your hale in another province. Driven down the ground. Excellent stop by Vian Libber. That body's going to be sore tomorrow with all the balls he took on it early in the innings.
He had it really lovely in that innings. He just placed it nicely. And man, Patches did a beautiful job by getting them to the total that they got to.
No, it's a good knock by Vian Libber, showing the maturity, the cricketer that he is grown into. Big drive, and that's a boundary to Bryce Parsons. His first one, getting off the mark with an exquisite extra cover drive.
It's a really, really good shot, but a very, very long volley there by Cohen.
Yeah, but I can still understand why he wants to do it. He's got the slip in. He is shaping the ball, so maybe it's not the worst place to get hit.
Oh, definitely. I think if you've got a new ball in hand as well, you're obviously gonna err on the fuller side. And when you're on the fuller side, yes, you might overpitch, as we see here. He just overpitched a little bit and missed in his line as well, which you're saying, but encouraging, though, very, very encouraging.
Around the wicket now, Mangru, and I thought that's a very good move by him. Previous games we saw him bowling around the wicket to majority of the left-handers, and it's because I think he's creating that angle, a touch wider of the stumps, trying to shape the ball back into the left-hander. What type of dismissals do you think he's looking for there, Brady?
Obviously he's bowled. Can bring in LBW as well. And he can also nick him off from this. He just holds his line. So just beats backward points. A good effort there by Ron Desfar to backward point. But yeah, he's bringing in and giving himself the best opportunity to get a wicket when you're coming around the wicket, I think. And a lot more harder for the batters, and especially left-handed, to obviously play. Because you've got to set up a lot more different to what you were when the guy's coming over the wicket. And that's what a lot of left-handed batters are used to.
In general, when a right-handed bowler comes over the wicket to you, left-handers do tend to feel that there's more space, more width on the ball. So the areas to hit will be between, say, backward points or to extra cover with a natural angle created by the right-handed batter. As soon as the bowler is around the wicket, you're just cramping a little bit more with the angle that you're creating, especially if you're going wide off the crease. Now, Michael Pretorius in for his second over from the city end to Bryce Parsons. Starts off with very good length, very good line. You can see Bryce Parsons trying to play it very dead bat, not having too hard hands on the ball.
Tell me something like, Mich is obviously putting a few performances over the last couple of years. What are his chances of obviously going up playing at the top, which is obviously the Proteas?
Pulling this time by Pretorius, but well kept out by Bryce Parsons. It sounds like he's making good contact with the ball. Brady, it depends. I mean, if you look at the bowling stock that the country currently possesses, we're thinking now Champions League. We had Marco Jansen, Kagiso Rabada, who's still got a few years in him. Lungi Ngidi was there. Viat Mulder is in the setup. Then Andrich Nortje, who I think is maybe at the back end of his career. Excellent fielding by Matthew Kleinveld at backward point. Man of 35 years of age, still moving about like a young student does on a Friday evening in Potchefstroom.
Very light on his feet.
Very light on his feet. Let's say Andrich Nortje, he's still around, even though he's not centrally contracted. Then you've got Gerald Coetzee, who's injured. You've got Nandre Burger coming back possibly later on this year. Big drive, excellent cricket drive by Bryce Parsons this time. Not going to the boundary, I presume. It's chased down by that man, Vian Libber. You can see him again holding that shoulder. No, he's still nursing that. Can't see him bowling his off spin in this team today. Hopefully he can have that shoulder ready for the 4-day comp. On his hunch, that's there. Must be sore. So yeah, and then we spoke earlier. What do we have currently? We still got Otniel Bartman. We still got Bale Swanepoel, who I believe is making strides in his career. So I won't say there's not a chance for Micha. He's just growing into that 30-year-old age group now. Well, bold and excellently driven down the ground. Again, Vian Libber making good ground. But we got to see one of the other few. Yeah, Vian's in trouble there. You can see he had a big day with the bat.
And the force keeps
And
following
the
him.
ball's following him all the way around.
Yeah, so you obviously Bryce's. You said it just now is that he's in the ball nicely. It's good sound off the bat as well. Sorry, edge or down to square leg. But it's very good that Michael's still trying to persist with that fuller length. Yes, booming drive to beat extra cover, but like that's encouraging, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, just to come back to your question, I think our bowling stock in our country is actually in a very good place at this stage. All of the Division 1 teams have very strong bowling attacks. Abdullah Khalim is bowling good wheels for the Titans. As you saw earlier today, Tristan Lees is coming on leaps and bounds, bowling at very good pace. And I believe in international cricket, if you're going to bowl it quick.
yeah,
I was impressed with Okile Ncele earlier today. He bowled really well. You've got Corbin Bosch, Ethan Bosch. There's many bowlers.
we're still forgetting.
So it's again so well played by John Smuts.
We're still forgetting the likes of the Pavlon, which is wearing a bib today.
Well, one name we haven't mentioned that has the world buzzing now is Krena Mapaka. It's also left-handed. Not that we have many with an injury currently to Nandre Burger, but Kwena's bowling good pace. He's a big prospect for our country, possibly going to follow in the footsteps of Kagiso Rabada. That is such a good cricket shot by John Smuts. And what the Dragons don't want to do here is give the Hollywoodbets Dolphins a flyover start.
That's definitely, you don't want to do that because they are generally a good team that does play. Yes, there's not a lot of spin in this NWU Dragons team, but they play spin well, which majority of your overs is going to be bowled by Caleb. And in that period, you also want to try and create pressure for them to obviously make that.
Cricket shot again by John Smuts, just showing that maturity. Having played some games for the Proteas in the white ball format, age is just a number. Very good cricketer still. Getting himself in good positions. His weight transfer is so good. If you just have a look at the straight drive earlier this over that went for 4. It's just the weight transfer, getting his head into a good position. He understands how to play the game.
It's very, as a bowler, if you're getting hit down the ground by batter, the batter's heads are coming back now.
Down leg. Just hitting the pad a little, and you can see him trying for that 2, but well fielded there by Michael Pretorius. Only the 1 leg by. Big over so far.
Line off it with 2 balls to spare still.
Only way for the Dragons to halt this or have a big chance of winning this game is picking up sticks, especially in the power play. Both these battles in now, Smuts and Parsons. Another drive, another boundary to Bryce Parsons. It's just the length that Kerwin Mangru is hitting here, and it's being dispatched with ease by both batters. With 1 ball to go, and they're already going for 13. It's not the start the Dragons were wanting, and you can think the captain Vian Libbe knows there's not a lot of time, not a lot of runs to play with. Got to make it as difficult as possible for these batters of the Dolphins.
For me, what's so encouraging about Bryce is that, they've still got a catching cover there and he's still executing and beating that gap. Beautiful.
Yeah, Brady, you made such a valid point, and the in that analysis is see two drives that through the offside, both beating cover, extra cover, but it's where his impact on the ball is. It's not even looking that it's going airborne. He's hitting it. He's down on it. His bat angle and bat path is making sure that he's making contact under the eyes. Those balls are going into the ground about a meter from him, and then you know you're in total control. There's no point going airborne at this stage. I mean, at this stage, John Smuts has not even looked to hit a ball airborne. They're just waiting for that overpitch delivery, hitting it late, good weight transfer, and I must say the head and balance is in very good positions by both batters.
Especially, when they're hitting down, I just feel, if the batter's hitting down the ground, you are in trouble. And both of them have obviously hit down the ground already. So as we see a field change, we're finally coming up in deep square.
Pretorius. Again, Vian Lever makes a very good stop.
Brilliant stop there by Vian. He's saved a few runs so far in these 4 overs. But let's not forget that beautiful shot down the ground.
Both of these batters have found the pace of the wicket so good. It's so early already. This just looks like a bit of trouble for the NWU Dragons here, with both of them hitting the ball really cleanly. Again, another off try. Vian Libbe making some good ground to pick that up. No chance of a run.
Don't get despondent about the lengths that he's obviously hitting. Yes, he's getting driven down the ground, and that's exactly what you want to see. Okay, but you just have to drag your lengths a little bit more back, which might just bring the edge. All of a sudden, they think they're missing out. All of a sudden, drag your lengths a little bit more back. Short ball has been pulled down to third, deep square, I beg your pardon. Yeah, you just have to play with your lengths a little bit, and then that's what will bring the edge. It's not, a lot of the times, it's not just about the lateral movement. Sometimes it's about the length. Sometimes it's about a ball that a batter is trying to drive and it's not a drivable length. Especially after a shot that they try to execute that hits a fielder as well. So I don't think they should get despondent and try and look to hit hard back of a length, because hard back of a length looks very easy. For me, that's an easy length for me.
Yeah, it's also I just feel that this is the type of wicket that if you got a bowl and let's say an easy pace with nothing behind the ball, it's not difficult to score off. Tristan Lees was a handful because it was quick. It was uncomfortable. Ethan Bosch, you can see him going for about 5.5 to 6 runs and over. Not saying he's pedestrian slow, but it's not Tristan Lees quick.
Yeah.
Again, another cover drive by Bryce Parsons and executed to the absolute max. The balance and the poise of this young man and how he's dispatching the ball with ease is something to behold.
Oh, it's so beautiful to see.
And already you can see Rowan de Swart warming up at backward point. So basically what I'm trying to say, Brady, is Nele also bowled well because he bowled a heavy ball. I'm not saying he's quicker than Michal, but there was a lot more into the wicket, and it was difficult to hit. It was uncomfortable to hit.
Bit of length there.
So I'm thinking this JB Marks Oval Potchefstroom wicket is a 2-pace wicket.
You either bowl quick on it or you bowl really slow on it. And that's why Sir Brian and Smuts was a handful as well. It's interesting to me that Smuts did not bowl out his full complement. But how good was the captain in Sir Brian going for 22 in 10 overs, picking up 2 sticks?
Absolutely brilliant he was. And I just think he's just week in, week out, he's just been so good. And speaking about him, that's also another guy that we can throw. And you ask the question as in, I know there's Keshav, which is a world class spinner, but it's crazy how that guy hasn't obviously got a show in his career that he's played.
Oh my word, what a cricket shot. We're in for a treat if these two guys keep on hitting the ball like they do. There was some width on it, maybe missing the length, but just the way that he dispatched the ball to it's a deep extra cover boundary.
Oh,
This can be over in absolutely no time if they keep on hitting the ball like this. That's a shot of a man in such good form. John Smuts having a tournament to remember. Shorter this time, a bit more something in it, and that's the harder ball that you've got to bowl, because I kind of think that it grips in the wicket and goes through. You can see where Ruben Herman actually caught that ball, or is it rather Mikael Prince?
no, it's Jordan, Ruben.
Ruben, I thought so. Yeah.
So now for me, for example, I still feel yes, you hit that hard length, but we shouldn't be trying to get our wickets or NW Dragons shouldn't be trying to get there. That's your line. That's your lens. They shouldn't be trying thinking that deep square is a wicket taking option. I don't think it is still. Especially with a newer ball. Yeah, bowl your bouncer, but you still got to strive to try and nick them off.
Yeah, all traditional type of dismissals. Nick off, bowl through the gate, LBW. For 2 balls now, Kuman Mamgru has actually ran in and hit the deck. It's a lot harder than the floaty ones. Also better, just tucked off the pads to where Mikael Prince will pick it up from the deep square boundary. And you can see the current rate required is 4.7 with a rate achieved 6.7. That's the highest we've seen anything in this game so far. It's at one stage just outside the Dragons power play. They got their rate achieved above 5, but it didn't stay there long, and there's a good reason for that as well. It's because of loss of wickets.
Yeah, very important. You mentioned earlier about the power play, and the NWU Dragons don't want the Hollywood Dolphins to get off to fly in the power play. Short, and it's pulled down to deep square for a single. So I think these next 5 hours are very, very important for NW, and also very important for the Hollywood Dolphins as well. With obviously don't want to get wickets like we always say, but if they 60 for 1 after this power play, I think they're smiling and they're on top.
Mamgru. It's a bit length. Again, hitting the wicket a touch harder. That's the end of the over. Mamgru going for 6 in that one. Better than the previous one. 1 for 24 in 3 overs. So let's be honest here. A lot of people has many things to say about cricket in our country. We have cricketers.
Definitely.
We've got accomplished cricketers. We've got up and coming cricketers. We spoke about this a week or so ago, Brady, about just the amount of cricket that these guys are playing, and I think that's where one of the, I'm not going to say problem, but for you to become world class, you got to play more, and that's not something that we see. So maybe with a structure change that's on the cards, the CSA there, Pretorius. It's also looking like he's running in a touch harder, banging the ball into the wicket a bit more. We've got to find a way to get Bryce Parsons playing more cricket more often. He didn't have a gig in the SA20, did he?
He did, but obviously I don't think he got many games.
Okay. Can't remember. Was it for the Durban team?
Yeah,
I must say, if he did, and he did play, I'm sorry, but it's not a name that you heard often
Yeah.
in the SA20.
Oh.
That is a great cricket shot by John Smuts. Just lifted the ball over the mid-on fielder. And this is just an execution of brilliance. Such good shape that he's keeping. Good position that he gets himself into. He's done that for many a year in the local domestic competitions.
I think we could be in for innings here with John Smuts, touch wood. I don't want to jinx him now.
That's a better length. So, just to mention one name in a Bryce Parsons. The young man is a serious cricketer, and there's many of them around the country.
You know, we see it year in, year out, and I think we just need to try and create a pathway for these up and coming kids that are coming out of school, number one, and the guys that are
Another big drive, and Nasibam Gwepe in vain dives after it, but again dispatched to the boundary by John Smuts. He's shown his intent here.
you know, he's really stamped his authority here in his 5.4 overs that he's been here, as we see a replay of it. Yes, over pitch, but did he hit that hard down the ground? Beautiful flow of the hands there through the ball.
Yeah, just to think of a few names around the country. I mean, we can talk about Grant Rudolphson, Gavin Kaplan, Blade Capel. Clyde Fortuyn's name is there. Leon Boto is now making a name for himself in the Boland structure for Western Province. Better length. You've got old trustworthy Eddie Moore, who again scored a 50 today. Tony DeZorzi playing. David Beddingham is still a young man. Benny Jansen, I see, played. Many names that you can mention, you know, even for the Warriors, Jordan Herman, who had such a stellar season there in the SA20. Matthew Breedskill is still not 30. There's so many names, so many good cricketers. Good stop there.
Yeah, and you know, we just mentioning these cricketers that are, as you see there, the 6 over 7th, I beg your pardon, and it's 48 for 1 after 7. And, you know, you're mentioning all these guys that are obviously in our structure, like domestically. And, you know, there's still guys below that, probably in Division 2 cricket, which, yeah, I think we've got our theory, and we've had a conversation about Division 2 cricket. But below that, we've also got a tier where I think there's also good cricketers within the university and cult space as well,
Academy
academy
spaces.
spaces as well. And then below that, we still got young up and coming SR19 kids that are involved in that programs. There's guys that didn't make those teams. Didn't make those teams, as we see a single and a good single that Bryce Parsons got through for. Yeah, that we haven't seen, and also late bloomers as well that don't make those teams. There's good schools with good cricketers as well. So we've got a factory of cricketers, but the question is that we just need to create a pathway and games for all of these players to really stamp their authority and for them to develop as well.
Mangru. Even defensively, he's hitting the ball so well, so strong.
There's a bit of a chance there, but I think they probably would have made it through there.
This stage doesn't look like many chances are given. That's the 50 up for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. That came in 7.2 overs, going now at a rate achieved of 6.8, and the rate required is below 5. Usually you know where you are if you look at the Duckworth-Lewis poll, which is currently at 35. Dolphins find themselves at 50.
Nice line, nice length. But it just looks like it's not really threatening at this present moment. I think these two guys look like they are really into bat here today.
That must be one of the talks that they had, is how important that bonus point will be within 40 overs. Now that has worked out. It's because of got to win a game, beating the other team by 80% or more, which means chasing a target will be within 40 overs. Cut and another boundary. Less feet this time, but such a good position with his head, waiting for the ball to go past him, then throwing that hands, those strong hands at the ball. And Bryce Parsons is looking in immaculate form here.
Now we're definitely in for a treat today. Some of these shots this morning or this afternoon that we've seen. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful then. Some of these shots that we are witnessing here from this Hollywood Dolphins pair has been absolutely beautiful there.
Just him standing in the crease now, Bryce Parsons, nice and balanced. Oh, Kuruma grew under the pump a little here, picking up that wicket in the first over his boat. But after that, Bryce Parsons has definitely taken a liking to him, as did John Smuts. With one delivery to go in his fourth over, already going for 30. More than 7 runs to the over. It's just because of that boundary count. Crew.
Beautifully bowled, yeah. Let's see the end of the 8th over. Hollywood Dolphins 54 for 1 after 8. Do we see a bowling change? No, looks like Mech is still carrying on.
Yeah, just to keep you updated around the country. World Sports Betting Western Province playing Boland at Boland Park. Province scoring 182 all out. Currently, World Gold Rush Boland on 89 for 1. Down in Geberga, we'll continue after this delivery. Short and dispatched. Very flat. Pulled by John Smuts. Just missing his length, missing his line. Too easy for John Smuts on that occasion. Looks like that ball went through onto the soccer facilities next door. Oh no, they found those youngsters. It's not a keepsake, son. Throw it back. Got to have that still. There's another few balls to be bowled with it. Yeah. So in Geberga, the DP World Lions scoring 279 for 5. And in response, the Dolphins Warriors now on 104 for 1 after 18 overs. Just having a look at who's doing the majority of the damage there. He's hitting it really hard. That's straight back to Michael Pretorius. So Jordan Herman scoring 40 off 33 deliveries. With him is De Villiers on 39 now. And he was joined by Matthew Beetske not too long ago, but already on 20. And then in Bloemfontein, where the Knights hosting the Momentum Multiply Titans, the Knights scoring 230 all out on the last delivery after their allotted 50 overs. Currently, the Momentum Multiply Titans 48 for 2. And that is absolutely hammered straight past Michael Pretorius, just missing the umpire and the stumps for that matter. And there's one way that John Smuts is going to play, and we said it before the start of the innings, and that's he's going to hammer the ball as hard and as often as he can.
Beautiful shot there down the ground by John Smuts. As we have a look at the replay, it's a shot of authority that is.
Yeah, so they know, both the Warriors know and the Dolphins, that it's not only just about the points. Net run rate could also possibly play a role in deciding position 3.
If you go there, come back there by Michael.
So the Multiply Titans currently on 52 for 3, just finishing the 10th over. They did pick up both Luandre Pretorius and Rivaldo Moonsamy, who scored the bulk of the runs for that team. Currently at the crease is Neil Brandt on 18 and Keegan Peterson on 12, but Devot Brevis and Pefler Kwayu still to come to the crease there, so that could fold out into a very good cricket game as well.
As you see a field change, yeah, with third man coming into. Oh,
And that is again hammered. The sound off the bat of John Smuts is something to behold.
that is an absolute beautiful shot down the ground, yeah. We spoke about it earlier that this guy has come here to stamp his authority, and he is definitely stamping his authority. As you have a look at this replay. No chance of even stopping that.
Again, hitting the ball extremely hard. This time picking up the ball does Vian Liver. End of the over. That over going for all the fours. 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. 12 off it. Michael Pretorius 5 overs for 35. And John Smuts and Bryce Parsons is looking extremely dangerous here.
You see a bowling change here in Ruan de Swart replacing Cohen Mangru. So now, I want to ask you this question. As a coach of the batting side, would you like them to continue like how they're going until the end of the power play? Or do you tell them, okay, now we're pretty much happy, let's just knock it around and let's just do our things, you know? So how would you approach it? Or what would be your message, especially to the next guy coming in as well?
Well, I won't change John Smuts much.
Mm.
We know the cricket that he is. He plays, as I mentioned earlier, fifth gear cricket. If he sees it, he hits it, and he hits it extremely hard. I would ask Bryce Parsons, of leading edge first ball, and you see Brady again. It's a change of pace.
Yeah.
It was just too easy. If you're not going to bowl it quick, bowl it slow.
Mm.
Let the batter make a shot.
Yeah.
But I'll ask Bryce Parsons, say, listen, John's on fire here. Give him strike.
Yeah.
Make sure that you get off strike. Let him play the shots. You're seeing it well. You're already scoring at 100% strike rate. We don't need much more than that of you. If you double what they have now on 9 overs, they're already sitting under 120. You can score this in over 35. Again, another thick outside edge. Big swing by Bryce Parsons. Definitely, I'm not the coach of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins here. But I'll leave John as is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just hit the ball, hit it clean, hit it often.
I'm pretty sure I saw him go down the previous ball there to him and probably said, listen, as you have a look at the crowd, they're coming in a good number here today. But in saying that, you know, he probably went and he said, listen, just relax. Maybe just try and rotate the strike, give me the strike. Beautifully down there. Oh, beautiful down the ground there by John Smith.
He's in good out of control now. It's a question of, does a bowler get him out or does he get himself out here? You know, can he be just patient enough so that he can wait for the ball? Already seeing that Vian Liber is calling here to the 12th man, or the Relay Morimo Kohani, for a helmet, meaning only one thing, that Caleb Seleko is going to come on pretty soon. Just a bit of a stop there from Ruan the Swat. Not happy with his run-up. Again, another one. This time, Janaman Milan making a good stop at mid-off.
Yeah, it just looks like now all of a sudden, Bryce is hitting it so lovely a couple overs ago. Now it's just not timing it like how he used to. Yes, and you mentioned it, slow bowler change of.
Brady, I think I'll just ask you a question. That's advanced down the track by Bryce Parsons to Rwanda Swart, lifting it over the head of Janeman Milan at mid-off, and goes for another boundary. It's a better cricket shot. Better cricket shot. More traditional, keeping his shape longer, hitting the ball straight, nice and straight. Excellent batting there. Main thing is now get off strike.
Yeah.
Get the single. So again, it's just a selection issue here for the Dragons with only picking one recognized spinner.
The ball.
Definitely rolling his fingers around that is Rwanda Swart. And that's the end of the first of the power play, the first of 3 in every 50 over game, with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins on 72 for 1. John Smuts cruising it on 38 for 20 of 27. Bryce Parson on 29 of 27. And Brady is now joined by Vian for the next 10 overs.
Welcome, Vian. Uh, we have been shown an absolute batting masterclass here in this first power play by these two. Any ball over pitch, they've put it away. They've showed good intent. They've broken down this run chase in the power play.
Yeah, thanks, Brady, and welcome to all our viewers as well that's just joining us now. We want to say a bit of carnage there in the power play, but it's all been cricket shots. It's been just putting away what's been on offer. They've come out with some great intent, and yeah, we've seen a few lovely cricket shots there by John Smuts and Bryce Parsons. So definitely an excellent start there by these two batters for the Dolphins.
Yeah, great start by these two. As we see a bowling change in Caleb Seleka coming in from the city end, replacing Pretorius. Caleb has been good for the NWU Dragons. They're hoping to turn, well, they have turned to him for that little breakthrough. And he starts with a wideish, fullish ball that's been hit down to the cover sweeper for a single.
Yeah, Caleb Seleka third on the wicket-taking list so far. Obviously, this being their last game of the season. He's on 12 wickets before the start of these last round of fixtures, obviously. So definitely the guy they'll be looking to get a few breakthroughs here for the team.
Yeah, no, he's had a really good campaign, and he's got a bright future ahead of him. As does Caleb Seleka, good control for a leg spinner, really calm character as well. He knows exactly what he needs to do, when he needs to bowl, or where he needs to bowl as well. Beautiful shot down to short fine leg with Cohen Mongoose running around to sweep it, and only for 2.
Yeah, it was nicely played by Bryce Parsons, and obviously Caleb Seleka, leg spinner, balls quickly through the air. 45 in place. Actually, quite not an unorthodox, but something that you don't always see. Square legs up in the ring with almost a 45 that's out on the fence, somewhere between deep square and fine leg. For exactly that type of shot, I think obviously for a hard sweep shot, it'll probably go behind square. So interesting field placement here by Seleka.
Beautifully good. Dragged his length back a little bit there, Seleka.
A very important phase in the game this for the Dragons. If they are to have a chance of getting back into this game, it'll be in this phase now. With Seleka and De Swart bowling now.
Rocks back and he cuts it down to the cover region for a single. Bryce Parsons moves on to 32. Yeah, during this phase as well, they really look to Caleb as well to get the breakthrough. And generally, he does get the breakthrough for them during these phases of the game, which is a very important phase, like you mentioned. Kids running. Oh,
Just in front of the side screen there, a
yeah.
few of the spectators. But they're on the other side now.
Beautifully knocked down the ground by John Smith for yet another single. Looks a little bit too easy for the Hollywood Dolphins. I think now you just need the NWU Dragons just need to try and create a little bit of pressure. How do they do that? Probably with a little bit of their field placings. They can maybe attack with someone to try and get another breakthrough here. Chance bounces short.
Yeah, like obviously, I think at this stage they're just going to need to try and string a few dot balls together maybe. And with Parsons and Smuts, they are going to take you on at some stage, not going to allow you to settle into your spell and ball a bunch of dot balls. So I do think if you can bolt tight enough to them and put a few dot balls in play, you're going to get an opportunity somewhere.
No, definitely. They are stroke players, and they obviously like playing their natural game, which is the aggressive game. And they will give you a chance. They'll definitely give you a chance. It's just about taking that chance when it does obviously arise.
And obviously having the fielders in play to be able to take that chance that might arise. But I do think Selenka and the Swart, the two boners in this Dragons lineup today, I do think is the most suited to the type of wicket that we have now, especially in this middle phase, to give them the best chance there maybe is to get a few wickets.
Oh, spot on. Beautifully bowled there by one of the Swarts. Yeah, Patches is just going to run in. He's going to hit a good length, good line. He's going to be consistent in those lines and those lengths. So, yeah, I think he could be a handful, but the Hollywood Dolphins have just got off to an absolute flyer, so they don't really have to take a risk with him.
The Swart now into Smuts. Slightly short and wide, but cut straight to extra cover. Still a long way to go in this match. 107 runs still needed by the Dolphins.
Yeah, still a long way to go, Funny things have happened in cricket. Beautiful hit. And hit extra cover for a dot. These are good dots for the NWU Dragons. Good 3 dots here, just maybe just switch momentum to their side, which could create another chance.
Now it's going to be interesting to see if the Swart just stick to that line and length, if Smuts will take it, or is he going to maybe try and walk down the track and try and access the mid-off region. Mid-off obviously is inside the ring.
Slow baller has been hit down to the extra cover boundary for a single. Looks like John is in good form there.
He's been prolific in the runs for the Dolphins. He's up there with the leading run scorers in the competition so far. He's really someone who's been around. He's played a lot of cricket around the circuit in South Africa, especially. Very experienced campaigner.
And you need these type of cricket, especially when you chase it down the score. A bit of experience head on his advanced, and Patches seen him and puts it in short, and he just works it down to deep square for a single. Yeah, you need in these run chases, you need a calm head and an experienced head to knock these runs down, because there's always a tempo that you obviously need to go at. And these guys obviously need to play at a tempo because they're probably chasing the bonus points. So punch down the ground for it's another single. This is really good. Good over by Patches there, as you see the end of the end of the 12th, where Hollywood Dolphins are 80 for 1 after 12. Making this easy work now at this present moment.
John Smart's now 42 of 34. Bryce Parsons 33 of 33. And if you look at the makeup of this team, you're speaking about having that experienced players like a John Smuts at the top of the order. They really stacked their middle order as well with a bit of experience. They have Jason Smith scheduled to be in the middle order at 4. They have Kai's Honda at 5. Experienced players in the middle order. Then obviously Anuful Yun, another youngster, at 6. But he's really been playing some composed and mature innings
Yes.
this season, especially for the Dolphins, as we see Seleka now to continue.
Hit down the ground there by John Smith. They've got to. The NWU Dragons can't allow this just to keep happening. You know, they've got to try and create something for them to create a shot. Because if they don't and they carry on going like how they're carrying on, they'll probably get this total in 35 overs. Knocked down to the cow corner region, where Matty picks up and gets it into the keeper.
That's nicely tucked into the leg side, that by Parsons. Himself and John Smith, they've really looked in good touch so far today. They haven't come out and slogged, but they've come out with some good intent. And they've played good, hard cricket shots, and they've really gotten reward for it.
Yes, most definitely.
I like this move. Short extra catching cover in for Smuts.
Old pitches and he hits it down the ground.
That fielder's gonna have to catch well if he's to catch John Smuts at short extra cover. He hits it hard, especially in that region.
You know, it's just really good to see that they obviously are trying something different, you know, and not just allowing them to knock the ball around, but down the ground, it's again for another single. This is becoming really easy work for them.
I'd like to see Caleb Seleka maybe bowling a touch slower as well. But I do think that short extra catching cover might be in play. He's going to get a hard one, but he might get one.
Or dragged his length back there, which is pretty good, which is nice.
One more to come in 13th now.
Beautifully bowled, Caleb Seleka. Nice finish off to that over, only getting 4 off there. As you see the end of the 13th. Hollywood Dolphins, 84 for 1 after 13. Making easy work of this run chase now as we speak. See Rion Swart coming in for his third over now.
No, there's no doubt about who's on top so far in this match. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins 84 for 1 after 13. Smut sitting on 44 and Parsons 34. 163 more runs required. Required rate now 4.4. They're currently going at 6.5. The Dragons, they need to put a few quiet overs together here, maybe take a wicket or two.
On the short ball, that's just been worked down to third man for a single. Yeah, I definitely think they need to string up a few quiet overs here. But in those quiet overs, you also need to strike. Because if you don't, this game's just dragging, it's just getting away from you. Every time you don't strike. Been hit down the ground and it's hit to middle for down the run.
I think if they the next 3 or 4 overs, they can maybe keep them to 3 or 4 and over. Obviously, that'll build up a bit of frustration as well. These two batters have gone really well so far. Not used to facing a lot of dots at this stage. So I think if these next 4 overs, the bowlers can bowl together and build a bit of pressure from both ends, I think they should something should happen then.
Yes.
Mr. Swart now continues to smuts.
He advances and he hits it down to long on for a single. Yeah, it's becoming a little bit too easy now. With these two at the crease here. Looks like they're really, really set. Extra cover for a dot or bowl. Good shot, good fielding, good cricket all round.
The Swart now is into his third. 2 more to come in this over. He's gone for 2 in this one so far, so it's been tidy stuff so far by him.
Price could run at him here again, which I think is a good option.
Mid on and mid off
Yeah.
up, yeah.
Short ball and has been worked down to square leg. And it's come back for the second. Good running.
Yeah, it's good running there by Bryce Parsons. Looks like his hamstring's alright.
Yeah.
It's nice conditions to bowl in for a seam bowler, not too hot.
Yeah, it's nice and cool. Nice little breeze as well. That's blowing now. I think the way these two are batting right now, I think as a seamer you obviously don't want to be bowling. It's another dot, good bowl, well bowled. Good finish to that over there by Brian the Swart. As you see the end of the 14th and it's 88 for 1.
That's another good over there by the Swart, but not too concerning for the Dolphins. They're still going well. Parsons and Smuts after that catch. The 1 wicket, 2 have fallen so far. Mangru taking the wicket, caught by Ruan de Swart in the point region. Absolute screamer
Yeah.
to dismiss Tepang de Tole. And after that, it has just been one-way traffic so far for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. As we have a look at the bowling figures so far. Interesting enough, H.L. Kluter not yet bowling for the Northwest University Dragons.
Yeah, I think he'll probably follow Rowan de Swart. And it'll be good to see him obviously have a run in. He hasn't played the last couple of games. He was meant to play a Colts game last Sunday, but rain intervened there. Slapped there to extra cover for a dot.
That's hit nice and hard.
Slapped it backward of point. Where Yanaman Malan is down there. Good working, good sweeping up on the boundary there by Yanaman Malan.
It does look like the ball's coming on nicely at this stage.
Oh, it's definitely coming on nicely now. Beautifully bowled there by Caleb Seleka. He's not much getting much distance from the wicket, but his lines and his lengths has been really, really good. Okay. There's something. You know, someone's gotta, the NWU Dragons still gotta believe that something is gonna happen and something's gonna give for them. They just need to hold tight, keep holding tight, and I'm pretty sure it will.
A few dots here now. Looks like something's brewing here. It's nicely played for no run there.
See, now all of a sudden there's a few dots. They've got to try something different, which now all of a sudden Smuts is not hitting it cleanly down the ground like how he was. Beautifully bowled, Caleb Seleka. He's well bowled by him. 3 overs. His bowl has been absolutely beautiful. How he's gone about his business. As we see the end of the 15th. Hollywood Dolphins are 90 for 1. What's your take so far, Vian, on this?
Look, it's 90 for 1 after 15. So I think if I were to be in one of the two camps, I'd rather probably be in the Dolphins camp at this stage. But between the Swart and Caleb Seleka, it's been a few tidy overs now. Obviously, the Dolphins were off to a flying start in the power play.
Oh, back of a length that's been knocked down to long off for a single.
Very casual single.
Yeah.
But it's just gone a bit quiet now here at the JB Marks Oval. A real Sunday afternoon quiet.
Yeah, I think it's that time of the day now where people are thinking, yes, we got work tomorrow and it's a Monday. It's again knocked down the ground by John Smuts. I still think they need to bring that guy up, but just a little bit too easy for him as well.
Yeah, definitely something to consider. This may bring up mid-on at this stage. It does look like they've done it now for Parsons.
Yeah.
I do think Parsons might come down the track somewhere.
And Adams.
That's beautifully bowled by the Swat. It did look like maybe the ploy to bring them up, but he knew Parsons was going to come down, rolled his fingers over that one, and then sent that one into the clouds.
Yeah.
Did Parsons, and a beautiful catch by it looks like Yanaman Milan at mid-off.
Yeah, beautiful catch there by Yanama Malanda as we have a replay. Look at the replays, yeah. Yeah, definitely a slow ball that's obviously done him with mid-off and mid-on bring up in the circle, which I think is a very attacking ploy by the NWU Dragons as we see with that dismissal brings drinks. welcome back here to the JB Marks Oval after that drinks break. And before that drinks break, obviously a wicket was beautifully bowled there by Ruan de Swart, which is lovely to see. Which is brought to the crease Jason Smith. As we see his numbers up on the board, there's 73 matches with an average of 34.5. Good all-round cricketer, this kid is.
Yeah, Jason Smith, of course, being the main man for the Dolphins on Friday night against the Knights. They were in a bit of trouble when he scored a 70 or 80 odd to win them the match. He's up against Ruan de Swart now.
Oof. Inside each down to fine leg.
Interestingly, seeing the lights coming on now here at the JB Marks Oval, or starting to come on.
Slowly but surely.
It's an important phase of the game now. It's for the Dolphins now to get a partnership going again with Smith and Smuts. If these two bat for a while now, it's they'll be in a really good position. Already 93 for 2, they're in a good position, but
Oh, beautifully bowled there, just beats the outside edge. All of a sudden now you can just see that things are not flowing as how it used to be, or in the beginning. As you have a look here at the replay. Not really holding his shape. They lost his shape a little bit there. The John Smuts. But Ruan de Swart has bowled really well here so far. Straight to ball that's been hit to square leg. Unlucky. Good fielding by Mary Cranfield. Unlucky not to pick it up cleanly. As we see the end of the 16th, and it's 94 for 2.
obviously the Dolphins still well on top here. They require a further 153 to win of 204 balls. Ruan de Swart 4 overs, 1 for 17. He's bowling in tandem now with Caleb Saleka. Caleb Saleka, he's bowled well so far, 3 overs, north of 11.
Yes, they've definitely bowled well together. They've controlled it as well. And would have been even better, you know, if they bowled or restricted the Dolphins in the power play there. And hit down the ground, and that's 50 up for John Smuts. Really, really well deserved and well played. 50.
Once again, John Smuts going to a half century here for the Dolphins. He's done so at a runner ball. At one stage, he was going at far more than a runner ball in the power play. Jason Smith now to face his first ball of spin so far.
It just knocks it into the cover region for a single. Beautifully hit down the ground by John Smuts yet again. Just a little bit too easy for him, mate.
The sound it makes off the bat of John Smuts. I mean, just the regulation push down the ground, and it absolutely echoes around the JB Marks Oval. That on comes up for Jason Smith.
Oh, beautifully bowled there, Caleb Saleka. Looked like the wrong one, that.
Did look like that one came back at Smith. Maybe not necessarily picking the wrong one.
Beautifully bowled once again by Caleb. Him and Patches has really bowled so well here together. When we speak about bowling in partnerships, they're definitely doing it. Obviously, Rowan de Swart being the lucky one that's got the wicket. But Caleb has bowled 3.5 overs, not for 15, which has been brilliant. Off the back foot, punched into the cover region just for a single, and that's the end of the 17th. Hollywood Dolphins 98 for 2, going along steadily.
The rate required now 4.5. Rate achieved is 5.8. So obviously after the power play, the rate of scoring has gone down a bit. But the Dolphins had such a good power play. It's they're so far ahead in the game after the power play, Brady.
Yeah, they're well ahead in this game. That's why they always say it's so important that you know, in the power play overs, you obviously with ball in hand, you look to strike. That's very, very straight that there. Oh, and he has not given him.
Looks like the umpire saying that one sneaking down leg. But it's here, he has double teapot there by Rowan de Swart. As we have a look at the replay for the viewers at home, it's your chance now to be the umpire. Let us know what you think in the comments. Umpire's call.
Yeah, I'll probably crash him. Clipping leg stump there.
Did come back nicely off the seam by the Swart.
Beautifully bowled there by Ron de Swart. He's been so good. He has really, really been good. He was good with the bat with him and Vian Libba. Now he's obviously with the ball, which is also it's a pleasure to watch. Especially with John, which was striking the ball so lovely. And then you had Bryce Parsons, which was also striking the ball really lovely. And these two have just come on and just put the handbrakes on. Beautifully bowled once again there.
Especially the phase in the game where these two have come on. I think obviously they've bowled well, but they've bowled well when the Dolphins were absolutely flying. So for the Swart and Caleb Sleggett to come on when they did and bowl the way they did makes it even more so actually impressive.
Beautifully driven through the covers. Vian Libba chasing it down there. There's a good chase down there to restrict them to only 3, which is a good chase. Still good bowling there by Patches, you know, encouraging. Obviously, he drove it airborne, and that's 100 up for the Hollywood Dolphins, 101 for 2.
That's a good cricketing shot by Jason Smith. Ron de Swart won't be too discouraged by that shot. He was in the air for a moment there.
Oh, down the ground there by John Smuts. Inside half of the bat. Now he's been hogged off the strike. Now all of a sudden he's not striking the ball really nicely like how he was in the beginning, and it's not as fluent as what it was.
Last ball now of his 5th over.
Advances and has just been hit to point. Good fielding at backward point by Caleb Seleka. And that's the end of the 18th, and it's 102 for 2. The Hollywood Dolphins are. And it just feels as though, you know, the mood and the energy that we're getting off from the ground is that at the present moment, the NWU Dragons are really, really flat at the moment.
That's actually funny because it's been their best phase, or one of their best phases so far, as these last 6 or so overs. It's probably been their best phase so far. But you get the feeling around the ground, it's quiet down now. People are in the shade, having a lie down.
It's that time of the day now. As you see a bowling change in facial Klutzer, something that you want to obviously have a look at and see how he goes about his business today.
So it's going to be interesting to see the lines and lengths he goes for. You'd imagine he'll go for maybe that back of a length lines, force them to hit square the wicket, maybe make them want to hit over the top here. Maybe the same types of line and lengths that Taylor was bowling earlier for the Dolphins. But as I said, I see fine legs inside the ring, deep square, long on, four fielders outside.
Starts with a hard back of a length that's just been knocked down the ground for one. Yeah, also I think they must bring him up. You've got to try and create something here.
I see now for Jason Smith there, fine leg back and mid-ons coming up into the ring. I think this is a good field. With that line and length that he's bowled now, I think this is the field where he's most likely to get a few dot balls together, produce a chance here for his team.
Straight, a little bit too straight, and it's been wider down leg side. Let's have a look at the replay here. Starting a little bit too straight. Beautifully bowled. It looks like there's a little bit of changing conditions here, a little bit overcast at the present moment. Doesn't look like there's going to be rain, touch wood. But it just got a little bit dark. Just a little bit of a cloud that's just lurking above us here. A dark cloud. I can't just say a cloud because it could be, there's many clouds. So a bit of a darkish cloud lurking above us here. Of a pitch that has been hit down the ground for a dot. Vianluba has been really good in that area.
It does look like Rita's bowling nice pace here. Looks like he's hitting the deck quite hard. 2 runs so far on this over.
Yeah, he is that type of bowler as well, where you're running and you look to hit the wicket really hard. He doesn't shape the ball. Doesn't look to swing it or anything. He just looks to run in and hit the wicket really hard. Which he is doing now as we see another dot.
Looks like Smuts is just coming down to have a talk to Jason Smith.
Yeah. Probably just saying, just reassuring that everything's still okay. We're still on par. They're ahead of the Duckwood lowest par if it does start to rain or anything. Over pitch, and another good work there by Elman Malan in the cover region.
It's a good phase so far now by the Northwest University Dragons. Skluter now coming on, apart from the wide of the bowl. It's been a good tight over so far. So we have a look at the replay there. Nice strong action.
I was just spraying a little bit down.
As I say it, he's been bowling nice and tight.
Yeah, I still think it's still been a good steady over by him as well. Hasn't given the boundary away, touch wood. Probably look now just to maybe close it off. Interesting, I thought he would have maybe brought on Ashlock from this end to follow patches. Full bowling has been there, it's another dot.
I reckon probably they'll bring one of those first bowlers to follow Patch at this side, Not sure who's the other options at this stage.
They still got, obviously they got the likes of Matthew Clamfield that bowled a few overs as well. But maybe Caleb will probably follow Patches. You know, they still got Lasiba in the left arm spin. Two right-handers could be a chance, you know, creates a chance.
Well, they're definitely missing Vian Libbe here.
Punched down the ground yet again by John Smuts. I really think they should bring him up. For him to create that chance.
Jason Smith now 6 of 15. Bit of pressure building maybe.
Full of ball, been driven and good fielding by Lasiba at extra cover. For a dot. It just seems as though Jason hasn't taken some balls now to get himself in, which is always a good thing because they are ahead of the rate as well. He's taking his time. Not trying anything risky, which is he's setting himself up probably for big innings here as well. So it's over chance? No, it's comfortably in there by John Smuts, as we saw Ron Swart just falling over there.
That's the second time the Swart has fallen out. Looks like the same footholds that was the issue in the beginning of the game as well. The Swart now into his 6th over. It's a long spell.
And it almost seems as though the weather is just changing a little bit. Off pitch and just hit to extra cover where he had for another dot, which is a rare thing that we didn't see in the power play where it was beating those guys. Now it's obviously hitting them now.
Yeah, just a bit of pressure building from the bowlers here. It's a bit of dot balls are stringing together, and all of a sudden, batsmen are missing out on our volleys, hitting fielders. A couple more dots building up as well.
Short and has been pulled down to square leg where Mikhail picks up and gets it in.
One more to come now in the over. Swart 5.5 overs, 1 for 24.
He has definitely bowled really well, guys.
This might be his last one.
Beautifully bowled. Well defended there by Jason Smith as we see the end of the 20th. And that's me done for my session, and we'll welcome back Conrad the Swart.
Welcome back, Conrad. 108 for 2 after 20.
Oh, as we said, the spin, Caleb Seleka and medium pace of on this one, just quieted it down a little. But still, John Smuts looks in complete control of this innings. If you look down, let's say 20, 19.5 to go, 139 to win, 140 to win, 7 and over for that bonus point, which will definitely be needed, seeing the beyond that it's raining in Geberga.
Clip now continues. And that's powerfully hit down the ground by Jason Smith. A real shot of authority. And one that might just get his innings going here as well.
Good shot. Just continuing with strokes like that from Friday evening's knock that he had against the Knights in Durban. Keeping his shape very long. He's clearing the front leg a little. Yeah, he does. And then just smacks it straight down past the bowler. Good cricket shot.
Yeah, when you left earlier, the runs were flowing, and welcome back. It's 4 runs again.
That's something that I want to hear. Better length there by Ashel Kluter. I think it's the power play was so well played by both Parsons and Smuts. They just rocked onto anything that looked like the length or line that they wanted. And even those that were good deliveries, they even dispatched that. So, yeah, John Smuts now on 56, just below 100% strike rate. But still going, looking very strong.
On the pads, and it's going down towards fine leg. Caleb Seleka comes around, does the fielding, but Jason Smith comes back for a second. It's off the pad. Leg by signaled by the umpire.
It's just a bit of inconsistency in the line. Delivery before this, he actually hit a very good area. Jason Smith trying to rock back on the back foot into the front foot pull.
Once again, over pitched and down the ground. A little bit of inconsistency coming in here by the bowler. And Jason Smith up to the task.
Yeah. I told Brady in the first 10 overs, it's a type of wicket that you can bowl 2 pastes on it. You either bowl really quick like Tristan is, or you bowl really slow. And if you're going to bowl that length to quality players like a Smuts, like a Smith, they definitely got to just hit straight down the ground, latching onto anything that's just missing on length or line.
That's better. That's the line of length you want to be bowling 6 out of 6. And the end of the over. 21 overs gone now. 119 for 2. 128 runs still required. So basically halfway with this run chase now is the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, beyond just looking at scores around the country, because it has such an influence on that playoffs position for Wednesday. So, Gold Rush Boland playing the World Sports Betting Western Province at Boland Park in Paul. Province making 182. Currently, Gold Rush Boland on 155 for 2 after 37 overs. Not that a bonus point's going to bother them much. They just need a win to take them to top of the log. Secure a home final next Sunday, a week from now. Also make sure 15 points on the lock position. Then in Gqeberha, the Warriors playing against the Lions, DP World Lions. Lions scoring 279 for 5, and Warriors currently on 124 for 1 after 22 overs, but there is a rain delay. It would be interesting to see what happens if that game's rained out. Fortunately, there is 22 overs bowled already in the Dolphins Warriors inning, so there is a game for sure. Whether it's a bonus point win or not, I'm not Captain Duckworth Lewis, to be honest with you. Those maths, it's always a difficult thing. And then in Bloom, where are you from?
Hungry now is into Smuts. Hits it towards mid-off. It does look like Smuts is fancying Mangru.
Yeah, in Bloemfontein, the ITEC Knights scored 230. And as it is, momentum multiplied Titans 115 for 2 after, let's say, 25 overs. Currently at the crease is Neil Brandt. He's on 54. And it's joined by Keegan Peterson of 42, so they need another 116 runs from 25 overs.
Down the ground by Smuts, work to be done by Milan, who does well.
As you said, it looks like Smuts is really lining up Mangru here for getting himself into position to launch the ball.
Mangru 4.5 overs, 1 for 31. He did get the wicket off the Tole, but it was an absolute screamer of a catch by the Swart in the point region. After that, they really actually took to him in the power play as well. Mid on coming up now for Jason Smith. Deep square leg, fine leg, sweep on the offside, and third man out on the fence. Stats defender down towards third man. Looks like Smith's trying to come back for a second, and they do. They make it quite comfortably back for a second. It's good running there by Smith and Smuts.
Yeah, in the end, quite easy too. Good intent shown by Jason Smith. Gate bats the ball down to third man, going really hard in the first single, and then has the opportunity to return for the second. I say there is some cloud cover now coming around. Lights on at the JB Marks Oval.
Mount Green once again to Smith. Down towards third man. Well fielded by Seleka at point.
It's like dark clouds coming in, Vian. I told you don't use that word. But no, who listens to a guy that stayed here for 20 years of his life and seen Sitambisu Matisu also smiling? I know everything, don't I? No, I'm just kidding, Sitambisu. Sibusisu. They're twins. Can't yet tell the difference between them after 4 years.
Hits out towards cover boundary. A fumble in the outfield. Keeps it to 1 still.
It looks like the replacement fielder there in Tahir Isaacs. Yeah, that's down the cover. Yeah, just interesting enough, Vian Sibusisu over here is a twin brother, Sitambisu, who plays first side for the Northwest University. I met the South African University side at the end of last year. So he also plays a bit of cricket, does Sibusisu. Also does very well academically, or so he tells his mother.
It's always good to keep them all happy, all the parties interested in the studies. As we see H.L. Clutter now to continue. He's going to bowl a third now. Long one out on the fence. So wide ball single, but he's lucky to get away with that one. A little bit of bat on that and would have raced away for 4.
Especially with the fact that fine leg is up in the ring at this stage. Yeah, he's growing dark now, eh?
The weather's been unpredictable this last while. As you see John Smuts hitting that one down to the ground. He eats the ball cleanly. This is John Smuts.
He always has. Even these days when he was playing for the Warriors, he's always been a very good cricketer. I mean, such an all-round. He does. Well, he's getting on a bit in the years, but he's always been a 2 to 3 skill player. Can't imagine a guy at 35, 36 years age being a very good fielder at this stage, but he still does a job.
It's quite a way towards the cover boundary, straight to the fielder.
Yeah, but as a batter, you can just see that he understands how he should play, which balls to hit. And throughout this competition, John has actually showed a lot of consistency. He's been scoring well as at the top of the order for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Short and put away through the vacant deep mid wicket boundary. That's 4 more to John Smuts and the Dolphins. Score now moves into the 130s.
Good players pick up length. They pick up length so early, and that's dispatched them. long way in front of square. Just shows you how early he sees it, how early he gets himself into a position. See how still his head is here on the stroke itself. Look at that. And he just swivels around. Good contact.
Inside half of the bat, it's out towards deep square leg. The batsman settle for one. And myself and Brady were speaking earlier. It's gone a bit quiet here at the J. Marks Oval here on a Sunday afternoon. Quite a few people have come out to support. They've moved out into the shades, and
It's actually growing a touch cold now all of a sudden with the fact that there's a bit of a breeze blowing. Clouds are gathering, especially from the Brat from Johannesburg side. But still a decent crowd in, sitting mainly on the main pavilion.
it's driven out towards the cover boundary again. And scoring just a bit easy at this stage, Cornwall. I mean, 8 runs in this over so far. 1 to come.
See, that's where we sit with the quality of what the captain of the Dolphins did for them in Sir Brian. Only going for 22 in his lot of 10 overs, picking up 2 wickets. At this stage, Caleb Seleka doing a job.
He stripped that rather solidly down towards mid-on, or long on rather. But you do feel at this stage the Northwest Dragons might need another spinner here into the attack. Someone take the pace off a bit, force them to generate a bit of pace and power for themselves. I'm not too sure what the other spin bowling options are at this stage. Conrad, if you are local, obviously you might know the guys better than I do.
Yeah, of course, Vian Liver is not going to bowl. We know that he's carrying a shoulder injury that he picked up in the SA20. That's why he actually missed the first 2 games of this competition. So they basically have part-timers in Lesiba Ngwebwe, left-arm turner, and then also Matthew Kleinfeld that bowls just traditional woofies, but not a big turner of the ball. He's did well in the first 2 or 3 games of this competition. But, you can only get away with bowling part-timers for so long, So, yeah, that's the options. If you look at the bowling figures at this stage, where the Dolphins find themselves on 132 for 2 after, what's it now? 20 overs? 23 overs, yes. Michael Pretorius, 5 overs, went for 35 at 7 over, as well as Kerwin Mungru, precisely the same figures. Rwanda Swart did well, 6 overs for 24, going at 4s. Selenko, 4 overs for 15. Ashton Kluter, 3 for 24 at 8. So, yeah, it's that 5th bowling option that seems to be the problem here. That's a great cricket shot by John Smuts.
Once again, 4 runs off the first ball of the over. And Jonathan Smuts just marching on here for the Dolphins. And Conrad, at this stage, I don't think Caleb Seleka is too far off to bowling again here. And I wouldn't mind seeing maybe Siba and Grepa bowling his left-arm spinners here.
It's just Vian Liver's got to make some changes here. It's just too easy with Kerwin Mungru at this stage, as well as Ashton Kluter that's running in from the other end.
Off the pad and towards 45. Rwanda Swart takes a shy at the non-striker's end. They come through for a leg bye.
If you just count it together there, between Rwanda Swart and Caleb Seleka, they bowled 10 overs that went for 39. Okay, which is fine. I mean, that's below 4s. Beautiful. But between the other 3, Pretorius, Mungru, and Ashton Kluter, that's 12 overs that went for nearly 80.
That's well bowled and nicely defended by Jason Smith.
Yeah, they went for, it could be more, if I'm not mistaken, 7. Yeah, just below 80, so, what's that, 7 and over? That's a big difference. So that, the options for Vian Liver is where it's getting tricky now. Now to quiet these 2 down. Smith only recently to the crease, but already on 20 of 28, playing 2 very good cricket shots straight down the ground.
Mangru now to continue driven to extra cover. The Mongrel comes really tight to the stumps. Comes on an angle and he straightens just before he hits the crease, but he comes really tight with the wickets.
Yeah, you can actually see it starts in his run. That's quite wide from the crease. You know, he's trying to create an angle in his run so that when he gets close to the crease, that he gets close to off stump. It's all about the delivery of delivery angle that he's going to release it from. And he's trying to shape the ball away from Jason Smith. I don't see a lot of stripes still happening.
Short and pulled into the leg side. Finally comes around. Batsman happy for one.
Vian, if you just think about this innings so far in the first 10 straight after power play, I haven't seen enough questions asked by the Dragons bowlers, you know, especially the four seamers. Ryan de Swart did a very good job there, only going at fours, picking up the wicket of Bryce Parson in the end. But between Mangru and Pretorius and Aishel, they haven't asked enough questions, you know, getting balls consistently in the right area.
On the legs and flicked away to deep square leg, work to be done. The fielder can't come around. That's 4 more. An expensive over once again by the Northwest University Dragons. And that's a 50 partnership that's come up now for the Dolphins. 52 or 54. And the score now 144 for 2 after 24.
So let's not take anything away from John here. He's actually batted so well today. He's made no errors. He was in complete control of his game from ball one. Anything loose, anything wide, he hit with this disdain, hit it with power, made sure that he got himself in very good positions. Transferring of weight into the ball was excellent. So sometimes as a bowler, yeah, you're erring, but even if your good balls are hit for boundaries and you're getting scored off your best ball, yeah, you start doubting yourself a little. What's next? What should I do to quiet this guy down?
Oh, as we say that, Caleb Seleka is back into the attack, and it's not a change of ends for him. He's coming from the same end that he bowled from previously. And Conrad, what the Dragons need now is they need wickets.
It's the only thing that can save this game for them, because at this stage the Dolphins are just cruising it. 144 for 2. If you look at the Duckworth Lewis bar, that usually gives you a very good indication of where you should be. And that's 96. So they're about 50 in front of Duckworth Lewis. So in total control of this game, Via.
Now, look at this stage, obviously they looking to get the bonus point. So that's, they need 103 runs of 16 overs then for the bonus point to be in play. Inside half of the bat down towards long on for a single.
It's not a question of they have to get it. It's not. It's the only way that they can get in a position to qualify, because let's say the Knights lose against the Titans, that means they are out. Titans will then go through. I'm not sure about the Duckworth Lewis or how much rain is falling in Gqeberha at this stage, but between the Titans, the Warriors, and the Dolphins, that needs to win with a bonus point. One of them, 2 of those 3 will qualify, and I think in the end it will come down to net run rate. Depending if the Warriors do win with the bonus point, that takes them to 21. Titans goes to 21. 20 won't be enough for the Dolphins here, even if they win with a bonus point. So they're really hoping for someone to do them a favor.
Yeah, at this stage, it doesn't look like the Knights will be the ones to do them a favor. The Titans are well in control there in Bloemfontein at this stage.
Yeah, saying that, the Knights who scored 230, with the Titans at this stage on 137 for 3 after 27 and a half overs. They did pick up the wicket of the captain, Neil Brandt.
It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, and just as you think, you've got 3 big sticks. Devon Brevis walks in. He's currently off 2 deliveries. So that means 2 boundaries hit of the first 2 he faced. And if he's in the mood, that can change that scorecard can change very quickly.
Yeah, it also can give you an opportunity maybe to open up an end. And I know Sibonela Makanya is not playing either. I think he picked up an injury as well. So that might give them an opportunity is the Knights. As quietly, Caleb Seleka's bowled a nice over here so far for the Dragons. He's gone for 3 so far of his 5 balls. Also fielded very nicely off his own bowling so far. Inside half of the bat, it's into the leg side. The bat has just strolled through for a single. That's then the end of the 25th over. 148 for 2. And the Dolphins are halfway with their overs now.
Yeah, down in the Boerland, it looks like Gold Rush Boerland will be cruising to a victory against Western Province, who will keep them at the bottom of the table. Boerland currently on 171 for 4. They need 12 from 9 overs. Currently at the crease is Liam Botha and Clyde Fortuin. Good innings by Blake Capel as well as Grant Rulofsson, and Gavin Kappen scored 46. Viwe Makajima chipping in with 25. So that will take them to a home final after the completion of that game. Now 12 runs to win. They don't need a bonus point at all. And still raining, it seems, down in Geberga. Yeah.
So
It's like a light drizzle falling now. Vian, I told you, don't use those words.
it's firmly down the ground by John Smuts. And a slight drizzle now here over the David Marks Oval. Nothing to be concerned about yet. Touch wood. As you see, Mangaru is continuing now. It's his 7th over he's bowling now.
Been quite expensive today. Going for 44 so far. So if you look at what's currently, I think there's still 100 needed, 99 to be. And they've got to score this in 15 overs, and I think they're still in complete control here. Shot. That's given him! Given him run out. Excellent fielding by Lesiba and Gwepe. Could see John Smuts not happy with the call by the umpire.
That is completely against the run of play. I'm not sure if we have a side-on angle there to see what maybe happened, but John Smuts not happy at all.
Maybe if it's slowed down in the replay. Excellent fielding by Lesiba and Gwepe. Ball got to him very quickly, just positioned himself. Good side-on position. Still, maybe it will be shown again. In the end, the umpire has made the decision. It's been given out. Excellent innings by John Smuts. 75 of 72 deliveries, going at better than run a ball.
Is that maybe just what the Northwest University Dragons needed now, opening up an end? John Smuts, 75 of 73. Played really an amazing innings here for the Dolphins. Really in disbelief as he leaves the field.
As the rain continues, Kai Zondo struts out to the wicket. Again, the Dolphins know they got to pick up a bonus point here to stand half a chance to surpass the Warriors, Titans, or the Knights.
Kai's on another experienced player. 172 matches, an average of 30.
Does look like the rain is getting a touch heavier. Don't think the Dragons players would mind that rain on the wicket too much.
It doesn't look like too many people are storming towards the covers either at this stage.
as you say that, Vian, you can start seeing them getting ready there, just sitting under one of the shade netting areas.
It looks like we're going off for a bit of rain now. Yeah, so obviously the score now 148 for 3 after 25.3 overs. The chase being, obviously they need quite a few more runs, 99 to win, but the Dolphins firmly in control of this game at this stage as a bit of rain comes down. The mainstay of the innings so far, John Smuts, just being dismissed before the rain interval for a well played 75. A run out against the run of play. As we see the covers just coming on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After some time lost due to rain and lightning in the Potchefstroom area, the umpires and the batters walking out to the middle again. We've got a rain-reduced game with a revised target now of the Dolphins needing 211 runs from 40 overs. Currently, they are sitting on 148 for 3 after 25.3 overs. Welcome back, Brady Barnes. See, you got a top on now.
Yeah, it's a little bit, it's done a little 180 on us this weather. It was a beautiful day during the day. It was nice and warm. And then it's just got a little bit chilly now. And I'm not, it's good to be back now. And we obviously we just need a few more calculations just to come our way with regards to the Hollywood Dolphins getting the bonus point win, which they're probably looking to do.
Yeah, well, there's many things that can still happen. If you look around the country, Brady, at this stage, looks like the Titans only need 7 runs from 13 overs. That will be a bonus point win, with Devot Brevis having an absolute blinder of innings. Currently sitting on 77 or 35 deliveries, 6 sixes, 8 fours. That will take them to 21 points and will definitely increase their net run rate. That's currently sitting on 0.86, it seems, or 88. That means that the Knights will be out of the playoffs. And down in Geberga, if there's still a rain delay, and I would like to see, sorry, I'm not very well or very familiar with the Duckworth-Lewis system. I don't think many people are, but it seems like that will also go down to Duckworth-Lewis. Haven't seen any visuals of late. Saw earlier that the wicket is covered there as well for that rain delay, and we know in Geberga, if it rains, it does stay a little around the coast. Kevin Mangru to finish his 7th over, currently on 1 for 44 in 6.3, running into Jason Smith. Again, let's see Bangdwepe. Oh, nearly a replay of the running out earlier of John Smuts. Kaya Zondo advancing a long way down the wicket, looking for a single. So, Brady, before we have a look, I reckon that the captain and the coach of the Dolphins will have the calculations already where that bonus point is.
Yes, most definitely. I think it's something very important that they probably asked for. Oh, outside range, and that runs down to third man, where it looks like they're gonna turn and come back for 2, and they do.
Oh, there's overthrows. There's overthrows. Nobody backing up. That will mean it's 6 runs scored off that delivery. That was initially just 2. Excellent fielding, but Ruben Harman just throwing the ball to the non-striker end. Yanaman Malan couldn't gather it in the backup.
Yeah, very, very crucial, yeah, in this run chase. Yes, it's only 93 to get, but they're probably going to try and restrict them for that bonus point win. Hard back of a length.
That one just kicked a little bit on Jason Smith. Better delivery. That's the end of the over. Unfortunately, going for that 6 runs. Should have only been 2, but 4 overthrows added onto those 2 ran. Takes the score now to 153, 154 for 3 of 26 overs.
As you see, Caleb Seleka coming in from the city, and he's bowled really, really lovely today. He's controlled the game really well, along with Roy de Swart. They both in tandem bowled really, really well today.
You can still see on the screen the target is still showing 247. That is not the case anymore after the rain interruption that we had earlier. Showing 93 runs. It's more like 57 at this stage because the Dolphins need 211 of 40 overs, meaning 14 still to go. Good start by Seleka. Can see he's really bowling the ball quickly with his leg spin, trying to put Kai Zondo under pressure. Maybe have Brady have one skid onto him a bit quicker than he expects. Bit of a stop start to his run up.
Start there. They down the ground there by Kai's on them. He just trots off to the other side and gets off the mark.
It's all about the options now for Vian Liver. Seleka bowling his 6th over. There will, of course, also be a reduction in the amount of overs that every bowler can bowl. Oh, excellent delivery that time. You can see Jason Smith actually just kind of advancing and also giving himself some space there, Brady.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to access that extra cover area.
Just hitting with a turn, hey? Seleka.
There we go. Let's see, opens up that extra cover area. Knocks it down to into the cover region for one. Yeah, very risky because Caleb's not a big turner with balls, so the one that obviously slides on, he might just play the wrong line, you know. And I think that's what Caleb wants a lot of batters to possibly do, like, you know. Oh, beats outside edge there. He's bowled so well today.
Yeah,
And none of the wicket column has not. He's not showing anything, but his lines and his lengths have been really good.
Seleka. Final delivery.
The dot. Oh, he's just gone. Jason just went running down the wicket there. I thought he thought that Longman was down in the boundary.
To be honest with you, Brady, so did I. It was a good move there by Vian Liver, bringing him up, maybe forcing him to go down the field, down the ground. Aishel Kluter not hitting stumps. You can see Jason Smith expecting that the guy's down. He would have been short by a long way. That's why it's always important to check the field.
Yeah.
Whether you're striker or non-striker, you've got to have a holistic view of where all the fielders are. Mangru to return again for his 8th over. So definitely all bowlers then to bowl 8 overs maximum.
It's hard back of a length, and Jason just runs that down to third man for a single. He's probably going to look to hit that lane, especially with mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. Because if he does pitch it up, that's just a free hit for a lot of these batters.
If I go back now to school maths, Brady, I'm thinking that the bonus point should be around overs 36.
You're the maths guy. I'm not the maths guy.
I'm trying to work that out now. Over 36, it needs to be scored in.
Full length, good length by Coven.
Kaizono with a big job at hand here for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Very full length there by Cohen Mungra, and has been dug out by Kaya Zondo.
No, I'm mistaken, Brady. It should be before over 32. That gives you 80%. Then I could be mistaken still, but that's what I'm thinking. Got to hit the target by over 32. If it's a rain reduced game to over 40. Sounds about right, I think.
It does sound well like that. But short and has been pulled down to deep square region with Ron de Swart doing the work down there.
Yeah, good fielding by Ruan de Swart. He's taken an absolute blind over catch earlier to dismiss Tsapang de Tolly off the bowling of Kerwin Mangru. That was in the first or second over earlier this afternoon.
He's had a really good day as Ruan de Swart runs with the bat. Very full once again and been dug out by Jason Smith. Yeah, he's had a really good day. Runs, wickets, catches.
Yeah, good all-round performance. Just to give you some information here, in Bloemfontein, the Multiply Momentum Titans has beaten the Aitik Knights by 7 wickets for a bonus point victory. That will take them to 21 points. For Berger, there's still a rain delay between the Warriors and Lions.
Free bowl there by Cohen. Good finish there to his 8th over where we see the end of the 28th where Hollywood Dolphins are 158 for 3 in a reduced game. It's been reduced to 40 overs. Hollywood Dolphins needing 89 of 132 balls. Caleb Seleka coming in from the city end again.
Just so that we're clear, that everyone watching, the target has been reduced to 211 or 40 overs. 5 bowlers to bowl 8 overs at least. Caleb Seleka.
Okay.
Advanced down, just chipped over the mid-wicket fielder. That is Lesiba Ngwepe, but it's gathered by Tahir Isaac, who's a substitute fielder at the cow area.
Looks like he's on for Miguel Pretorius.
Caleb Seleka really haven't given these batters a handful.
So the cover reason once again. It'll be interesting to see when they're actually going to put the accelerator down there.
Well, the question is whether they're trying to go for that bonus point. And what is happening down in Geberge with the Warriors just being on 124 for 1 after 22 overs. Can't imagine there's a lot in that game left now, time-wise. Goes on the reverse sweep, does Kaya Zondo. Gets a bit of bat on it. Matthew Kleinveld in pursuit. Does haul it back in. Excellent fielding by Matthew Kleinveld. Batters go through for 2 runs. Yeah, it's whether they're going for this bonus point or not, Brady. I can't imagine with 4 overs. Let's say I'm right, that it's got to be scored before over 32, which makes up 80% of a game if it's 40 overs. Again, I'm not saying I'm right, so anybody that's listening thinking I know what I'm saying, I try to work it out. Going back 25 years to my matric year.
That's a beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot. Maybe that's the acceleration that the Dolphins are looking for.
Beautiful shot. I just think that the harsh reality is that with the line that Caleb was obviously looking to hit, which is probably more landing stump, that's if he misses just a little bit in line, that's just an easy shot for the right-handed Kaya Zondo here.
So let's say this. Maybe the Dolphins understand that it's a long shot for them still to make this playoff. With the fact that the Titans now have gone past the Knights, they're still on 16. Again, it seems like the Warriors have won, just to give you some information, Brady, by 33 runs on Duckworth Lewis. I'm not sure whether that's a bonus point victory. But that takes them, the Warriors, to 20 points already, with the Knights then on 16, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins on 15. So they need this bonus point to go past the Warriors. And with a net run rate, and that's saying that they did not get a bonus point.
Yes.
Okay, let's say they did not get a bonus point. That takes them to 20. So the Dolphins do need this bonus point in this game to go past or even have a chance past the Warriors. What's the net run rates there as we speak, Brady?
So net run rates as we speak, Gold Rush Borland 0.57, Knights 0.96, Momentum Multiply Titans 0.88, Defabet Warriors 0.62, Hollywood Dolphins 0.23, Deep Blue Wall Lions is minus 0.15, Northwest Dragons minus 1.34, WSB Western Province 0.01. All chance.
Oh, he just clips it past Vian Libber with a dive in vain. You can see he's really hurting his Vian Libber with that shoulder and arm that he hurt. He's now down on his hunches. He's really pushing through, showing a lot of character, his Vian Libber. Yeah, so would be interesting to see the tables, Brady, as we continue throughout the afternoon. So it shows that the Warriors currently sitting on 21 points, which means they did pick up a bonus point, whether in that victory, as you see the updated log now on the SuperSport app, meaning that this victory of whether the Dolphins do pull this victory through will be in vain, that because that can only take them to 20 points. Still important victory because on the log it will take them above the Knights into 4th position. So they're probably just going to bat it out, see that they get to this victory. At this stage, they need 42 to win off 64 deliveries in total control with only 3 wickets down.
Definitely in control of this game. I think it started off from their batting, or let's start even with their bowling. I think they really controlled. They got wickets at really crucial times to just slow down the pace and how the NWU Dragons obviously batted. And then with the bat, they just came in and they showed proper intent with John and well, Katoli went early doors, and then John just accelerated like there's no tomorrow with Bryce Parsons as well.
Now, those two batters just showed how important it is to show intent from ball one. Even good balls were dispatched for boundaries. The Swart again.
Run down to third man by Kaya Zondo.
Well, even though the Dolphins can't qualify anymore, takes them a victory here takes them to 4th position, meaning 5 points on the lock for promotion relegation. The Dragons has a lot to play for. If they can pull a victory through, good shot by Jason Smith. Down the ground, it's going to be gathered by Yanaman Milan. A victory for the Dragons here will take them above the Lions into 6th position, which will mean 2 lock points instead of the 1 that they're currently sitting on, because World Sports betting Western Province did end only on 5 points, which means it's 0 points on the promotion relegation battle. So how important will 1 or 2 points be at the end of the 4-day competition?
It's going to be an absolute humdinger in this 4-day comp, and a very, very, very important next 3 games that they've got in hand, I think it is.
Yeah, all teams have, I think, bar the Warriors, all teams have 3 games left. Let me just check the table, not give you bad information. I did. Unfortunately, the Knights also have played 5, the same as the Warriors. And as that log is at present moment, the Lions are on top, then followed by the Titans, the Knights, who's played 5 games already. Boland's played 4. Then the Dolphins, Western Province, Dragons in second last position, and the Warriors after 5 games are in last place. So I think there's still
You see Caleb Select coming in from the city end. So probably his 8th over. It's Jason Smith. Back of a length and has been hit into the backward point region just for one. Good work there by Mikael Prince on the boundary, sweeping her up and picking her up again into the keeper.
Mikael Prince making some good good yards around that boundary.
I made a bit of room there and just knocked it down to Laurent for a single. Slog sweep.
That's a great shot by Jason Smith, getting down on that leg. In a very good position, slog sweeping it to the deep mid-wicket area to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Jason Smith. As you see, the highlights here, big vacant area down there, big area as well. And he's picked that gap beautifully and he's knocked it over the ropes for 4.
So, Brady, this morning I was actually speaking to someone at the ground saying that one of the teams in this competition did not field the right amount of players in one of the games, according to stipulations put out by Cricket South Africa, and they will be docked after investigation, whether they are guilty or not. If they aren't guilty, of course, no penalty, but if they are found guilty, they could be docked 5 points, which could also throw the cat amongst the pigeons in this competition. So maybe the Dolphins know something we don't, and that can all change as this week progresses, maybe even tomorrow, because the playoff game will be played on Wednesday, and I reckon good chance that it will be played in Pretoria.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah, so I just heard someone say it. Maybe I shouldn't have listened, but they was kind of speaking loud, so it was difficult not to hear that. But let's see how that works out.
Yeah, should be interesting, that.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why they haven't put down the accelerator.
That's a good shot. Down the ground again by Jason Smith. I think he's just continuing from his innings on Friday evening against the Knights, where he and the keeper, Hollywoodbets, had such a good role in that game. They were in trouble at some stage, and then the two of them buckled and knuckled down and just saw the Dolphins home to a very good victory there in Durban. Well, so maybe, again, they know something we don't, and they feel that they only need 29 off 9 overs, and they can cruise to it. And if things go their way, well, they find themselves in the playoff and still a chance to get to the semi or to the playoff game on Wednesday.
For me, it's just talking about Jason Smith and how just quietly, I've just looked up now and he's on 46 or 51 balls. He's placed his innings really lovely and there's just missed out there on the back of a length ball that he tried to hit over the cow corner region. But yeah, he's just placed his innings really lovely. He's knocked the ball around, put the bad ball away. Just simple and boring innings as we have a look at the highlights here. Yeah, so naturally as a person who's always a very relaxed, calm guy as well. And even the way he goes about his batting as well, it's just quietly just goes about his stuff, and then you look up and this guy's on.
And of course, he also made his debut earlier this season for the Proteas. Got an opportunity. I think he scored a 50 in one of the series that he played in. Yeah, it's not flashy.
No.
He just goes about his business, as you say, quietly, gets the job done, and that's the mark of a true professional, you know. Rowan de Swart actually been bowling well today, finishing up now with his 8th over. Oh, gets a thick inside edge, that's Jason Smith. And it goes down to the boundary. Unfortunate for Rowan de Swart. I was singing his praises about how well he was bowling today. Unfortunately, that not going his way.
Yeah, thick inside edge there, I think. And it's a 50 up for Jason Smith. 50 of 54 balls, beautifully batted by him. And, you know, you're talking about he got a call up, you know, when he was a young kid just out of school. I think there was big talks of him developing into a really good cricketer. Maybe in his beginning years, yes, he didn't live up to the hype that everyone spoke about, but right now he's actually really, or this past 2 seasons, he's been really good consistently.
Yeah, he's been around for some time. I remember seeing him playing for the SA Academy in 2016 in the Triangular tournament in Pretoria, where he was actually at UWC at that stage still, and we played against SA universities at Groenkloof, and he swept the ball that day. Brady, some of the biggest sixes I've seen in my life. It was, of course, it was in July, August. But you can already see back then that, you know, accomplished cricketer, showed a lot of promise, a lot of talent, and now, again, having a very good 50 over competition.
And he's just been consistently good, which is so, like, it's just, that's all you've got to be. I think a lot of modern day cricketers feel that, you know, especially at a young age, that I need to be this type of player, but just be consistent in your run scoring.
Brady, that's all what any sport is about. I mean, you can show all the promise in the world, you can show all the talent, but consistency is the key. That's the measure. Thick outside edge. Rowan de Swart really bowled well today. Think that's the end of his spell. 1 for 34 and 8. The Hollywoodbet Dolphins now need 24 or 48 deliveries. That's also the end of the bonus point that they possibly could have had in this game. But again, they're just going quietly about the business, making sure of this victory against the NWU Dragons. Jason Smith on 51, supported by Kaya Zondo on 11. The partnership has grown to 39 or 40 deliveries.
As we see a bowling change in Matthew Kleinfeld coming on. Yeah, I'm just trying to gamble for a wicket here with the lucky arm of Matthew Kleinfeld. The last time we were on air, he picked up 2 or 3, was it?
He picked up 3. Golden arm.
Big wickets as well.
Golden arm of Matthew Kleinfeld. I must commend the Dragons here as well today for not giving up. After losing wickets again in clumps, there was a partnership between the captain Vian Libbe and Rowan de Swart, who had a very good game, as said. They were in big trouble on 140 for 6. I think it was over 33 or 34. They saw out, they walked out off intact, even though they only scored 246, which we kind of knew wasn't enough on this wicket, especially with the firepower and the quality of the batting attack from the Dolphins. And even with the ball, they tried. There were some bad balls bowled. Big shot by Jason Smith, straight down the ground, and that's how you greet a new bowler. Hit it into the sweet on the long off area. That's an absolute massive blow. It's just, you're not going to bowl that to me, Matthew. You've got to put something behind it.
And let's not forget, that is against the turn. That he has just hopped over Middle's head for a big one.
Again, advancing down the wicket. not fielded by Matthew Kleinfeld cleanly. They scamper through for a single. So the Dragons tried. They had an indifferent tournament. They struggled. Inconsistency in their batting lineup that they had through selection. So it's a lot of work to be done going into the last 3 games. Cut by Kaya Zondo. Mikael Prince going to clean up on the sweeper boundary, chucking the ball in. Well, so there's always positives to take. We can't always look at the negatives. But big 3 games ahead for the Northwest University Dragons in the 4-day competition.
Beautifully played down the ground there by Kayazondo.
It's just like last rights now being read here to the Northwest University Dragons. Both batters in complete control of this game. 40 needed now, or 44 deliveries. Oh, that's a big wide down the leg side.
That could definitely be a no ball.
It's shown wide by umpire Pelekar. That was really wide. You can even see Jason Smith said, how wide does he need to bowl? I do think it's still bounced on
the part of it.
Yeah, a little bit of the wicket. As you can see on the screen, there's a definite line, and it should bounce on that for it to be signaled wide. If it's bounced on the unprepared area outside the 2 white lines, that could possibly be a no ball. Cleaned up by Aishel Kluter. It's a better delivery there by Matthew Kleinfeld. I think he kind of saw him coming down and tried to push it wide. And that's why it went really wide. Keeper Ruben Erman not collecting.
Oh, a little bit of bites in that one.
Yeah, dead ball called by umpire Gaza, saying that it seems like the fielder was still going out. He called it nice and early enough, I think. That's going to be re-bowled.
If this one goes for 6, man, he will be very, very unhappy. Oh, a little bit of bites.
Well, they're pushing hard, but Tahir Isaac really quick from the mid-wicket boundary, chucking it in. And that's me for the day, Brady. It's been an absolute pleasure. With 10 runs to go, you and Vian can close this out.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. It was really a pleasure.
I'll see you tomorrow morning in the office. Don't be late.
Yeah, welcome back, Vian, for the last 10 overs.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It was an eventful stint there by you guys. Quite a fruitful one for the batting side.
Yeah.
Jason Smith really playing good, and 59 not out at this stage. As the Dolphins only need 10 more runs to win now.
Yeah, it's been his I was telling Conrad when he was on there with me. You know, I looked up and I was like, he's got to 46, and you're thinking, how did he get to 46? And he's just quietly just gone about his business. You see a short and wide ball that's just been cut down to the cover region for a single. Yeah, he just knows when to switch the gears. And when he does switch the gears, he's got that aggressive side in him as well. Then he's also got the calm side in him as well. But it's just so good to see him obviously develop and how he has developed. I remember running into him as you see a wide ball, running into him as a young boy fresh out of school, playing for Western Province at the time, semi-pro cricket, and he really showed good glimpses of becoming a good cricketer, and we actually seen it. We've seen it now. We've seen all that quality come into the puzzle now. It's been pulled out now to fine leg, and it's just gone down for 4. Kyle Zondo just helping it around the corner for 4 runs there.
Yeah, everything's happening rather quickly now at this stage. 4 more to win now. And Brady, as you said now, Jason Smith, he's really turned into quite the cricketer. He's grown in stature as well. Around the domestic scene in South Africa, he's really a player that's on the rise, and he hits a big ball, eh?
Oh, another short and wide, but it's inside edge, and luckily didn't chop that onto his stumps there.
Zondo also is just quietly going about. He's on 18 not out now. And this is the experience we spoke about earlier as well, having Jason Smith and Kai Zondo at 4 and 5, along with obviously John Smuts at the top of the order. They have experienced players, and that always helps, especially in a round chase.
Yeah. Beautifully bowled there by Ashok Kluter. Yeah, and not just in the run chase. I just think from their season so far, and in this campaign as well, obviously didn't get off to the best of starts, with losses, and then when you need teams to obviously overcome certain circumstances, you need big players, and big players in this Hollywood Dolphins team has obviously stepped up for them. Beautifully bowled there by Ashok Kluter. That's just been defended lovely by Kaya Zondo. Yeah, so it's just so good just to see that these senior guys have stood up, and they've delivered.
Yeah, and that's obviously why they are in the running for the playoffs now, and why they've fared so well so far. He's the guys that have been putting up their hands when it matters.
Beautifully bowled. Just been knocked into the extra cover for a single. And that is the end of the 34th. Hollywood Dolphins are 208 for 3.
Yeah, 3 more now needed. And Brett, you'd imagine they'll finish it off sooner rather than later. It looks like Langfeld will be bowling again. And yeah, previous over greeted by a huge maximum there by Jason Smith out of nowhere. It didn't even look like he hit it, and it's just a free-flowing, nice swing of the bat, and it went an absolute mile.
Yeah, there's a big hit that hit that chalet there. And I was telling him that's against the turn as well, which is a hell of a cricket shot.
It's nicely defended into the mid-wicket region.
Just tucked away into the short fine leg, and they've gone through for 1. 2 runs needed now.
Probably Jason Smith will look to finish it off now.
What are the chances of the NWU Dragons bowling the Dolphins out?
You don't need something spectacular here for that to happen. Maybe a few run-outs.
Yeah. A little bit of a confusion there.
The Dolphins set to achieve a pretty comfortable victory here over the Northwest University Dragons.
Just knocked down the ground for 1 there, Jason, and that means the total is level, and they need 1 run to win here. Pretty sure everyone will come up now.
Looks like the mid-wicket staying out there. What do you reckon? Longhorn staying out as well.
Surely you bring him up. Surely you bring everyone up.
They don't want him to go for glory here.
Oh, and it's been dispatched onto the bank for a 6 by Kaya Zondo, and that's the game with the Hollywood Dolphins running out on tops here in this beautiful run chase that we witnessed today, which is really, really good. Unfortunately, NWU Dragons' 50 over campaign is done, but it might not be done for the Hollywood Dolphins. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on in this game today. It was my pleasure to broadcast this game to you. Hopefully, we'll see you guys in the near future.